Chapter 302. Hearing this voice, Su Yan and Li Tianyi couldn't help but frown. They were all too familiar with this voice. This person was none other than Murong Fu, the one who snatched the monster palace from Su Yan's hands. Murong Fu snatched Su Yan's monster palace. Although there wasn't a bloody outbreak, his methods were even more inhumane than a bloody outbreak. Su Yan's hatred for Murong Fu had reached its peak. When he saw Murong Fu walk over, he angrily shouted, "Murong Fu, what are you doing here?" Li Tianyi was also very displeased with Murong Fu's vicious and merciless methods. When he saw Murong Fu walking over, his complexion turned gloomy. Obviously, Murong Fu was like a cool breeze after obtaining the position of Monster Palace's palace master. He didn't care about their expressions at all. He smiled slightly and said, "Su Yan, Li Tianyi, you two should be more polite. You should know that I am now the Monster Palace's palace master. You two actually dare to speak to me like this. I can guarantee that you two don't respect your elders." Humph! Hearing Murong Fu's words, Su Yan and Li Tianyi both snorted disdainfully. Murong Fu didn't get angry at their attitudes. He smiled slightly and then looked at Su Yan and said, "Su Yan, as the palace master, I order you to quickly head to the Hidden Demon region to host the Monster Palace's auction in the Hidden Demon region." Auction? Su Yan had taken over the position of Monster Palace's palace master. He naturally knew that the auction had always been a lucrative job for Monster Palace. Every time the disciples went to the auction, they would get a lot of benefits. Now, Murong Fu had actually arranged for him to host the auction. How could Su Yan not be suspicious? Looking at Murong Fu's gloomy smile, Su Yan was even more certain that this was definitely not a good thing. "Murong Fu, what are you planning?" Su Yan looked at Murong Fu, killing intent flowing out of his eyes. But after asking this question, Su Yan felt some regret. Since Murong Fu wanted to frame him, why would he tell him? As Su Yan expected, Murong Fu didn't say much to Su Yan. Instead, he sneered and said, "Su Yan, you can choose not to go. Of course, if you don't go, don't blame me for being rude. I'm sure you know the rules of the Monster Palace." As Murong Fu spoke, he waved his hand and sneered, "Well, it's useless for me to talk to you here. Su Yan, get ready. We'll set off tomorrow." After saying that, Murong Fu didn't care about Li Tianyi and Su Yan's reactions and left. Dog. Li Tianyi looked at the arrogant Murong Fu and couldn't help but burst out swearing. Then, he looked back at Su Yan and asked, "Su Yan, what do you think of this matter?" "Take it." Su Yan smiled slightly and said, "Didn't Murong Fu know that I would definitely go? Then I'll go and see what kind of conspiracy he has." Sigh. Li Tianyi sighed helplessly. He didn't know what to say. Although he was stronger than Murong Fu, it was a pity that there were stronger existences in the Monster Palace, Luo Yaofeng and the Heavenly Pig Demon King. If the two of them knew that the Princess of Chu had died, at that time, the Monster Palace wouldn't be as peaceful as it was now. It would definitely cause a bloody storm. Murong Fu used this reason to firmly control Li Tianyi, Su Yan, and the others. Of course, although the death of the Princess of Chu could be used by Murong Fu, it was actually controlled by Su Yan. In other words, the secret of the Princess of Chu's death was actually a double-edged sword. After all, Murong Fu was also a little afraid of Luo Yaofeng and the Heavenly Pig Demon King. If the two of them knew this secret, he wouldn't be able to keep his position as the palace master. Li Tianyi wanted to say something to Su Yan, but when the words reached his mouth, he couldn't say it. After all, no matter what, Murong Fu was the palace master of the Supreme Demon Palace. If they really fell out, it wouldn't be good for anyone. "Su Yan, you should be more careful." Li Tianyi helplessly patted Su Yan's shoulder and sighed helplessly. He didn't say any more nonsense and left. Su Yan was left alone with a melancholy expression. After all, Murong Fu was Sima Zhixin. Everyone knew that. This time, Murong Fu asked Su Yan to host the auction in the Hidden Demon region. It was definitely a conspiracy. Although it was called a conspiracy, it was more accurate to say that it was an overt scheme because Su Yan had no choice at all. Before Su Yan grew up, it was impossible for him to fall out with Murong Fu. Endure. What Su Yan had to do now was to endure and become stronger while enduring. Forget it, forget it. In any case, I really need spirit stones now. I don't know where to find spirit stones in this supreme demon palace. Perhaps I will be able to obtain some spirit stones in this trip to the hidden devil region. As Su Yan thought of this, the melancholy in his heart lessened by quite a bit. Then, a bright light burst out from his eyes. Gu Yuezong, Su Yan had never forgotten this sect. It was because of this sect that he fell into the 10,000 Ghosts cave and came to the monster palace. It could be said that Gu Yuezong had ruined Su Yan's overall plan. Thinking of Gu Yuezong and the hidden demon region, Su Yan couldn't help but think of another person, Butt-Face. I haven't seen Butt-Face for a while. I wonder how he's doing now. Thinking of Butt-Face, Su Yan couldn't help but smile. After all, in Su Yan's life, he didn't have many friends. Besides the friends he made in the Monster Palace and the Hidden Sword Tomb, Butt-Face could be said to be a fellow disciple of the same sect. Su Yan's only friend was Butt-Face. I'm leaving tomorrow. Now I'm going to look for Dong Qinghao and the others. Su Yan narrowed his eyes and planned to say goodbye to Dong Qinghao and the others. But before Su Yan could move, a few figures flashed in midair. The people who came were Dong Qinghao, Ratli, and Makariu Ice. What a coincidence today. I wanted to look for them, and they all came. When Su Yan saw them, he couldn't help but smile. He was happy that he didn't have to look for them. Su Yan. Dong Qinghao and the others stepped forward and greeted Su Yan. Hello, senior brothers. When Su Yan saw them, he was in a good mood. He was always serious, but he couldn't help but joke with them. The three of them obviously rarely saw this side of Su Yan, and they couldn't help but be stunned. When Su Yan saw the three of them, he patted Dong Qinghao's shoulder and said, Senior brother Dong Qinghao, let's go to your palace and ask for a few cups of wine. F***CK, we're already at the entrance of your palace. Why are you still going to my place? Dong Qinghao couldn't help but curse. However, he was just saying it casually. He called the three of them and flew to Dong Qinghao's palace. Dong Qinghao used to be one of the top 10 masters in the East Palace. He naturally had his own private palace. Although it couldn't be compared to Su Yan's spirit palace, it was still one of the more luxurious ones among the disciples. Not only that, but Dong Qinghao's palace also had the most servants. When the few of them arrived at Dong Qinghao's palace, Dong Qinghao was not careless. He ordered the servants to prepare the best food and wine in his palace. The table was filled with the best food and wine. When the four of them sat down, they didn't hesitate. They each raised their cups and drank. They didn't mention anything unpleasant. They just drank. Su Yan drank happily. However, he knew that no matter how happy he was, he still had to say goodbye. Just as he was about to say goodbye, Dong Qinghao stood up and said drunkenly, Sigh, I didn't want to talk about unpleasant things at this moment. However, there is one thing that I have to mention. As Dong Qinghao spoke, the usual cynical smile on his face disappeared. It was replaced by a gloomy expression. Dong Qinghao saw that the three of them were looking at him. He didn't keep them in suspense. He took a sip of wine and said, I will be leaving the Monster Palace tomorrow. What? When Su Yan and the other two heard Dong Qinghao's words, they couldn't help but be startled. After listening to Dong Qinghao's explanation, the three of them couldn't help but be surprised. They said in unison, What? You are also going to host the Hidden Demon Region's auction. You are too. Dong Qinghao also looked at the three of them with a face full of shock. The three of them nodded at the same time. Then, the four of them burst out laughing at the same time. Come, drink, drink. I thought I would have to say goodbye to you. I didn't expect that all four of us would be going. Dong Qinghao laughed and raised his glass. Su Yan and the other two didn't hesitate. They also raised their glasses and drank. *CK, I thought this Murong Fu wanted to get rid of me. I didn't expect him to want to get rid of all four of us. He is really ruthless. Dong Qinghao couldn't help but curse after drinking. In fact, Su Yan and the others had the same idea as him. They all thought that the Murong Fu only wanted to get rid of them. They didn't expect that the Murong Fu wanted to get rid of all four of them in one fell swoop. Su Yan thought. The hatred for the Murong Fu in his heart grew stronger. However, Su Yan didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at the three of them and said, forget it, forget it. No matter what, this Murong Fu wants to deal with the four of us. At least the four of us can take care of each other. And I also want to see what this Murong Fu is going to do to deal with the four of us. Su Yan sneered. His eyes emitted a bright light. Hearing Su Yan's words, the other three also shouted in unison, yes, let's see what this Murong Fu is going to do. Come, drink, drink. The four of them raised their glasses and drank. Dong Qinghao was the first to react. He asked, by the way, Su Yan, I wonder if this Murong Fu is going to deal with junior sister Chu this time. Junior sister Chu. Hearing Dong Qinghao mention Chu Linger, Su Yan's heart couldn't help but ache. Originally, he didn't want to mention this matter. However, the three of them had deep feelings for Chu Linger. Thus, he explained the matter of Chu Linger being taken away. After the three of them heard Su Yan's explanation, their lively eyes dimmed. Each of them was silent. This kind of atmosphere was extremely depressing. Come, let's not go home until we're drunk tonight. Su Yan stood up and shouted. He broke the depressing atmosphere because he didn't like this feeling. Not only him, Dong Qinghao, Macario Ice, and Ratley also didn't like this feeling. After Su Yan broke the depressing atmosphere, the four of them began to drink heartily. They threw all their unhappiness to the back of their minds. This time, they really didn't go home until they were drunk. Chapter 303. A night of silence. The next day, just as the first ray of dawn rose, Su Yan, Dong Qinghao, Macario Ice, and Ratley had already woken up. Although the four of them were dead drunk last night, because the wine in Dong Qinghao's palace was extremely precious, no matter how drunk they would be fine the next day. In addition, everyone's belongings were basically stored in their storage bags, so there was no need to pack them up. The four of them were even more unwilling to say goodbye to the so-called palace master, Murong Fu. As soon as the sky brightened, under the lead of Su Yan, they flew directly to the teleportation array that led out of the monster palace. It was funny. Su Yan was actually the weakest of the four, but when the four of them walked together, Yiran was the leader of Su Yan. No one felt the slightest bit awkward. The strongest person here was Macario Ice, who was at the third stage of the Spirit Sea Realm, followed by Dong Qinghao, who was at the peak of the 9 stars celestial phenomenon stage, and was only one step away from the Spirit Sea Realm. Then there was Ratley, who was at the peak of the 8 stars celestial phenomenon stage. And then there was Su Yan, who had just stepped into the 8 stars celestial phenomenon stage. Are we leaving? The four of them walked to the teleportation array and floated in the air as they looked down at the monster palace. Their hearts were somewhat melancholic. After all, leaving the monster palace this time, the four of them knew that another calamity was waiting for them. This was especially true for Su Yan. After all, among the four of them, he had stayed in the monster palace for the shortest amount of time, but he was the one who had experienced the most. Su Yan still clearly remembered that when he first came to the monster palace, he only wanted to use the monster palace as his refuge. Who would have thought that in just a few months, his heart would be tied to the monster palace? Looking at the bustling monster palace, Su Yan's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a bright light. He clenched his fists and said, "Palace Master Chu, don't worry. When I return again, it will be the day I take back the monster palace." Although Su Yan's words were a bit like a promise to the soul of the Princess of Chu, it was also a promise to himself. "Monster Palace, I will return." Su Yan raised his head and roared in a low voice. Then, he flew directly into the teleportation portal. Makaryu Ice, Dong Qinghao, and Ratli glanced at the monster palace. The same light of determination appeared in their eyes. At the same time, they secretly clenched their fists, as if they had made some kind of decision. Then, they followed Su Yan and stepped into the teleportation portal. The hidden demon area, although it was a place where all the major forces in the 5 counties gathered. However, everyone knew that the real force in charge of the hidden demon area was the monster palace. Therefore, there was naturally a teleportation portal between the monster palace and the hidden demon area. Otherwise, it would have taken at least 10 days to half a month to travel from the monster palace to the hidden demon area. Now, there was a teleportation portal. In just an instant, the 4 of them had already appeared above the hidden demon area. Every day, the hidden demon area welcomed all kinds of major forces, all kinds of businessmen, and warriors of all levels. The appearance of the 4 of them did not bring any abnormalities to the hidden demon area because they all hid their strength. Su Yan, where are we going now? Dong Qinghao looked at the people coming and going in the hidden demon area and asked Su Yan aloud. Although his strength was stronger than Su Yan, he still treated Su Yan as the center. Su Yan did not have any taboos about this. When he heard Dong Qinghao's words, he looked at the still bustling monster palace and sighed. Although Su Yan had not left the hidden demon area for long. However, when he came to this place again, things had already changed. Everything had already changed. Thinking about it, Su Yan felt that it was a little funny. The first time he came to the hidden demon area, he wanted to find an opportunity to enter the monster palace. But when he came here, he was forced to come here to reclaim the monster palace. The changes before and after were too great. If he told others, no one would believe him. Su Yan wanted to recite a poem at this moment to express the feelings in his heart. However, he was not a refined person after all. In addition, he did not know what dangers he would face this time. How could he be so leisurely and elegant to recite poems? Murong Fu asked the 4 of us to come here this time to host the auction, but we can't rule out the possibility that he will make the first move. Let's not go back to our sex station here first. Let's find an inn to stay first. Su Yan thought about Dong Qinghao's words and hesitated for a moment before speaking. When the 3 of them heard Su Yan's words, they all nodded in agreement. The 4 of them were not people who were afraid of death. However, the most important thing about this matter was that they did not know where the hidden danger was. Murong Fu asked them to host the Monster Palace auction in the hidden demon area. This was a lucrative job. Normally, many disciples would dream of hosting this auction. After all, they would be able to gain a lot of benefits just by coming here once. Now that Murong Fu asked them to come, naturally, it was not a good thing. The 3 of them felt that Su Yan's words made sense, so they did not say much. Under Su Yan's lead, they went to the inn that Su Yan first came to. Looking at this familiar place, Su Yan thought of the first time he came here, penniless, and suddenly felt a little funny. Of course, these were things of the past after all. Su Yan did not say anything to Dong Qinghao and the others. The 4 of them asked for a suite. It was reasonable to say that the 4 of them were all big men. It was awkward to ask for a suite and live in the same room. However, the 4 of them lived together for safety reasons. After all, no one knew when danger would happen. The 4 of them lived together and looked after each other. However, the suite was well designed. Not only did it have a living room, but it also had a separate room. This reduced the awkwardness between the 4 big men. The 4 of them were not in a hurry to go out. Instead, they sat together in the living room. This time, what do you think Murong Fu will do to us? Ratli was the first to ask. I think Murong Fu will probably set some traps at the auction and then deal with us. Makaryu Ice was the first to speak his thoughts. Dong Qinghao was not slow. He smiled slightly and said, I don't think so. Murong Fu must have other means to deal with us. This auction is probably just a cover to let us lower our guard and then kill us when we are not paying attention. My opinion is almost the same as senior brother Dong Cheng's. When Su Yan heard Dong Qinghao's words, he nodded and said, "This Murong Fu is actually in the Monster Palace. The reason why he can't deal with us is that he is afraid that Luo Yaofeng and Zhu Tian Monster King will know the secret of Palace Master Chu's death." Luo Yaofeng and Zhu Tian Monster King did not dare to act rashly when they did not know that Princess Chu had died. They did not dare to leave the Monster Palace. So, in this hidden demon region, it is very easy for Murong Fu to deal with us. When the three of them heard Su Yan's words, they could not help but be startled. Macario Ice looked at Su Yan with a strange expression. "Su Yan, you mean that Murong Fu will probably come to deal with us personally? We can't rule out this possibility." Su Yan said with a gloomy expression, "After all, we all know Murong Fu's methods. So, before we know what Murong Fu is up to, we better be careful." "Yes." When the three of them heard Su Yan's words, they all nodded. Su Yan looked at the worried faces of the three and said with a smile, "Well, senior brothers, don't worry. As the saying goes, if it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, it can't be avoided. What will come will come. Let's not worry anymore. If we start to worry now, I'm afraid we will really fall into Murong Fu's trap. So, we should be happy. Anyway, the auction hasn't started yet. Why don't we take advantage of this opportunity to walk around the hidden demon region?" Su Yan suggested. "Yes, what's there to be afraid of? Let's go out and play." Dong Qinghao suddenly slammed the table and stood up. His cynical smile returned to his face. "No matter what, Murong Fu is only a rank 7 Spirit Sea Realm. If he really comes, we don't have to be afraid of him." "Yes." Macario Ice and Ratley both nodded. The few of them were bored by this oppressive atmosphere. They immediately nodded and went out for a stroll. Although the four of them said so, for safety's sake, the four of them still walked together. Passing through the bustling streets of the hidden demon region, the oppressive atmosphere in the four of them lessened a lot. Along the way, they talked and laughed. "Oh right, this hidden demon region is the biggest black market in the 5 counties. It's said that you can buy anything here. This time, do you guys want to buy anything?" Dong Qinghao looked at the many stalls on the side and asked the three of them. "I don't have anything to buy. After all, I've been to the hidden demon region before. Moreover, the best things in the hidden demon region are all at the Monster Palace auction. If we really want to buy something, then we can just wait for the day of the auction to sell it." Macario Ice added. After all, among the four of them, only Macario Ice had hosted an auction before. Naturally, the three of them were more familiar with the details of the auction. Ratley also nodded. "Even if I have the money, I'll wait until the auction to sell it. I don't care now." "Su Yan, what about you?" Dong Qinghao heard their conversation and turned to look at Su Yan. When Su Yan heard Dong Qinghao ask him, his eyes turned slightly. He smiled bitterly and said, "I really don't have anything to buy. If there's anything I want to buy, then I'm more concerned about where to go to earn more spiritual stones. Hee, I want to do that too." Spiritual stones were hard currency. In addition, they could be used for cultivation. Naturally, it was everyone's favorite item. When Dong Qinghao heard Su Yan's words, his eyes narrowed into slits. When Macario Ice heard the two of them, he immediately said, "Hey, speaking of earning spiritual stones, I know a good place to go." "Where?" When the three of them heard Macario Ice's words, their eyes shone with excitement. They looked at Macario Ice. Chapter 304. "Let's go, follow me." Mu Lubing looked at the flickering light in the eyes of the three people. He smiled and kept them in suspense. He didn't immediately tell them where this place was. Instead, he led the way forward. Su Yan, Dong Qinghao, and Ratley looked at each other and couldn't help but smile. They followed Macario Ice. Although the hidden devil region gathered the disciples of various sects from the south and north. However, in the Hidden Devil region, the strength of the warriors were mostly in the Saint Bloodline realm and the Sky realm. Su Yan and the others walked together. It could definitely be said that they were a powerful group in the Hidden Devil region. However, the four of them deliberately hid their strength, so they didn't attract too much attention along the way. Soon, the three of them arrived in front of a barren mountain. Is this the place? Su Yan looked at the barren mountain and asked in surprise. He originally thought that the place Makaryu Ice mentioned to earn spirit stones would be the same as the place where he earned spirit stones for the first time. They would earn spirit stones through the missions under the Hengduan mountain range. After all, with the strength of the four of them, if they wanted to accept missions to earn spirit stones, it would be easy. However, Su Yan never thought that Makaryu Ice would bring them to this barren mountain. How can there be spirit stones in such a desolate place? Dong Qinghao looked at the empty space in front of him and frowned. Obviously, he didn't believe that there would be spirit stones in such a desolate place. Senior brother Mu, are you bluffing? Not only the two of them, Ratli also doubted. Facing the doubts of the three of them, Makaryu Ice smiled. The so-called flowers in the mirror, the moon in the water, the myriad of things in the world, nothing is too strange. Don't be fooled by the scene in front of you. Do you know what this place is called in the Hidden Devil region? What is it called? The three of them asked in unison. Obviously, they didn't believe that such a place would have any elegant and magical name. Come with me. Mu Lubing looked at the expressions of the three men. She knew that if they only listened to her one-sided story, they wouldn't believe her. So, she simply didn't say anything. Her figure flashed, and she rushed up the mountain. The three of them exchanged glances. Although they had doubts in their hearts, seeing Makaryu Ice's confidence, the three of them did not hesitate and followed Makaryu Ice's footsteps up the mountain. In fact, it was more accurate to call it a mountain, but it was just a small slope. After all, if this low mountain was compared to the Hengduan mountain range, it would not be an exaggeration to call it a plain. The four of them walked together for a while. Makaryu Ice suddenly stopped. His eyes turned and the smile on his face disappeared, replaced by a serious look. Everyone, be careful. Once we enter this area, a spirit mine will appear. At that time, I'm afraid there will be people fighting for it. There is no lack of experts here, so we must be careful. The friendship between the four of them had long established mutual trust. When they saw Mu Liubing's solemn expression, Su Yan and the other two knew that Mu Liubing was not trying to frighten them. Their eyes darkened and they no longer had the teasing smile from before. Instead, their eyes flickered as they scanned their surroundings. However, there was nothing on this barren mountain. Not even a demon beast or a bird could be seen. Seeing this, the serious look on Rat Li's face disappeared. He looked at Makaryu Ice and said jokingly, Senior brother Mu, you are not lying to us, right? Bang! Before Makaryu Ice could answer, a loud sound suddenly exploded in front of them. The four of them were startled. Su Yan's eyes shrank. He hurriedly looked in the direction of the sound. Looking at the flash of light in the void, his brows suddenly wrinkled. This is, Dong Qinghao and Rat Li's expressions were not much different from Su Yan's. Their faces were full of fear. Only Makaryu Ice seemed to have been prepared. He was not too flustered. Looking at the three of them, he smiled slightly and said, now you know that what I said is true. Seeing the three of them nod, Makaryu Ice saw that the movement in front of them was far from him. He began to explain the barren mountain to the three of them. It turned out that this barren mountain did have a great background. It was called Spirit Stone Mountain. There were many spirit mines buried here. Spirit mines. Hearing Makaryu Ice say that there was a spirit mine here, the three of them suddenly had a flash of light on their brows. They were not unfamiliar with spirit mines. It was a place that produced spirit stones. All the spirit stones were collected from spirit mines. Almost every big sect occupied a spirit mine. Of course, Monster Palace was an exception. After all, Monster Palace was located on the reefs of the East Sea. There were no spirit mines in Monster Palace. This also led to all the income of Monster Palace to be obtained from the hidden demon area. Therefore, it could be said that Monster Palace was a relatively poor existence among the major forces. Perhaps some people would say that Monster Palace was such a powerful existence. Why didn't they go to other sects to snatch it? In fact, it was not that Monster Palace's successive sect masters had not considered these things. It was just that all the disciples of Monster Palace were of the Supreme Monster bloodline. The Supreme Monster bloodline was just a nicer way of saying it. In fact, the real bloodline was the bloodline of monsters. Since ancient times, monsters and humans could not coexist. Everyone discriminated against the Supreme Monster bloodline. Therefore, even if Monster Palace was powerful enough now, they were afraid of angering the public. Therefore, they had always kept a low profile on the East Sea. In fact, this was also the goal that the previous palace masters of the Supreme Demon Palace had been striving for. They all hoped that one day, the Supreme Demon Palace and the Supreme Demon Tribe would truly stand at the top of this world and not be discriminated against by others. Senior Brother Mu, you're saying that there really is a spirit mine here? Su Yan looked at Makaryu Ice in surprise. He still could not believe that there was a spirit mine in this place. After all, it was really hard to believe that there was a spirit mine in this godforsaken place. It was not only Su Yan. Dong Qinghao and Ratli also could not believe it. Makaryu Ice looked at the three people who were doubting him and smiled. The three of you don't understand. When you go deeper into this place, you will not see this mountain in this way. This mountain not only has a spirit mine, but also many rare treasures, Makaryu Ice said. The moment he looked into the distance, a ray of light burst out of his eyes. Treasures. Su Yan and the other two did not believe that there was a spirit mine in this place. How could they believe that there were treasures here? Makaryu Ice knew that no matter what he said, the three of them would be doubtful. After all, this place was barren. It was really hard to believe. Only when they saw it for themselves would they understand the mystery of this mountain. Just like Makaryu Ice when he first came here, he also could not believe it. Only when he saw it with his own eyes did he truly understand why a mountain could not be judged by its appearance, and the sea could not be measured with a pint pot. Makaryu Ice narrowed his eyes. Seeing that the front had become quiet, he turned back and said to the three people, "Let's go. Let's go forward." Okay. The three of them nodded. Without waiting for Makaryu Ice to go first, they gathered their chi and flew forward. They just wanted to see if there was any mystery in this barren mountain. Seeing this, Makaryu Ice smiled slightly. Then, he gathered his chi and followed them. In order to find the treasures and spirit mine that Makaryu Ice had mentioned as soon as possible, Dong Qinghao took the lead. The four people began to move forward at a very fast speed. Unfortunately, half an hour passed. The three people did not see the spirit mine that Makaryu Ice had mentioned, let alone any treasures. Brother Mu, it's been so long, but we haven't even seen a single spirit stone, let alone a spirit mine. Ratli could not help but turn back and ask Makaryu Ice. When Makaryu Ice heard Ratli's words, he could not help but smile and said, "Do you really think that this entire mountain is a spirit mine? You know, this is the territory of the Hidden Devil region. Every day, many people search here, but they may not find it. We have only been searching for a short time. How can we find a spirit mine so easily?" Although Su Yan also had some doubts about this place, he also felt that Makaryu Ice's words were reasonable. He looked into the distance and said, "Let's look again. After all, we haven't been searching for a long time." Hearing Su Yan's words, Ratli did not say anything. They continued to look for spirit mines in this mountain of spirit stones. When they were outside, they did not meet many people. But, as they went deeper, they met more and more warriors on the road. These were the warriors of various big forces and big sects who had come to the Hidden Devil region. Seeing people appear, the few people who were originally dispirited suddenly became spirited. "Senior Brother Mu, so many people are searching here. Could there really be a spirit mine here?" Ratley looked at the increasing number of people and said with a faint smile. What do you mean by really? There are spirit mines here. Macario Ice said in a bad mood. Then, he looked around and saw more and more people appear. He said helplessly, I didn't expect that in this short period of time, so many spirit mines would have been taken away. Hearing Macario Ice's words, the three people frowned and looked at Macario Ice. They did not understand the meaning of Macario Ice's words. Now that Macario Ice knew, the three people no longer doubted that this mountain had a spirit mine. So, he did not keep them in suspense. He pointed to a place in front and said, Look, there used to be a spirit mine there. But, it has already been collected by someone. Has it been collected by someone? Su Yan heard Macario Ice's words and frowned slightly. He looked into the distance and asked, Senior Brother Mu, is there no one here to take care of it? Or is there a big force that has taken care of this place? After all, this kind of thing was the most common thing in this world where the strong were respected. Only the strong were qualified to receive such a gift from nature. Who dares to occupy it? Macario Ice heard Su Yan's words and shook his head. It's not that no one has occupied it. It's just that this place is a little strange. During the day, there are countless people here. But, at night, this place is haunted. Haunted. Chapter 305. Ridiculous. When Macario Ice heard the words of the three, his expression suddenly changed and became gloomy. With a serious face, he said, Don't speak nonsense. There have been many hauntings in this place. It is said that even disciples of the origin boundary might not be able to leave this place. Looking at Macario Ice's serious expression, the three knew that he was not joking. They also stopped smiling and asked Macario Ice, Senior Brother Mu, what is going on? Macario Ice looked around cautiously. Seeing that there was no one around, he explained to the three, This spirit stone mountain, you saw it just now. It is desolate and bleak, and even a little gloomy. When the three heard Macario Ice's words, they remembered that there was not a trace of human habitation in the spirit stone mountain. Adding that there was no one around, it was indeed desolate and bleak. Now that they thought about it, if a person came here alone, they would feel a little gloomy. They could not help but nod. When Macario Ice saw the three nodding, he asked again, Think about it, if there were no spirit stones in this spirit stone mountain, if there was nothing strange about it, would no one have set their eyes on this place? Hearing Macario Ice's words, the three could not help but be startled. Indeed, spirit stones had always been a scarce existence. Every time a spirit stone mountain appeared, it would attract the attention of all the major forces. If there were many spirit stones in this spirit stone mountain, then it would have attracted the attention of all the major forces. How could it become so desolate and bleak? There was only one explanation for this, there must be some mysterious existence here. When Macario Ice saw the expressions of the three, he knew that they had thought of the key point of the matter. After a slight pause, he continued, The reason why no one wants to fight here is because of the hauntings. I once heard an old man mention this spirit stone mountain. There was once a origin boundary cultivator who wanted to occupy this spirit stone mountain and start a new sect. Unfortunately, he only entered for one night before disappearing. Not only that, but there are also many cultivators who are eager to give it a try. The same goes for the various great powers. They all want to occupy this spirit stone mountain. Unfortunately, when night falls, those people mysteriously disappear. It is said that the number of warriors who have died in this spirit stone mountain is more than the number of people in the entire monster palace. This is also why I said that there are not only spirit stones here, but also treasures. Those treasures were left behind by the people who died here. When the three of them heard what Macario Ice said, they were all stunned. They never thought that this seemingly ordinary spirit stone mountain would actually have such a long history. Macario Ice looked at the expressions of the three and smiled slightly before continuing, It is precisely because of this that there is an unwritten rule on this spirit stone mountain. That is, no matter who it is, or where they come from, they cannot monopolize the spirit stone mountain. As long as we occupy the Spirit Stone Mountain, we will definitely be killed. Makaryu Ice said seriously. His face was solemn, and it was obvious that he believed this without a doubt. Dong Qinghao and Ratli could not help but look at this mountain. They never thought that there would be so many things that happened here. Only Su Yan did not believe it, but he did not say it out loud. After all, Su Yan had not seen the whole thing with his own eyes. Although he did not believe it, it did not mean that the mystery did not exist. Moreover, Su Yan was most concerned about the Spirit Stone Mountain. Therefore, he did not continue to discuss this matter with Makaryu Ice. Instead, he asked Makaryu Ice, "Senior brother Mu, what do we have to do to find the Spirit Stone Mountain?" Luck. Although there are many spirit stones on this Spirit Stone Mountain, the spirit stones here are intricate. Some spirit stones even disappear after they appear. Makaryu Ice narrowed his eyes and said, "They disappear after they appear." When the three of them heard Makaryu Ice's words, they were surprised. After all, the Spirit Stone Mountain was a physical existence. They simply could not accept that the Spirit Stone Mountain would disappear into thin air after it appeared. Makaryu Ice knew that the three of them did not believe him. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. "The three of you don't have to look at me like that. Actually, I don't know what is going on. After all, I only heard about it from an old man. I have never seen it myself." Oh. The three of them originally thought that Makaryu Ice would lead them to the Spirit Stone Mountain. Now that they heard that Makaryu Ice was not clear about it, they could not help but feel disappointed. After all, the four of them came here to find the Spirit Stone Mountain. When they heard Makaryu Ice say that there was a Spirit Stone Mountain, they were happy. But now, they were happy for nothing. As the saying goes, the road to happiness is strewn with setbacks. Although there are many spirit stones on this Spirit Stone Mountain, spirit stones are rare after all. If we don't find it today, we can only blame the four of us for not having such good luck. Makaryu Ice said helplessly when he saw the disappointed look on the three's faces. After all, it was Makaryu Ice who suggested that they come here to find the spirit stones. If they did not find the last spirit stone, Makaryu Ice would feel guilty. Su Yan looked at Makaryu Ice. How could he not guess what he was thinking? He smiled and said, "Senior brother Mu, spirit stones are precious. How can it be so easy to find them? So, you don't have to blame yourself. Besides, we don't have anything to do in the Hidden Devil region today. We came here to look for some opportunities. It would be best if we can find them. If we can't, then forget it. Just treat it as us coming here to broaden our horizons." When they heard Su Yan's words, Dong Qinghao and Ratli also expressed their views. In fact, their words were roughly the same as Su Yan's. They wanted Makaryu Ice not to be discouraged because they could not find the spirit stones. Makaryu Ice nodded. His mood had obviously improved a lot. However, the four of them were not in a hurry to find the Spirit Stone Mountain. After all, they had seen many people return in disappointment along the way. Obviously, they had not found the Spirit Stone Mountain. So many people had not found it. Su Yan was not conceited enough to think that the few of them would definitely find it. Therefore, they did not deliberately look for the Spirit Stone Mountain. Instead, they looked for the Spirit Stone Mountain as if they were having fun. Dong Qinghao relaxed his mood and said with a teasing smile, "Hey, if we don't deliberately look for the Spirit Stone Mountain now, will the Spirit Stone Mountain suddenly appear in front of us?" "You're dreaming." Makaryu Ice looked at Dong Qinghao's playful appearance and scolded him with a smile. In the end, it was also because of this that the few of them did not find the Spirit Stone Mountain. They also did not find the treasure that Makaryu Ice had mentioned. Not only them, but all the cultivators who came here also did not find the Spirit Stone Mountain. When the sun was about to set, everyone rushed down the mountain. When Makaryu Ice saw that everyone was about to leave, he hurriedly pulled the three people who still wanted to go forward and said, "It's going to be sunset soon. Let's quickly leave this place." The three people originally wanted to look for the Spirit Stone Mountain. However, when they remembered what Macario Ice had said, they finally followed him and left. Looking at the Spirit Stone Mountain, there was a trace of reluctance in their eyes. The four of them returned to the place where they stayed. Because the four of them gathered together and drank some wine, and because they remembered that the matter of Murong Fu targeting them had not been investigated yet. The four of them did not participate in the unique nightlife of the hidden demon area. Instead, they returned to their rooms to rest. Su Yan was lying on the bed. He was not in a hurry to cultivate. The spiritual qi here was thinner than in the spirit palace. In addition, there were no spirit stones. Even if he cultivated, he was afraid that he would not make much progress in one night. Therefore, Su Yan simply did not cultivate. Instead, he stared blankly at the ceiling and thought about all the things that had happened during this period. Although he said that he was thinking about all the things that had happened during this period of time, because he was in the hidden demon area, he thought most of the things that had happened in the hidden demon area. Thinking of the hidden demon area, Su Yan naturally thought of Buttface. I wonder how this guy is doing now. Has his strength improved? Su Yan muttered to himself and smiled. Let's see. Tomorrow, there will be some time to look for him. If possible, when the time comes, I will bring him back to the Monster Palace. That will be one more helper. Since the trip to the Blood Demon Cave, Su Yan deeply understood the importance of a friend. After all, a person's ability was limited. Su Yan thought that it had been a long time since he had a good rest. He wanted to take advantage of tonight to have a good sleep. It was a pity that he had been cultivating all this time. Even if he really wanted to sleep now, how could he sleep? He tossed and turned on the bed, and the image of spirit stones kept surging into his mind. After all, what Su Yan lacked the most now was spirit stones. Spirit stones, where exactly am I going to find spirit stones? Su Yan said with a wry smile. Suddenly, the scene of the Spirit Stone Mountain today appeared in his mind. If I can find a spirit stone mine that allows me to cultivate, then breaking through to the 9 stars celestial phase stage is just around the corner. Su Yan thought, and a bright light emitted from his eyes. His heart was filled with desire for spirit stones. This desire continued to surge, and Su Yan was simply unable to calm down. No, I have to go to the Spirit Stone Mountain. Su Yan thought, and suddenly jumped up from the bed. Without saying anything, he opened the door and left the tavern, running in the direction of the Spirit Stone Mountain. The Spirit Stone Mountain was located at the very edge of the Hidden Devil region. This place was originally desolate and uninhabited. Coming here during the day, it was somewhat gloomy. At night, the cold wind whistled, causing the Spirit Stone Mountain to be shrouded in a deep and serene smell. When Su Yan arrived here, he didn't think too much. Now that he saw that there was no one around, he couldn't help but think of what Macario Ice said during the day that the Spirit Stone Mountain was haunted. Thinking about it, Su Yan couldn't help but frown. Regarding the matter of ghosts, Su Yan naturally didn't believe it. Su Yan was now worried about whether or not there would be any strange things on the Spirit Stone Mountain. After all, this was the Great Thousand World, and there were all kinds of strange things. Haunted. When Su Yan thought of the haunted matter, he became more interested. The corner of his mouth slightly raised, and he said, if there were no ghosts here, I would be a little worried. Now, I want to see what is on the Spirit Stone Mountain. Chapter 306. The Spiritual Stone Mountain had always been barren. Tonight, the sky was filled with dark clouds, as if it would rain at any time. A dark fog shrouded the entire Spiritual Stone Mountain, making the already gloomy Spiritual Stone Mountain even more terrifying. A cold wind blew, shaking the grass and trees on the mountain. Under the faint moonlight, it was even more frightening. Woo! At this moment, a low roar suddenly sounded from the top of the mountain. Su Yan was shocked, and his brows furrowed into a black line. Although Su Yan did not believe that this place was haunted, he was certain that there was something fishy about this Spirit Stone Mountain. Otherwise, the spirit or mine on the Spirit Stone Mountain would have attracted countless martialists to fight over it. It would not be that no one cared about it until now. A woo. A woo. At this moment, that roar sounded from the top of the mountain again. This roar was sometimes sharp and sometimes low, like a ghost's howl. Could it be that the mountain is really haunted? Hearing this roar, Su Yan could not help but feel a little suspicious. After all, Su Yan was alone in the spiritual stone mountain. In the middle of the night, with the cold wind blowing, it was really a little scary. Xiao! At this moment, a black shadow suddenly flashed in front of Su Yan. Who is it? Su Yan's blood dragon pupil suddenly shrank, and he shouted in a low voice. Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! As Su Yan roared, a high-pitched laughter suddenly sounded in front of him. Then, a black shadow continuously flashed in front of Su Yan. Su Yan's eyes flashed, and his expression became increasingly cold. Looking at the flashing black shadow, he gripped the ghost howl's sword in his hand, and did not have the slightest intention of retreating. In fact, when Makaryu Ice asked him to leave the mountain today, Su Yan was somewhat unwilling. After all, the spiritual stone mine was too tempting for Su Yan at this moment. Furthermore, Su Yan did not believe in ghosts at all. Even if this mountain is really haunted today, I still want to find out. Su Yan looked at the constantly flashing black shadow in front of him. His eyes flashed, and the cultivation method in his body suddenly surged up. A burst of bright light burst out from his body, and a frosty color shrouded Su Yan's body. At the same time, Su Yan spun the ghost howl sword in his hand. Whoosh whoosh. Instantly, a series of shrill ghost howls erupted. The ghost howl sword was called the ghost howl sword because of its special characteristics. When it was activated, it would emit bursts of ghostly howls. The moment Su Yan spun the ghost howl sword, a ghostly howl erupted from the ghost howl sword. Following that, a black gas burst out from it. Whoosh! Right at this moment, the black figure flashed again. Today, I'll see if you're a real ghost or not. Su Yan's pupils constricted abruptly as he sneered. Swish! He gripped the ghost howl sword in his hand, and his figure was like a bolt of lightning as he stepped on the sword dragon and charged straight up. His speed was as fast as a ghost. Bang! With a loud bang, Su Yan suddenly hit the constantly flashing black figure. Ah! The black figure let out a low cry and immediately disappeared, leaving nothing behind. Su Yan looked at the scene in front of him and frowned. Could it be that this place is really haunted? However, the moment this thought appeared, it was quickly rejected by Su Yan. The corner of his mouth curled into a sneer. It doesn't matter if you're really haunted or not. I'm going to break into this spirit stone mountain of yours. Humph, Su Yan said in a low voice to boost his courage. Although he did not believe in ghosts, Su Yan would definitely be lying if he said that he was not afraid of such a strange phenomenon. However, the fear in his heart was insignificant compared to Su Yan's knowledge of the Spirit Stone Mountain Spirit Stone Mine and the secrets that existed within it. Su Yan followed in as he slowly circulated his cultivation method. He did not dare to be careless as he cautiously observed his surroundings and walked forward step by step. As the saying goes, curiosity killed the cat. The reason Su Yan came to the Spirit Stone Mountain today was not only for the Spirit Stone Mine, but also because of his curiosity. He was curious about ghosts and wanted to explore the secrets of this Spirit Stone Mountain. He wanted to unravel the truth of the haunted place. Of course, other than his curiosity, the most important thing was that the Spirit Stone Mine caused the death of the Spirit Stone Mine. Su Yan was on guard against the dangers that could appear at any time as he constantly searched for traces of the Spirit Stone Mine. Unfortunately, along the way, other than the strange phenomenon that appeared just now, the entire mountain returned to its calm state and there was no sound coming out. However, even so, Su Yan could still feel the gloomy presence here and did not dare to relax in the slightest. Rumble! At this moment, a bolt of lightning suddenly fell from the sky accompanied by a loud bang. Suddenly, a torrential downpour followed, causing the oppressive atmosphere to become even more oppressive. The heavy rain fell on Su Yan's mystical ice-cold shield and was blocked by it. However, it did not cause any inconvenience to Su Yan. Looking at the blurring area in front of him, Su Yan could not help but frown. This heavy rain did not come earlier or later, but it did not come at this moment. Although the heavy rain would not soak Su Yan's clothes, it would bring some obstruction to Su Yan's senses and weaken his inspection of the surroundings. Other than the strange phenomenon just now, this place is peaceful. Su Yan leaped and walked deeper into the forest. However, that strange phenomenon didn't appear again. Apart from the fact that there wasn't any strange phenomenon, Su Yan also did not find the spirit stone mine. Am I still going to return empty-handed? Su Yan had unknowingly arrived at the place where he had been during the day. However, there was not the slightest harvest. This made Su Yan somewhat unwilling. His eyes turned and wanted to continue to walk forward. Bang! At this moment, a loud bang sounded. Suddenly, a huge burst of energy erupted. The bloody light shot straight up into the sky, emitting a burst of bright light, illuminating the entire Spirit Stone Mountain as if it was daytime. Su Yan was shocked. When he saw the scene in front of him, his whole face twisted together. His mouth was wide open and he was shocked beyond words. The moment the light flickered, even the heavy rain that was falling from the sky seemed to be about to stop, as it kept sliding outwards. This heavy rain did not stop, but was forced to change direction by a huge force. Su Yan quickly thought of the result of this strange phenomenon. In fact, this phenomenon was not difficult to explain. Just like the mysterious ice-cold shield on Su Yan's body, it could also block the rain and prevent it from falling on his body. However, it was because of this that Su Yan was shocked. What kind of force could block so much rain? Su Yan was shocked in his heart. Suddenly, he thought of something and shouted, "Not good." The cultivation method in his body was quickly activated and his body swept back. Unfortunately, it was still too late. Bang! A massive explosion sounded out as the rain that had been blocked condensed together, turning into a pillar of water that shot towards Su Yan. It was so fast that Su Yan was unable to dodge in time, and he was hit by it. His body was sent flying back hundreds of meters. Although he was not injured, his body rolled in the grass and trees, looking a little embarrassed. At this moment, Su Yan did not care about this. His eyes turned and he muttered to himself, "What is going on? How can there be such a powerful force? If it was someone else, they would have already run down the mountain." However, Su Yan did not. Instead, he held his breath and moved forward again. However, Su Yan did not dare to be careless. He moved slowly, afraid that he would make some noise and alert the force just now. At this moment, suddenly, a horse's neigh was heard. Rumble! The moment this sound fell, the spiritual stone mountain suddenly shook violently as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. Su Yan felt the strong earthquake and frowned. There was a trace of retreat in his heart, but he was also a little unwilling. He bent down and took a step forward. Looking at the scene in front of him, Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank. Thousands of horses were galloping, constantly neighing, and constantly attacking the spiritual stone mountain. There were many warriors on the backs of the horses, holding various weapons in their hands, and countless blood burst out. In a short while, the ground was covered with corpses, and blood flowed like a river. It was not enough to describe this scene as tragic. What the hell is going on? Su Yan was shocked and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Even with his experience, he had never encountered such a fierce battle. Is this really a haunted house? Su Yan thought about what Makaru I said during the day, and suddenly frowned. His heart was also a little shaken, especially when he saw the powerful explosion of energy. Su Yan also felt a sense of retreat in his heart. After all, he had experienced death once. Su Yan knew that the most important thing was to stay alive. He did not want to lose his life here because of the spiritual stone and his curiosity. "Boy, after seeing the game between the two of us, do you still think you have a chance to escape?" Just as Su Yan was about to retreat, a voice filled with vicissitudes of life suddenly rang out. "Who is it?" Su Yan was shocked. He shouted in a stern voice to hide the fear in his heart. "Ha ha ha, ha ha ha!" After Su Yan's shout, another laughter was heard. This voice suddenly came from the left, and then from the right, as if it surrounded the entire spiritual stone mountain. Who the hell is it? Su Yan heard the laughter, and felt like he was being played. Anger surged in his chest, and he coldly shouted, "Who the hell is it? Why don't you dare to come out? Why are you pretending to be a ghost here?" Pretending to be a ghost. Hearing Su Yan's words, the voice was obviously a little sarcastic. He sneered, and then as if he was asking someone, said, "Medicine King, do you think we are ghosts now?" Ghosts. The one called Medicine King laughed and said, "We have been dead for thousands of years. Naturally, we are ghosts. Are we still human?" Ghosts, ha ha ha, yes, we are ghosts. Chapter 307. When Su Yan heard that these people were ignoring him, his face became more and more gloomy. At the same time, a burst of anger surged. Under this anger, the fear from before was suppressed. Because Su Yan knew that since he had come to this point, it was impossible for him to retreat even if he wanted to. He could only fight. 1, 2, 3. Su Yan was angry, but he did not lose his calm. Instead, he listened to the different voices and distinguished how many people were here. 3. Su Yan quickly calculated that there were 3 people hiding around him. 3. Su Yan sneered. The great sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body slowly circulated. The blood dragon pupil also shrank as he cautiously looked around, observing the surrounding movements. Sigh, ninth uncle, how many years have you not dared to come here at night? I didn't expect that a mere sky phase stage cultivator would dare to come here today. The Medicine King sighed slightly, his words were filled with disdain for Su Yan's strength. Ha! The one called Ninth Uncle laughed loudly and said, "Sky phase stage is sky phase stage. It saves the 3 of us from taking action. Don't you think so, Black Devil? And I think it's not bad. It just so happens that we've been playing for thousands of years without a clear victor. Today, such a person just happened to appear. Let him join. Perhaps our game will have an unexpected result." The 3 of them talked and did not put Su Yan in their eyes at all. It was obvious that they did not care about Su Yan's strength at the sky phase stage. Their words were also filled with disdain for Su Yan. However, Su Yan did not care about this. Suppressing the anger in his heart, his expression became more and more cold. He narrowed his eyes slightly and quickly separated 3 different voices. Ninth Uncle, Medicine King, Black Devil. Su Yan secretly said in his heart, the corner of his mouth rising into a cold smile. Then let him join and play now. Ninth Uncle. When the voice rang out again, Su Yan's blood dragon pupil suddenly turned and gripped the ghost howl sword in his hand. His body suddenly moved like a bolt of lightning. With a shout, he attacked in a certain direction. What? The voice that spoke just now suddenly trembled, and it no longer had the disdain from before. Instead, it turned into astonishment. "You? How did you know that I was hiding here? How is that possible? You are only at the celestial phenomenon stage, how can you detect my existence?" Ninth Uncle. Su Yan ignored his words and smiled coldly. The cultivation method in his body suddenly revolved quickly. The ghost howl sword in his hand turned and directly attacked in the direction of Uncle Joe. Wherever the ghost howl sword passed, a thick black fog suddenly burst out. At the same time, a series of ghostly howls erupted. Wail of 10,000 ghosts. Su Yan used his sword technique as soon as he made his move. He was very clear that the strength of these 3 people was probably beyond his imagination, so Su Yan didn't dare to let his guard down at all. As soon as the wail of 10,000 ghosts came out, ghost howls rang out again and again. A huge ghost head ferociously pounced in the direction of Uncle Joe. A mere celestial phenomenon stage cultivator dares to clamor in front of this sovereign. You're courting death. The person called Uncle Joe was obviously angered by Su Yan. With a cold shout, a terrifying force suddenly erupted from the shadow on his body. What a powerful force. Seeing the power of the shadow in front of him, Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank together, and a look of fear appeared in his eyes. At the same time, Su Yan felt the aura of death surging over. Uncle Jiu, isn't it just a celestial phenomenon stage, kid? Why are you so angry? Just as Su Yan felt that he was about to die again, the Medicine King suddenly opened his mouth and said. With a wave of his hand, he dissolved the powerful force. Bang! However, even so, Su Yan's body was still sent flying hundreds of meters away. His body churned, and suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Who the hell are these people? How can they be so powerful? Su Yan was shocked. He patted his storage bag and took out a pill and swallowed it. His eyes were fixed on this side. At this time, 3 more shadows appeared in front of Su Yan. Remnant soul body. When Su Yan saw the shadow, he immediately recognized that it wasn't a person, but the body of a remnant soul. Hey, kid, not bad. You actually know that we're dead. When Black Devil heard Su Yan mention the body of a remnant soul, a sneer appeared on his slightly aged face. The Medicine King looked at Su Yan and laughed, Brat, not bad, you actually dare to attack Uncle Jiu. The person who was called Uncle Jiu looked at Su Yan with a face full of anger and shouted, Brat, a mere celestial phenomenon stage cultivator dares to attack me. You are courting death. You're courting death. Su Yan's body suddenly shrank, and his heart couldn't help but tremble. He knew very well that facing these 3 people, he didn't have the slightest ability to retaliate. Damn it! Su Yan cursed in his heart. Looking at the strand of energy surging from the 3 of them, he knew that he would definitely not be able to escape. He might as well suppress the fear in his heart and stand up. You keep saying that you're in the celestial phenomenon stage, but do you know that I'm only in my early 20s? As Su Yan spoke, his pupils suddenly turned, and a ray of light surged out. He looked at the 3 of them and shouted, All of you are old monsters who have lived for thousands of years, yet you dare to attack a child like me? Don't you think it's ridiculous? What? When the 3 of them heard Su Yan's words, they couldn't help but be startled. Especially when they saw the light surging in Su Yan's eyes, they all felt a wave of astonishment. The Medicine King coldly snorted and shouted at Su Yan, Brat, do you know? Just based on your words, we can kill you. Kill me. When Su Yan heard his words, he suddenly laughed out loud. I know you have the ability to kill me, but don't you feel ashamed? When these words were spoken, the Medicine King's old face couldn't help but turn red. He then nodded and said, Not bad, not bad. Brat, to have such wisdom at such a young age, you are indeed a promising talent. So what if he's a promising talent? When the Black Devil heard the Medicine King's words, he looked at Su Yan and said with disdain, In all these years, we have seen many talents that are much higher than this brat, but we are still not satisfied. Right now, this brat is only in the celestial phenomenon stage. What is there to create? Uncle Jiu also coldly snorted and said, Yes, this brat dares to attack me, I will destroy him now. As he spoke, Uncle Jiu was about to make a move. However, he was stopped by the Medicine King. Hey, Uncle Jiu, why are you always so impulsive? Didn't we agree to let this brat participate in our game and see if he will bring us a surprise? When Uncle Jiu heard the Medicine King's words, his gloomy face immediately surged with a smile. Ha, that's good, it is indeed so. For so many years, no one has come here. If we kill this brat, it would be a pity. The Black Devil also nodded and said, That's right, let this brat join our game. The Medicine King nodded and waved his hand. Suddenly, a powerful force surged towards Su Yan's body. Before Su Yan could react, his entire body suddenly leaped up. In an instant, his body flew hundreds of meters away. When he opened his eyes, he had already arrived at the battlefield where 10,000 horses were galloping. A burst of horse neighs exploded in Su Yan's ears like thunder. Uproar. At this moment, a whistling sound was heard. A warrior riding a tall horse wielded a large saber in his hand and directly swung it at Su Yan. F***ck, when Su Yan saw this, he could not help but curse. As his blood dragon eyes turned, his body suddenly leaped up and narrowly avoided that person's attack. The moment Su Yan dodged, a loud sound was heard. The warrior who attacked Su Yan was directly cut down by another person. Blood spurted out. Su Yan could not dodge in time and was directly sprayed. A fishy smell came out. Su Yan did not have time to feel disgusted. Another person attacked him. The strength of the attack was so great that it slid through the void, creating bursts of whistling sounds. Su Yan did not dare to be negligent. Clenching the ghost howl sword in his hand, he joined the battlefield. Black Devil looked at Su Yan on the battlefield. His eyes narrowed slightly as he asked the Medicine King, this kid is only at the Sky Phase stage. Do you think he can really surprise us? The Medicine King shook his head and smiled. No matter what, we've been fighting for so long. Since it's still early, let's play. As the Medicine King spoke, he looked at the scene on the battlefield and sneered. He suddenly jumped up and laughed. Ninth Uncle, your warriors today seem to be a little weak. Weak? Ninth Uncle sneered when he heard the Medicine King's words. He jumped up and waved his hand. Suddenly, another group of warriors surged out of the battlefield and charged into the crowd. The Medicine King was shocked when he saw this scene. Then, he laughed. Ha, Ninth Uncle, I didn't expect you to have a trick up your sleeve. Not bad, not bad. However, we've been fighting for so long. Do you think I don't have a backup plan? As he spoke, the Medicine King also waved his hand and many more warriors appeared on the battlefield. Black Devil saw that both of them had increased their forces and was not willing to be outdone. He sneered. Hey, both of you have increased your forces. Do you want me, Black Devil, to watch you fight? Black Devil said and waved his hand. Another group of people appeared on the battlefield. Su Yan was trapped in a black mass. What the hell is going on? Su Yan resisted the warriors who swung their swords at him from time to time. At the same time, his mind was racing as he thought about the strange phenomenon in front of him. Unfortunately, no matter how Su Yan thought about it, he could not understand what was going on. Could it really be a ghost? Su Yan frowned, but he quickly dispelled the thought in his heart. Bang, Chapter 308. Su Yan looked at his arm that had been cut open. Anger suddenly surged in his eyes. He shouted coldly. His body suddenly started to circulate rapidly, and a powerful force erupted from his body. Bang! Then he grasped the Ghost Howl sword in his hand, and his body spun like a top. The Ghost Howl sword swept horizontally, and a powerful force burst out. Bang! Bang! A series of loud sounds rang out, and the surrounding warriors were suddenly sent flying by Su Yan. Countless amounts of blood gushed out, and directly covered Su Yan's body. Fresh clothes, angry horse, drinking blood, chopping off heads. Su Yan was now surrounded by all kinds of warriors, and his killing intent was aroused. He shouted angrily, and the blood dragon pupil burst out a burst of bright light. He stood on the sword dragon, and rushed into the battlefield to kill. After a while of fighting, Su Yan understood a little. Although the warriors here were all wearing the same clothes, they were clearly divided into three forces. Three forces, could it be that they belonged to those three old ghosts? Su Yan's eyes abruptly shrunk as he thought of this. Soon after, he saw that these people were still unceasingly rushing over. Ignoring them, he coldly shouted, I don't care what you are up to today, just kill them all. Su Yan's eyes flickered as he lifted the Ghost Howl sword and stood in midair. He was like a grim reaper as he continued to kill the surrounding warriors. This scene lasted for more than half an hour. However, on the battlefield, the number of warriors not only did not decrease, but also increased. These warriors didn't seem to be afraid of death, and constantly rushed over, completely ignoring the Ghost Howl sword in Su Yan's hand. Why can't I kill them all? Su Yan looked at the warriors who were constantly rushing over, and slightly frowned. He just saw that these warriors were not only attacking him, but also killing each other. Su Yan wanted to take advantage of this situation, and directly destroy them. However, it was clear that Su Yan was overthinking things. There was simply no end to these warriors. Moreover, these warriors did not appear to be tired at all. It was as though they did not fear death as they kept piling up. On the contrary, after such a long battle, Su Yan's spiritual power was becoming more and more depleted. He was constantly gasping for breath, and it was obvious that his physical strength had been overdrawn. If this goes on, I'm afraid even if I don't die under these people's knives, I'll die from exhaustion. Su Yan thought about it and immediately realized that this method was not feasible. No, I have to think of a way to deal with this. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll lose my life here today. Su Yan was now thinking about how to get out of here. He had neglected the 3 old ghosts. After all, no matter what, he had to get through this hurdle first. As Su Yan resisted the attacks, his mind raced. Soon, Su Yan found the crux of the problem. Those 3 old fogies are clearly just remnant souls. Although I don't know why they are here, it is clear that they are already dead. A dead person, a dead person. Su Yan muttered to himself. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, those 3 old ghosts are just dead people. Then where did these warriors come from? Could it be that it's just an illusion? As Su Yan thought about it, his entire body suddenly froze. At the same time, he reached out to touch the blood on his body and the wound on his arm. Illusion, illusion. Su Yan's mind slowly calmed down. Suddenly, he pinched his wound. Ah! Suddenly, a huge pain surged up. This caused Su Yan to be extremely surprised. It hurts. Could it be that it's not an illusion? However, if it's not an illusion, then where did these people come from? The more Su Yan thought about it, the tighter his brows became. I didn't expect this brat to be able to hold on for so long at the celestial phenomenon stage. We have underestimated his strength. Black Devil looked at Su Yan and faintly smiled. Just based on this perseverance, I think this brat can be considered a powerhouse in the same realm. When the Medicine King heard his words, he looked at Uncle Gio and said, "Don't forget, this brat just discovered Uncle Gio and even dared to attack him." When Uncle Gio heard the Medicine King's words, his expression became more and more gloomy. He then looked at Su Yan and coldly smiled. "Medicine King, from your tone, it seems that you are quite impressed with this brat." Impressed? The Medicine King narrowed his eyes and looked at Suya on the battlefield. He nodded in satisfaction. There is indeed some appreciation. However, he still doesn't have the qualifications to enter my eyes. Unless he can really break the gambling formation between us. As the King of Medicine spoke, his eyes suddenly narrowed and a ray of light surged out. With a thought, another group of warriors appeared on the battlefield. As soon as the strength of these warriors appeared, their aura immediately suppressed the warriors that had just appeared. Whether it was in terms of aura or strength, they became much stronger. Seeing this, Black Devil coldly smiled. "Medicine King, good plan. Are you trying to take advantage of this opportunity to defeat the 2 of us? Don't even think about it." As soon as his words fell, he also moved his mind. Bang! On the battlefield, another group of warriors appeared on the ground. Uncle Gio wasn't willing to be outdone. He coldly smiled. "Medicine King, if you want to test this person, then I will lend you a hand," Uncle Gio said and coldly shouted. Suddenly, many warriors in black clothes appeared on the battlefield. Each of them was strong and robust. The moment they appeared, the entire battlefield suddenly surged with a thick smell of gunpowder. Bang! As soon as the 3 forces appeared, they immediately twisted and killed each other. Of course, Su Yan wasn't any better off in the midst of the 3 forces. One must know that Su Yan didn't belong to any of the forces. Regardless of which force saw Su Yan, they would fiercely attack him. They didn't give Su Yan any chance to breathe. What the hell is going on? Although Su Yan was very angry, he was even more surprised in his heart. He couldn't understand what was going on in front of him. Just now, he was secretly happy that the number of people was slowly decreasing. In that case, he would have a chance to get out. Who would have thought that so many people would suddenly appear? Moreover, Su Yan could feel that the strength of these people was clearly much stronger than those people from before. Not only in terms of numbers, but also in terms of strength. If the strength of the group of people from before was limited to the Saint Vane realm, then the people who appeared this time were all at the Sky Phase realm. Some even surpassed the Sky Phase realm and reached the Spirit Sea realm. Su Yan's resistance also became more and more powerless. The wounds on his body were also increasing rapidly, and blood was constantly flowing out from all over his body. Looking at the wounds on his body, Su Yan's chest also surged with a raging anger. However, Su Yan's reason told him that he had to remain calm. Calm down, I have to stay calm. Su Yan kept comforting himself in his heart because he was very clear about the current situation. No matter how angry he was, no matter how hard he tried, it was almost impossible to kill his way out of here. I have to find a way, a way. While Su Yan was fending off the continuous attacks of these cultivators, he carefully thought about the scene that was happening in front of him. Although this Spirit Stone Mountain is said to be a barren mountain, no matter what, it is still within the territory of the Hidden Demon region. Moreover, the forces of the Hidden Demon region are all controlled by the Monster Palace. If so many warriors appeared here, the Monster Palace, the Heaven and Earth Organization, and the Black Ghost Cave would definitely know. After all, the number of warriors that appeared here had long surpassed that of any sect. It could even be said that if these forces were to be combined, they would probably be even stronger than the current Monster Palace. Such powerful forces suddenly appeared here, and this was a territory under the jurisdiction of the Monster Palace. It was absolutely impossible for them not to notice. In that case, there is only one explanation. These warriors don't exist at all. Thinking of this, Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank. However, at this moment, a powerful force suddenly surged over. Spirit Sea Realm, Su Yan's body trembled. He was about to resist, but unfortunately, it was already too late. The Spirit Sea Realm warrior's palm flew over, and a majestic force surged out. Bang! Before Su Yan had time to react, Su Yan felt a huge pain all over his body, and his whole body was sent flying with a bang. Su Yan suddenly fell into the crowd. Innumerable martial artists swarmed forward, directly burying Su Yan among them. King of Medicine, it seems that this kid is going to die. I'm afraid we can't determine the winner of this game. Uncle Jiu saw Su Yan being drowned by many warriors, and the corner of his mouth rose into a sneer. Sigh. The old man called King of Medicine saw this scene and couldn't help but sigh. He then looked at Uncle Jiu, who had a proud face, and snorted, Uncle Jiu, if we can't determine the winner of this game, what good will it do you? Do you have a way to get out of here? Ha ha ha. Uncle Jiu heard King of Medicine's words and suddenly laughed. King of Medicine, my Uncle Jiu didn't intend to get out of here. Humph, the Medicine King gave an exasperated snort and was about to say something else. But before he opened his mouth to speak, Black Devil beside him sighed helplessly. Okay, the two of you, stop arguing. He stood between the two of them. Looking at the two of them staring at each other, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. The three of us have been arguing for thousands of years. After being trapped here together for so long, what grievances can't we see through? What's there to argue about? Hearing Black Devil's words, King of Medicine and Uncle Jiu's eyes dimmed. Looking at Su Yan on the battlefield, he smiled bitterly. It's a pity that this person can't break the game between us, otherwise, sigh. Chapter 309. When Uncle Jiu heard the Medicine King's sigh, he no longer had the anger he had when arguing with the Medicine King. Instead, he looked at the cultivators who were constantly fighting on the battlefield and said helplessly, Sigh, the three of us have been competing here for thousands of years, but we can't decide the victor every time. Now that the spirit stones in this spirit mine are getting scarcer and scarcer, how long do you think the three of us can hold on? Sigh, I'm afraid that if we can't solve this situation in another 10 years, the three of us will completely die here. Black Devil looked at the battlefield that was still fighting and smiled bitterly. Back then, in order to attract more people here, we specially opened these spirit mines to attract those people. But so many people came, and no one was able to solve this situation. Instead, they took away a lot of spirit stones during the day. Just thinking about it makes me angry. Uncle Joe said angrily, but his eyes were filled with helplessness. When the Medicine King heard the words of the two, a mocking smile appeared on his face. Sigh, that's right. Just now, I thought that this brat would give me some surprises, but I didn't expect. Medicine King, I think you are old and confused. That brat is only at the celestial phenomenon stage. What hope do you have? Before the Medicine King could finish his words, Uncle Gio said sarcastically. Black Devil couldn't help but smile bitterly. That's right. After so many years, how many people stronger than this brat have come? In the end, didn't they all die here? He's just at the celestial phenomenon stage, what surprises can he give us? The Medicine King wanted to quibble, but when he saw Su Yan's figure disappear, he sighed helplessly. The three of them looked at the battlefield and couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh. After watching for a while, they felt bored and were about to leave. Suddenly, a dragon's roar burst out from the battlefield. When the three of them heard this sound, their bodies couldn't help but tremble. They hurriedly stopped and cast their gazes towards the battlefield. A ray of golden light finally soared into the sky from the battlefield. With a dragon's roar, all the cultivators were pushed away. The Medicine King and the other two looked at the scene in front of them, and their eyes immediately revealed a look of shock. Their mouths opened wider than anything else. What? What is going on? The three of them stared at the scene before them in astonishment. For a moment, they were unable to recover from their shock. And when they saw the place where the golden light was flashing, the King of Medicine's eyes suddenly lit up with excitement as he shouted, "It's him, it's that brat." What? When Uncle Gio and the Black Demon heard Yawang's words, their bodies shook. Then, they looked at the place where the golden light was flashing. It was where Su Yan was just now. Their pupils shrank abruptly. That kid actually didn't die. How is this possible? That brat only has the strength of a mere celestial phenomenon stage cultivator, how could he not die? All three of them were astonished. Bang, at this moment, there was a loud bang. As the golden light flashed, a dragon's roar surged. At the place where Su Yan had landed, a golden dragon leaped up. The dragon soared into the sky, and its bell-like eyes suddenly shrank and burst out with a ray of blood-red light. This dragon was none other than the dragon form that Su Yan had transformed into with the last trace of spiritual energy in his body. Illusion, this must be an illusion. Su Yan raised his head and looked at the cultivators in front of him. With a roar, his body was like a bolt of lightning as he leaped past them. His pair of giant eyes constantly flashed with blood-red light. Illusion, illusion. Su Yan muttered in his heart as he constantly circled around the battlefield. Swish. Swish, under the circling of Su Yan's dragon body, the cultivators on the battlefield disappeared one by one like lightning. What the hell is going on? When the Medicine King and the other two saw this, they couldn't help but be stunned. Looking at the disappearing cultivators, the Medicine King's face suddenly surged with excitement. He said excitedly, I understand. This brat must have found a way to break through our game. He succeeded. As the Medicine King spoke, his body began to tremble in excitement. How is this possible? How could he succeed? How could he? When Uncle Joe saw all of this, his face was filled with astonishment. He simply did not believe that a mere celestial phenomenon stage cultivator would be able to solve this game that had trapped them for thousands of years. When the Black Devil saw the scene in front of him, he also frowned. His eyes were also filled with astonishment. After all, Su Yan's strength was too weak in their eyes. They simply did not believe that a mere celestial phenomenon stage cultivator would be able to break through the formation that had trapped them for thousands of years. When the Black Devil saw all of this and looked at Su Yan's huge body, his brows turned and revealed a gloomy smile. He muttered in his heart, although this formation has been broken now, if I want to get out of here, I must find a suitable body to be reborn. A suitable body. This person has the bloodline of a dragon. He should be able to withstand my soul. As the Black Devil thought, a cold light surged in his eyes again. Then, he ignored the astonished Uncle Gio and the Medicine King. With a move of his body, he quickly turned into a black shadow and flew in the direction of Su Yan. When the Medicine King and Uncle Gio saw this scene, they were stunned at first. Then, they reacted and shouted, "Not good." Following that, the two of them did not dare to be negligent. With a move of their bodies, they hurriedly chased after the Black Devil. At this moment, Su Yan saw that all the cultivators in front of him had disappeared. His body slowly returned to human form. The light on his body also receded and he fell to the ground. Before he could stand up, he felt a powerful force surging towards him. Su Yan was shocked. "Not good, I was so focused on breaking this illusion that I forgot that there were still 3 old fellows here." In a panic, Su Yan jumped up. He only gripped the Ghost Howl sword in his hand, wanting to resist the power that was surging in front of him. However, before Su Yan could use his strength, Su Yan's pupils suddenly dilated as he felt an intense pain in his body. The pain was beyond his imagination, and it came from the depths of his soul. Su Yan's eyes were wide open as he felt an intense pain in his body. This pain was beyond his imagination, and it came from the depths of his soul. The pain of his soul being torn apart caused Su Yan's entire body to tremble. Su Yan wanted to mutter and resist, but he could not muster the slightest bit of strength. His entire body was being exploited by this powerful force. Possession. Su Yan had personally experienced a fierce battle of possession. Naturally, he knew that someone wanted to occupy his body. He wanted to resist, but this force was too strong. Su Yan's soul seemed to be imprisoned and could not resist at all. Black Devil, as expected of the Black Devil. "You have a good plan." The Medicine King looked at the Black Devil and shouted angrily. Uncle Gio was so angry that his face turned red. He pointed at the Black Devil and shouted, "Black Devil, you really haven't changed. For thousands of years, you have been playing the good guy every day. I didn't expect you to be so insidious." Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. Next, Su Yan felt his body loosening up and he fell to the ground. This time, Su Yan was able to see clearly that the 3 old ghosts standing before him were the 3 old ghosts he had seen earlier. And the one who wanted to devour his soul was the Black Devil. The Black Devil saw that the other 2 followed and did not pay attention to Su Yan. Instead, he turned to look at the Medicine King and Uncle Gio. He sneered and said, "Medicine King, Uncle Gio, it is not that I, the Black Devil, am insidious. It is human nature." "Is this human nature?" When Uncle Gio heard Black Devil's words, he sneered and said, "Black Devil, we've been fighting for thousands of years. Every day, we've only been manipulating these cultivators to play games. Today, the game array has been broken. Let me, Uncle Gio, see if you've regressed in these thousands of years. Ha, do you think I am afraid of you?" The Black Devil sneered and suddenly jumped up. Uncle Gio was not slow either. He jumped up and at the same time, a strange force erupted from their bodies and attacked each other. Su Yan was not unfamiliar with this force. It was the force of the soul. When the Medicine King saw the 2 of them fighting, he frowned and looked at Su Yan on the ground. He rolled his eyes and sent a surge of energy towards Su Yan. Su Yan's brows suddenly furrowed. Peng, at this time, 2 forces attacked the Medicine King at the same time. It was the Black Devil and Uncle Gio. "Medicine King, I didn't expect you to be so insidious." "Humph, Medicine King, you still have the face to say that. You are also borrowing this boy's body to be reborn." The Black Devil and Uncle Gio looked at the Medicine King and snorted at the same time. The Medicine King smiled and said, "Do you think I am like the two of you? I just want to use this boy's body to get out of here. Do you think we will believe you?" The Black Devil and Uncle Gio sneered, obviously not believing the Medicine King's words. When Su Yan heard their words, it could be said that he came from the clouds and left in a fog. He did not understand the meaning of their words at all. He did not understand, but the Black Devil, Uncle Gio, and the Medicine King were clear. Today, the game formation that had trapped them for thousands of years was broken. It was equivalent to them being able to leave here and obtain a chance to be reborn. They knew how powerful their souls were, so it was very difficult to find a body that could bear their soul force. Su Yan's body contained the dragon bloodline. It was a powerful soul that could bear their souls. The three of them could borrow Su Yan's body to be reborn. Of course, because there was only one Su Yan, only one of them could borrow Su Yan's body to be reborn. Rebirth, they had been imprisoned here for thousands of years and longed for rebirth all the time. Now, a great opportunity was in front of them. How could they believe that the Medicine King only wanted to use Su Yan's body to leave here? After all, if they just wanted to leave here, they might not be able to find a suitable body for their rebirth even after hundreds of years. Even if they found a body that could bear their soul force, that person would definitely be powerful. It was unknown whether they could succeed in seizing the body. Su Yan, who was in front of them, only had the strength of the celestial phase realm and the dragon bloodline in his body. It was enough to bear their soul force. Chapter 310. Yao Wang, don't pretend to be a saint here. You should know that the reason why the three of us fell here and are trapped in this damn place is because of you, Yao Wang. Uncle Gio pointed at Yao Wang and clenched his fists tightly. Blue veins appeared on his weathered face. Obviously, he was very angry at the thought of them being trapped here for so long. When Yao Wang heard his words, he sneered and said, "The culprit is me. Don't you think it's funny? If it weren't for Uncle Gio's greed and wanting to seize the elixir I refined, the three of us wouldn't be imprisoned here." When Black Devil heard their words, he sneered and said, "Things have come to this. We have been fighting here for thousands of years. There is no need to bring up the past. Let's settle the matter at hand. No matter what happens today, I will take this boy's body." Black Devil snorted and his pupils suddenly contracted. A bright light surged in his eyes and a ruthless look flashed across his face. As he spoke, he leaped up and at the same time, a burst of power erupted and swept directly towards Su Yan. "Black Devil, don't say anything nice here. If it weren't for your appearance thousands of years ago, I would have gotten the divine elixir pill and not be trapped here." When Uncle Gio heard Black Devil's words, he snorted and leaped to attack Black Devil. When Yao Wang saw this, he frowned and glanced at Su Yan. He secretly said, "It seems that we can't escape today's battle. Shameless people will always be shameless people. They usually say nice things, but when they have the chance to get out, they will still turn against each other." As the Medicine King thought about it, he snorted and joined the battle as well. Not only were the three of them fighting, but they also didn't give each other the slightest advantage in their words. The grudges of thousands of years were brought up one by one. And the battle between the three of them. Su Yan breathed a sigh of relief. Su Yan originally wanted to escape, but unfortunately, Su Yan was seriously injured. The last trace of spiritual power in his body was exhausted because of the illusion technique just now. Not to mention, there were three powerhouses staring at him. He couldn't find a chance to escape. Since there was no chance to escape, Su Yan decided not to run. He sat down and began circulating his cultivation technique. As he healed the wounds on his body, he also paid attention to the battle between the three of them. Hearing their words, Su Yan's face was filled with shock and disbelief. Especially when he heard the arrogant words of the three, Su Yan was even more astonished. He thought to himself, the strength of the three has reached such a level. Who exactly has the ability to imprison them here? While Su Yan was shocked, he could not help but think highly of the three of them. After all, If what the three of them said was true, it would not be an exaggeration to say that they were the strongest people in the 5 counties when they were alive. Of course, under the shock, Su Yan also realized the danger he was facing now. After all, the stronger the three of them were when they were alive, the stronger their soul power was. And if the battle between the three of them ended, what awaited him next was death. No, I have to take advantage of the time when they are fighting to recover my strength as soon as possible and then leave here. Su Yan thought to himself and hurriedly circulated the sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body. While healing his wounds, he also recovered the exhausted spiritual power in his body. It was a pity that although this spirit stone mountain was a spirit stone mountain, the spiritual energy was extremely thin. Even though Su Yan absorbed the spiritual energy at an extremely fast speed, at this moment, the recovery of his injuries was like a snail crawling. It was extremely slow. Even so, there was nothing Su Yan could do. He could only choose to continue cultivating. It would be great if a spirit mine could appear now. Su Yan sighed helplessly. At this moment, suddenly, not far in front of Su Yan, a bright light flashed. Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank. Su Yan hurriedly took a step forward and touched the shiny object. His whole body immediately trembled with excitement. Spirit mine, that's right, this is a spirit mine. Su Yan couldn't help but shout out in excitement. After shouting out, Su Yan immediately regretted. He hurriedly turned his head to look at the 3 people who were still fighting in midair. Seeing that they were not paying attention to him, he calmed down and touched the spirit mine. Su Yan also didn't care about anything else. He directly sat down and started to circulate the great sun-colored glazed sword manual in his body and began to cultivate. Although Su Yan didn't know how many spirit stones were in this spirit mine, Su Yan didn't care at all. He just focused on cultivating quickly. With this spirit mine, his cultivation speed was hundreds of times faster than before. The spirit stones in the spirit mine emitted streams of spirit qi, which continuously flowed into Su Yan's body. As the streams of warm current flowed through him, it brought a comfortable feeling. Su Yan couldn't help but let out a soft cry. Of course, there were different sizes of spirit mines. However, the spirit mine that Su Yan was in now was obviously a big one. If it was developed, at least hundreds of millions of spirit stones could be mined. Hundreds of millions of spirit stones, Su Yan couldn't believe how huge this number was. He never thought that he would accidentally stumble into such a huge benefit today. The joy and excitement in his heart couldn't be expressed with words. This feeling of suddenly going from a pauper to a billionaire was simply indescribable. He was excited, and even a little crazy. Of course, even so, Su Yan didn't lose himself because of this. He still knew that being a billionaire meant that he had to successfully survive this calamity. Su Yan didn't forget about the 3 mysterious old men. Looking at the 3 of them still fighting, his eyes flashed, revealing a bright light. Following that, the great sun-colored glazed sword manual in his body started to circulate again. He suppressed all the emotions in his body and only focused on absorbing the spirit qi in the spirit mine, enjoying the comfort brought by the continuous recovery of spirit qi. I wonder how long these 3 old fogies are going to fight. I wonder if I can use this spirit mine to break through to the 9-star celestial phenomenon stage in one go. Su Yan looked at the 3 of them, his eyes flashing. He licked his lips and once again circulated his cultivation technique, quickly absorbing the spirit qi here. Borrowing the spirit stones here, Su Yan had already recovered to his peak state. However, he really couldn't bear to leave just like that. After all, so many spirit stones were a fatal temptation to every martial warriors, and Su Yan was no exception. After recovering his strength, Su Yan wondered if he could use the spirit mine here to break through to the 9-star celestial phenomenon stage. However, at this moment, the 3 people who were fighting in the air suddenly leaped and flew towards the spirit mine. Su Yan's eyes turned, and while he was circulating his cultivation technique, he hurriedly jumped up and avoided the 3 of them. The 3 of them were obviously bloodthirsty and didn't care about Su Yan at all. Instead, they glared at each other. "Ninth uncle, I don't think you can hold on for much longer. Black Devil looked at Ninth Uncle, who was obviously weaker than before, and panted. Ha, I can't hold on for much longer. Can the two of you still hold on? Ninth Uncle looked at the two of them with a sneer. He didn't care about this and silently chanted a chant, as if he was absorbing something. The Medicine King was even more so. He only glanced at the two of them before stepping on the spirit stone and began to absorb the spirit chi in the spirit mine. The moment the three of them stood on top, Su Yan could clearly see that the spirit chi above the spirit mine was constantly flowing away. The speed was hundreds of times faster than Su Yan's absorption of the spirit chi just now. These three are just remnant souls, how can they absorb the spirit chi? Su Yan was shocked when he saw this scene, but when he saw the speed at which they absorbed the spirit chi, he was even more stunned. If they continue at this speed, I'm afraid that in less than half a day, the spirit mine will be completely absorbed. No, I have to stop them. Although Su Yan was afraid of the strength of the three of them, he thought of the spirit mine that he had found with great difficulty. Su Yan was a little unwilling in his heart. After all, Su Yan still wanted to rely on this spirit mine to break through to the 9-star celestial phenomenon realm. If the three of them absorbed all of it, it would not be so easy to find so many spirit stones again. I want to stop the three of them. Su Yan raised his eyebrows slightly and circulated his cultivation technique. He was about to step forward to stop the three of them, but just as Su Yan was about to make a move, the spirit chi on the three of them suddenly disappeared. Su Yan couldn't help but frown. What's going on? Compared to Su Yan's surprise, the Medicine King, Uncle Jiao, and Black Devil were even more shocked. The three of them absorbed the spirit chi above the spirit mine, but not long after, they felt that there was no longer any spirit chi above the spirit mine. The three of them were shocked at the same time and looked down at their feet. Although the place where they were standing was still emitting a bright light, this light was not emitted by the spirit stone, but by an ordinary stone. That's right, it was an ordinary stone. In other words, the spirit stone was still the same spirit stone, but the spirit chi contained in the spirit stone had been absorbed by someone and had become an ordinary stone. What the hell is going on? Black Devil was the first to come back to his senses. Looking at the spirit mine that had turned into a waste rock, his entire body trembled because of the anger in his body. Uncle Jiao was also shocked and kept shaking his head. How is this possible? How is this possible? How can this spirit mine suddenly turn into a pile of waste rock? How is this possible? Only the Medicine King didn't speak, but from his ugly face, one could see the anger and doubt in his heart. The three of them had been trapped here for thousands of years and knew everything here like the back of their hands. They knew very well that the spirit mine here contained billions of spirit stones. Even if they deliberately exposed the spirit mine during the day to the warriors who came here to search for it, the spirit mine would still not be enough. However, the spirit stones that had been mined over the past thousands of years were only so compared to what was left now. The spirit stones left here were enough for them to recover their strength, but now they were all gone. Chapter 311. Who? Who is it? The Black Devil howled in rage. His voice trembled slightly as a powerful surge of energy gushed forth from him. His eyes swept over and when he saw Su Yan's silhouette, his eyes narrowed. It's you, isn't it you? The Black Devil looked at Su Yan and muttered. Killing intent immediately gushed out from his eyes. Su Yan looked at the powerful force erupting from Black Devil and couldn't help but be shocked. He was just thinking about how to stop them from absorbing the spiritual energy here. Now that he thought about it, Su Yan understood that his meager strength was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot in front of them. Looking at Black Devil's angry appearance, Su Yan couldn't help but take a step back. However, looking at his angry expression, he quickly guessed the reason for his anger, which surprised Su Yan. After all, Su Yan was also very suspicious in his heart. Who exactly had absorbed all the spirit ores here? There were hundreds of millions of spiritual stones here. Even if Su Yan wanted to absorb them all, it would probably take him a year. How could it be so fast? This was what puzzled Su Yan the most. Who on earth absorbed all the spiritual energy here? Su Yan muttered to himself as he furrowed his brows. However, Black Devil completely ignored Su Yan. The murderous intent in his eyes grew stronger as he stared at Su Yan. The cold light emitted from his eyes made Su Yan tremble. Not only that, but at this moment, Uncle Jiu also looked at Su Yan and a powerful soul force attacked him. Su Yan had just regained his strength and recovered from his injuries. Under the influence of these two forces, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood with a spluttering sound. Su Yan wanted to defend, but under the power of the two, Su Yan truly realized how small he was. In front of them, he had no defense at all. He could only watch his life slowly fade away. Su Yan was unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. These two forces were too powerful. They were so powerful that Su Yan's cultivation method condensed together and the power in his body was completely suppressed. At this time, Su Yan also understood the terror of these three people in front of him. Go to hell. Go to hell. Uncle Jiu and Black Devil roared at the same time. They waved their hands and a powerful soul force surged. Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank, revealing a look of horror. Death was always the most terrifying. Not to mention, Su Yan had experienced death, so he knew how terrifying it was. Death represented the end. With death, everything would disappear. Everything would be gone. Bang! Just as Su Yan was in despair, a loud sound suddenly rang out. Su Yan's eyes immediately flashed with excitement. When he opened his eyes to look, he saw a black shadow blocking in front of him, and his eyes were filled with astonishment. Medicine King. Su Yan looked at the figure in front of him in surprise. He didn't expect that at this critical moment, the Medicine King, who he didn't know, would save him. The Medicine King glanced at Su Yan but didn't say anything. Instead, he coldly looked at Uncle Jiu and Black Devil. Black Devil and Uncle Jiu also didn't expect that the Medicine King would help this kid. Looking at the Medicine King, Black Devil angrily shouted, "Medicine King, what do you mean by this?" Uncle Jiu was even more furious. He pointed at the Medicine King and shouted, "Medicine King, this kid has absorbed all the spiritual energy here. It's the same as cutting off the three of us. You actually helped him." When the Medicine King heard their words, he didn't get angry. Instead, he laughed and said, "Uncle Jiu, Black Devil, you've lived for so long. Do you think that he, a mere 8-star celestial phenomenon realm, can absorb all the spiritual stones here?" What? When Uncle Jiu and Black Devil heard the Medicine King's words, they couldn't help but be startled. Only now did they realize that with Su Yan's strength, it was impossible for him to absorb all the spiritual stones here in such a short period of time. Other than this kid, who else could it be? Black Devil was slightly stunned. Thinking about the sudden disappearance of the spiritual energy, he couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. He coldly snorted and said, "I don't care. If it wasn't for this kid, none of this would have happened. So, this kid will definitely die." When Uncle Jiu heard Black Devil's words, he also snorted and said, "That's right. It's because of this kid that so many things happened tonight. So, this kid must die." Ha ha ha. When the Medicine King heard their words, he suddenly laughed out loud. "It's all because of this kid. Have you ever thought that if it wasn't for this kid, I'm afraid that the three of us would continue to play here and be imprisoned here?" When Black Devil and Uncle Jiu heard the Medicine King's words, their old faces couldn't help but turn red. Su Yan stood at the side, but he didn't understand what was going on. However, Su Yan didn't have the mood to think about this. He still had lingering fear when he thought about the scene just now. The terror of that power was not something he could withstand at all. Su Yan was now thinking about how to escape from here. Su Yan wanted to escape just like that, but this thought was quickly interrupted. Just as Black Devil had said, he was only an 8-star celestial phenomenon realm cultivator. How could he be faster than these three old ghosts who had existed for who knew how many years? Could it be that I'm going to die here today? Su Yan said unwillingly. At this moment, Black Devil, Uncle Jiao, and the Medicine King said something and began to quarrel again. Black Devil looked at Uncle Jiao sinisterly and said, Uncle Jiao, if the two of us work together and kill the Medicine King first, won't our chances of survival increase by a lot? When Uncle Jiao heard Black Devil's words, his eyes turned and he said excitedly, that's true. Ha, the Medicine King's soul force is the strongest among the three of us. If we successfully devour his soul, then even if we don't have the spirit stones here, we should be able to survive until we leave. Hearing their words, the Medicine King's body suddenly trembled. He gritted his teeth and shouted, shameless people, don't forget that the reason you were able to survive until now was because I taught you the spirit chi soul nurturing technique. Otherwise, how could the two of you survive until now? So what? Uncle Jiao and Black Devil sneered at the same time. They didn't take the Medicine King's words to heart. What? Hearing their words, the Medicine King couldn't help but be furious. He shouted sternly, as expected, ungrateful people. Since that's the case, let's see how the two of you can defeat me today. As the Medicine King spoke, his tiger-like eyes suddenly glared. He wasn't angry, but a terrifying power erupted from his body. Seeing this, Uncle Jiao and Black Devil didn't dare to be careless. They hurriedly jumped to avoid the Medicine King's attack. In an instant, the three of them were tangled together again. But this time, it wasn't a three-way confrontation. Instead, Uncle Jiao and Black Devil were dealing with the Medicine King together. Su Yan didn't understand the grudges between the three of them. He didn't want to understand either. Looking at the three of them fighting, he licked his lips and said, this is a good chance for me to escape. After saying that, Su Yan rode the sword dragon and was about to leave. But when he saw the Medicine King's figure, he was clearly at a disadvantage against the pincer attack of the Black Devil and Uncle Jiao. Looking at him, Su Yan suddenly felt a wave of pain in his heart. Although Su Yan didn't know who the Medicine King was, the reason why Su Yan was still alive today was all thanks to the Medicine King. In other words, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that the Medicine King had saved Su Yan's life. Now that the person who saved my life is in danger, Su will not leave just like this. Su Yan thought. His eyes flickered as he dispelled the thought of escaping. Clenching the ghost howl sword in his hand, his eyes emitted a wisp of light as he looked at Black Devil and Uncle Jiao. The cultivation technique in his body slowly circulated, ready to help at any time. But before Su Yan could go forward to help, *Pudong, suddenly, there was a loud explosion. Facing the pincer attack of Uncle Jiao and Black Devil, the Medicine King's figure slowed down and was directly sent flying by the two. The Medicine King's body directly flew in the direction of Su Yan. Ha ha ha, Medicine King, although you are the strongest among the three of us, you are not a match for the two of us. Uncle Jiao looked at the Medicine King who was repelled and laughed loudly. Black Devil also sneered and said, Medicine King, be obedient and surrender, lest we attack again. Humph, don't be complacent. Without the spirit stones here, you won't be able to hold on for long. Since I, the Medicine King, am destined to die today, do you think I will give you the chance to devour my soul? Ha ha ha. The Medicine King laughed loudly as a powerful force suddenly surged from his body. Not good. Uncle Jiao and Black Devil were shocked. They hurriedly jumped up and besieged the Medicine King. Today, even if I, the Medicine King, die here, I will take you down with me. The Medicine King sneered. His body was like a bolt of lightning as he attacked the two. Uncle Jiao and Black Devil's figures were not slow either. Humph, Medicine King, with your strength, do you think you have the chance to be a match for the two of us? Uncle Jiao sneered. Suddenly, a powerful force surged from his body. Bang, suddenly, the two collided. A burst of black fog burst out, and the powerful force swept out. Su Yan, who was standing in the distance, could not help but take a few steps back. Black Devil, what are you waiting for? Uncle Jiao suddenly felt a pressure under the powerful force of the Medicine King and shouted at Black Devil. Black Devil's figure did not move an inch as he coldly looked at the two. Uncle Joe saw Black Devil's appearance and immediately reacted. He shouted emotionally, "Black Devil, you despicable and shameless person, how dare you frame me? Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha." When the Black Devil heard Uncle Joe's words, he suddenly laughed. "Uncle Joe, oh Uncle Joe, I have always been despicable and shameless. What can you do to me? Now that you and the Medicine King have been seriously injured and are on your last breath, I want to see how you two will resist me. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha." Chapter 312. Black Devil, I'm going to kill you. Uncle Joe roared and wanted to attack the Black Devil. Unfortunately, he had exhausted all his strength in the fight with the Medicine King. Now he was so weak that he couldn't even stand up. How could he be the Black Devil's opponent? The Black Devil waved his hand and Uncle Joe's body suddenly retreated hundreds of steps. "Black Devil, you shameless and despicable person." Uncle Joe couldn't attack and could only curse. He was also regretting it in his heart. The Medicine King looked at the agitated Uncle Joe and said with a wry smile, Uncle Joe, you brought this upon yourself." Uncle Joe was heartbroken. How could he have thought that the Black Devil would make such a move? Unfortunately, it was too late to regret. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. The Black Devil completely ignored the two. Thinking that he would be reborn soon, he laughed excitedly. He looked at Uncle Joe and the Medicine King and said with a proud smile, "Uncle Joe, Medicine King, if I devour your souls and use that kid's body to be reborn, will I be able to return to my peak state?" The Black Devil sneered and walked step by step towards the Medicine King and Uncle Joe. Just as the Black Devil was feeling proud, a force suddenly attacked. The Black Devil frowned and turned his head. Seeing that it was Su Yan, his heart immediately surged with anger and he shouted, "A mere heaven stage kid wants to attack me? You're courting death." Black Devil snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, Su Yan's body was suddenly sent flying several hundred meters away. The Medicine King and Uncle Joe were shocked when they saw this scene. The two of them never thought that Su Yan would actually save them, and that she would only rely on the strength of the celestial phenomenon stage. If it was anyone else, they would probably only care about running for their lives, and would not dare to make a move. The Medicine King also realized something and hurriedly shouted to Su Yan, "Run." Uncle Joe was stunned and hurriedly shouted to Su Yan, "Run, kid, run quickly, run as far as you can. Run." When the Black Demon heard the conversation between the Medicine King and Uncle Joe, he sneered, "Medicine King, Uncle Joe, do you think that this kid can escape?" Just as Black Devil finished speaking, Su Yan slowly stood up from the ground and looked at Black Devil. His eyes were like torches, without a trace of fear. A sneer appeared on his face as he pointed at Black Devil and said, "I never thought of running." Although Su Yan's voice was not loud, it was sonorous and powerful, filled with unswerving determination. Black Devil, Ninth Uncle, and the Medicine King were stunned when they heard this. Uncle Joe and the Medicine King were both impressed by Su Yan's perseverance. However, the Black Devil was furious. A mere 8-star heaven phase brat actually dares to speak to this sovereign in such a manner. "You're courting death." In his fury, the Black Devil was about to attack Su Yan. However, when he thought about how he was going to use Su Yan's body to be reborn, he decided to attack Su Yan. In the end, he restrained himself and sneered, "Kid, don't be too complacent. Wait until I devour the Medicine King and Uncle Joe's souls before I devour you. Do you think I'll give you that chance?" Su Yan sneered and attacked the Black Devil again. The Ghost Howl sword in his hand was replaced by the Buddha sword. After leaving the hidden sword tomb, Su Yan also understood the dangers of the Jianghu and what the pagoda sword represented. Therefore, Su Yan rarely used the Buddha sword under normal circumstances. At this critical juncture, Su Yan also took out the Buddha sword. Although the Buddha sword was not a divine weapon, Su Yan knew that it had a unique suppressive effect on the soul. Therefore, Su Yan wanted to use the Buddha sword to take a gamble. When the three of them saw the Buddha sword in Su Yan's hand, they were stunned. The Buddha sword, it's actually the Buddha sword. Then this kid is. The three of them looked at Su Yan in astonishment. Success or failure depends on this move. Su Yan did not care about their expressions. He gripped the pagoda sword tightly and flew out like a bolt of lightning. Suddenly, the Vairocana glazed sword manual in his body surged, and the majestic spiritual chi continuously surged into the pagoda sword. Rumble, the Buddha sword emitted a dazzling light and a deafening sword cry. The moment it attacked, it was like a ferocious beast. 9 dragons seizing soul. Su Yan roared and directly attacked the black demon. He was using the strongest attack he could muster at the moment. In fact, Su Yan had already thought it through. It was not that he did not want to escape, but that he could not. He could not just watch his savior die here without doing anything. Death, although it was scary, Su Yan feared death more than anyone else. However, Su Yan knew that there were some things that a man had to do, even if it meant death. As Su Yan roared, the Buddha sword, which was emitting a brilliant light, seemed to explode at that moment. It transformed into 9 different colored lights that revolved around the Buddha sword and attacked the Black Devil. The Black Devil was shocked when he saw Su Yan's powerful attack. However, his surprise only lasted for a moment. He sneered, "I did not expect a mere 8-star realm cultivator to be able to muster such a powerful attack. Kid, you are indeed something. You are indeed worthy of being from the Buddha sword sect. But do you think it will work?" The Black Devil sneered. He thought that Su Yan was from the Buddha sword sect, but he did not know that the Buddha sword sect had already been destroyed. He waved his hand and a dense fog condensed in front of him, blocking Su Yan's attack. When the 9th uncle and the Medicine King saw this, they glanced at the Buddha sword in Su Yan's hand. The two of them looked at each other as if they had thought of something. The two of them shouted at the same time and used the last of their strength to fly towards Su Yan. The Black Devil frowned when he saw this. Then, his face filled with anger as he shouted, "Ninth uncle, Medicine King, what a plan the two of you have. Do you still want to increase this kid's strength? Do you think I will give you this chance?" The Black Devil roared angrily. He waved his hand and a powerful force surged. Su Yan's body suddenly flew out. The Medicine King and 9th uncle's bodies also swayed. However, they did not retreat. Instead, they rushed towards Su Yan. "Ha ha ha, Medicine King, 9th uncle, do you think this will work?" The Black Devil laughed when he saw this. "The two of you only left the last of your strength. Even if you increase this kid's strength, do you think he can stop me?" The Medicine King and 9th uncle ignored the Black Devil's words and rushed towards Su Yan's body. Su Yan could not help but frown when he saw the actions of the two old men. However, he quickly understood that the two old men wanted to use their last bit of strength to enlighten him and increase his strength. The Black Devil kept saying that it was useless. However, when he saw that the Medicine King and 9th uncle ignored him, he was shocked. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Medicine King, 9th uncle, don't you want to enlighten this kid? Then I will devour you first and see how you can help this kid." The Black Devil roared and suddenly flew towards the Medicine King and 9th uncle. Just one more step, one more step. The King of Medicine and Uncle Gio also clenched their teeth and turned into a force that surged towards Su Yan. Su Yan looked at this scene and his pupils suddenly shrank. It was not the first time Su Yan had received this kind of enlightenment. In the Monster Palace's ice-cold pool, Su Yan had received enlightenment from the former palace master of the Monster Palace. Therefore, Su Yan knew what this enlightenment was. It was to use the last of the condensed strength to increase one's strength. The Medicine King and 9th uncle could be said to have no resistance now because the last of their souls had turned into strength. If the Black Devil wanted to devour them, he would not have to waste any strength and could directly devour them. Su Yan's eyebrows furrowed tighter as he watched 9th uncle and the Medicine King transform into 2 streams of energy that surged toward him at the same time, with the Black Demon's figure following closely behind. He anxiously shouted in his heart, "Just one step, just one step." Unfortunately, the Medicine King and 9th uncle had just suffered heavy injuries. How could they be faster than the Black Devil? Seeing the Black Devil open his mouth wide and about to devour the Medicine King and Ninth Uncle, Su Yan, Medicine King and Ninth Uncle felt a sense of regret. Especially Su Yan, he smiled bitterly. After all, he knew very well that if the Black Devil successfully devoured the two Medicine King and Ninth Uncle, he would be next. The devoured soul would face true death. Ninth Uncle and Medicine King felt the surge of the Black Devil's power and felt regret. After all, if the two of them had not fought just now, the Black Devil would not have taken advantage of them. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Everything was already too late. The three of them could only watch as the powerful Black Devil attacked without any strength to fight back. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. The Black Devil looked at the three of them and laughed complacently. His face was also filled with excitement because he knew very well that as long as he devoured the two Medicine King and Ninth Uncle, he would be reborn. He, the Black Devil, would once again stand at the peak. I, the Black Devil, will be reborn. Reborn, the Black Devil shouted excitedly and opened his mouth to devour Ninth Uncle and Medicine King. Asterisk bang, asterisk however, at this moment, there was a sudden explosion, and the entire ground began to tremble. This is, whether it was the Black Devil, Ninth Uncle, Medicine King or Su Yan, they were all shocked when they saw the strange scene in front of them. Especially when the Black Devil was about to devour Ninth Uncle and Medicine King. This sudden change made his brows knit together. Looking at the trembling ground, two words came out of his teeth that were trembling because of anger. He shouted, "Who is it?" Asterisk rumble, asterisk. Chapter 313. Who the hell is it? The Black Devil looked at the trembling ground and growled angrily. The King of Medicine, Uncle Jiu, and Su Yan frowned when they saw this scene. However, compared to the Black Devil's anger, the three of them were much calmer. After all, no matter what kind of danger there was underground, they all felt that it was much better than dying in the hands of a despicable villain like the Black Devil. Looking at the Black Devil's angry appearance, Su Yan ridiculed, "Ha, Black Devil, didn't you want to devour me? Why don't you come?" The Black Devil was already angry, but when he heard Su Yan's words, he became even more furious. Humph, a mere child dares to speak such arrogant words. I'll kill you first. The Black Devil roared, his eyes suddenly emitting killing intent. He leaped and attacked Su Yan. Asterisk bang, asterisk at this moment, the ground was directly blown up, and countless stones exploded. It was not an exaggeration to describe it as flying sand and stones. The Black Devil was shocked. Asterisk awoo, asterisk however, before he could react, a huge flame soared into the sky. This is, the Black Devil was shocked and wanted to retreat. At this moment, another growl was heard. The flame rushed up, and a huge fire-Chilan demon beast surged up from the ground. The huge body emerged from the ground, and with a shake, countless sand and stones flew out. Asterisk awoo, asterisk the moment the fire-Chilan came out, it roared towards the sky. The roar was loud and clear, and the prestige of a sacred beast was fully displayed. The huge body stood still, and it was even more awe-inspiring. Its bell-like eyes looked at the Black Devil in front of it with disdain. It even naughtily scratched the whiskers at the corner of its mouth with its front claws. Su Yan looked at the fire-Chilan in front of him, and all the doubts in his heart were solved. Looking at the naughty fire-Chilan, he couldn't help but smile. How could I forget about this little guy? This little guy has eaten many of my spirit stones. This spirit mine is naturally his favorite. How could it not steal food? Su Yan smiled. When he saw the astonished expression on Black Devil's face, he couldn't help but feel smug. Kid, he called out, destroy that guy in front of you. Roar, the moment Su Yan finished speaking, the fire-Chilan immediately let out a low roar. However, it remained where it was, licking its lips in an unbridled manner, completely ignoring Su Yan's words. This caused Su Yan to be extremely embarrassed. Looking at the fire-Chilan's disdainful gaze, he laughed bitterly without end. Little fellow, aren't you giving me too little face? When the Black Devil saw the fire Qilin, he was also startled. Especially after hearing Su Yan's words, he was even more astonished and scared half to death. He had lived for so long, so he naturally knew that the demonic beast in front of him was the fire Qilin sacred beast. Although the fire Qilin was still underage, the Black Devil knew that it was impossible for him to be its opponent. After all, a sacred beast like the fire Qilin had an innate suppression of soul power. Because of the battle with the Medicine King and Uncle Jiao, the Black Devil's strength had decreased. Facing the fire Qilin, he definitely didn't have the slightest ability to resist. If Su Yan could control the fire Qilin, then the one who would die today would be him, the Black Devil. Seeing that the fire Qilin ignored Su Yan, the Black Devil was relieved. He looked at Su Yan coldly and said, "Kid, you are too arrogant. You want the fire Qilin to listen to you with the strength of a mere celestial phenomenon stage?" When Uncle Jiao and the Medicine King saw the fire Qilin's indifferent expression, they were also disappointed. When they heard Su Yan's words just now, they thought that the fire Qilin would be Su Yan's pet beast, which made them excited. Now that the fire Qilin didn't pay attention to Su Yan, the astonishment in their hearts settled down. After all, Su Yan was only a celestial phenomenon stage cultivator. How could he make the fire Qilin his pet beast? If that was really the case, it would be enough to shock them. However, although their hearts settled down, they were also disappointed. After all, if the fire Qilin wasn't Su Yan's pet beast, then they were afraid that they would all die here today. Of course, the proudest one was still the Black Devil. He carefully glanced at the fire Qilin. Seeing that the fire Qilin had no intention of attacking, he was relieved. He then looked at Su Yan and smiled. "Kid, I will devour you now." As the Black Devil spoke, his body suddenly rushed towards Su Yan. Not good. Uncle Jiao and the Medicine King were shocked when they saw this scene. Seeing the Black Devil's fast figure, Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank. He wanted to defend himself, but in the face of the Black Devil's powerful strength, Su Yan didn't have the strength to fight back. The Black Devil looked at Su Yan, his eyes shining. This time, he also gave up on devouring the Medicine King and Uncle Jiao's souls. This was because he knew very well that as long as he devoured Su Yan's soul and succeeded in seizing his body, even if he couldn't recover his previous peak strength, he would be able to fight against the fire Qilin. At that time, he would take the fire Qilin as his pet beast. The day of returning to his previous peak was just around the corner. The more the Black Devil thought about it, the more excited he became. He really didn't expect that he would have such good luck. Not only could he be reborn, but he could also subdue an underage pet beast. "Ha, this is destined to let me," the Black Devil, set foot on the peak again. The Black Devil couldn't help but shout excitedly. A powerful force surged towards Su Yan. Bang, unfortunately, before his excitement could fade, a huge force surged over and sent the Black Devil flying. Ah! The Black Devil also screamed and looked at the fire Qilin's sacred beast in surprise. This, Su Yan also came back to his senses. He looked at the fire Qilin's sacred beast and laughed. "Little guy, I thought you really didn't want to save me." When the fire Qilin heard Su Yan's words, it turned its head proudly and ignored Su Yan. Su Yan's hot face was stuck to the cold butt and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Little guy, do you really think you can control the fire Qilin?" When the Black Devil heard Su Yan's intimate call, a burst of anger surged in his chest. He roared and attacked Su Yan again. Bang! But this time, the fire Qilin didn't give him a chance at all. With a wave of its huge claw, it blocked the Black Devil. "Beast, there are so many people who don't attack, why do you attack me?" The Black Devil was blocked by the fire Qilin again and again. He couldn't help but burst into anger and pointed at the fire Qilin. "Ha, because you are despicable. You are shameless. You are despicable." Hearing the Black Devil's words, Su Yan, Yao Wang, and Uncle Jiao said at the same time, which made the Black Devil even angrier. You are about to die and you still dare to be so arrogant." The Black Devil was so angry that his 2 rows of teeth were constantly clattering. The more he wanted to clench his teeth, the more violently they trembled. Looking at the fire Qilin's arrogant appearance, he couldn't help but feel angry. Beast, it seems that today bang, before Black Devil could finish speaking, the fire Qilin suddenly jumped up. Without waiting for Black Devil to react, the fire Qilin jumped up. With a loud bang, the fire Qilin's huge body directly sat on Black Devil. Ah! A blood-curdling shriek rang out as the insufferably arrogant Black Devil was instantly obliterated. Su Yan looked at the fire Qilin sitting on the ground with a lazy appearance and couldn't help but laugh. Ha, little guy, good job. Let that brat be arrogant and directly sat him to death. Uncle Jiu looked at the place where the fire Qilin sat and couldn't help but sneered. Black Devil, you certainly didn't expect that you would be sat to death by a demon beast in the end, right? Yawang also smiled and said, this is the result of the Black Devil's own fault. No one else can be blamed. Uncle Jiu nodded, looked at Yawang, and then looked at Su Yan. Suddenly, he turned into a force and rushed towards Su Yan. At the same time, Yawang also jumped up and turned into a force that rushed towards Su Yan. The two of them had experienced so much and could be considered indifferent. They no longer pursued rebirth and only hoped to entrust their last strength to Su Yan. It could also be considered as an inheritance of their strength. Su Yan originally saw that the Black Devil was dead and wanted to take Yawang and Uncle Jiu out of here. In the future, he would find an opportunity to let them be reborn. Seeing them suddenly turn into power and rush towards his body, Su Yan couldn't help but be stunned and hurriedly shouted, "Two seniors, don't." Unfortunately, it was already too late. Su Yan only felt a powerful force surging in his body. He directly broke through his own blood vessels and condensed it. The great sun-colored glass sword scripture quickly rotated, and the countless spirit energy rushed into the blood vessels all over his body. The spirit energy in his body was also constantly rising. Peak of the 8-star celestial phase, 9-star. Was he going to break through to the 9-star celestial phase? Su Yan licked his lips and felt a burst of excitement in his heart. With a bang, a powerful force surged from all over his body and directly broke through the 8-star celestial phase realm and jumped into the 9-star celestial phase realm. Moreover, Su Yan could feel that his strength was still increasing. He couldn't help but lick his lips, and his eyes revealed a ray of desire. Spirit Sea Realm, is this going to break through to the Spirit Sea Realm? Unfortunately, the moment his strength surged, it stopped at the peak of the 9-star celestial phase realm. Su Yan couldn't help but be a little disappointed. It seems that although the two seniors are strong, it's still impossible for them to break through in one go. After all, after entering the celestial phase realm, the amount of spirit energy required was no longer something that Su Yan's previous Saint Vane realm could compare to. From the 8-star celestial phase realm to the peak of the 9-star celestial phase realm, it was already the peak. However, after being disappointed, Su Yan discovered that there was still a lot of spirit energy hidden in his body. This made Su Yan puzzled. I still have so much spirit energy hidden in my body, then why can't I break through to the Spirit Sea realm? However, Su Yan quickly understood. After all, the Spirit Sea realm and the Celestial Phase realm were different levels. If he wanted to enter the Spirit Sea realm, he had to fuse the power of heaven and earth with his own Dantian to form the Spirit Sea. It seems that I only need to find the power of heaven and earth to fuse with it. Although Su Yan was a little disappointed that he did not break through to the Spirit Sea realm, he was still somewhat gratified when he thought about how there was still spirit energy in his body. Chapter 314. These two memories were left behind by the Medicine King and Uncle Jiu. Su Yan quickly combed through the memories of the two. After learning of their identities, Su Yan was flabbergasted. I never thought that the two seniors would have reached such a pinnacle when they were alive. It is truly awe-inspiring. Su Yan muttered to himself. At the same time, his eyes emitted a resplendent light. He clenched his fists and thought to himself, I will definitely reach such a pinnacle one day. While speaking, Su Yan once again combed through the memories of the Medicine King and Uncle Jiu. The more he combed through, the more Su Yan was shocked. The Medicine King, not only had his strength reached such a terrifying level, he was also an alchemy grandmaster. This identity made Su Yan feel endless admiration. Su Yan was very clear about the strength of an alchemist and the harsh requirements to become one. If one wanted to become an alchemist, not only did they need to have a strong soul, they also needed to have subtle control over flames. Only then could one become a true alchemist. After becoming an alchemist, wanting to become an alchemy grandmaster was even more difficult. Alchemists were divided into 9 ranks. Every rank was more difficult than the cultivation of strength. For the Medicine King to become an alchemy grandmaster, how could Su Yan not feel admiration? Alchemy grandmaster, Su Yan clearly remembered that there was not a single alchemist grandmaster in the entire 5 counties. The best alchemist was only a tier 4 alchemist. This was also the reason why there was a shortage of high-grade elixirs in the 5 counties. Su Yan had once thought of refining pills himself, but as the saying goes, one should not bite off more than one can chew. Thus, Su Yan did not think of refining pills. Of course, more importantly, Su Yan felt that it was impossible for him to become an alchemist. Now that he felt the glory of being an alchemist from the Medicine King's memories, Su Yan could not help but feel a rush of excitement. At the same time, Su Yan also saw the alchemy notes left behind by the Medicine King. This made Su Yan very excited. At the very end, the Medicine King's final words appeared in his mind: "Brat, although we have only met once, we can be considered to have fought side by side. This book contains my lifetime of experience in alchemy. I hope you can study it well so that in the future, you can kill your way into the Medicine Tower and help me regain my glory." The Medical Tower. When Su Yan heard this, he couldn't help but slightly frown. He didn't understand where this alchemy tower was. However, Su Yan could feel the resentment in the Medicine King's heart. Recalling his memories, Su Yan couldn't help but clench his fists and say, "Senior Medicine King, don't worry. I will definitely help you regain this honor." As Su Yan spoke, his eyes glowed brightly. He had originally not wanted to learn alchemy, but he had decided to embark on this path. This was not for himself. It was for the Medicine King's final promise. A man must spit a nail in his heart. Su Yan would do what he promised. Next, Su Yan began to comb through Uncle Jio's memories. The memories left behind by Uncle Jio were much simpler than those of the Medicine King. He only left behind his identity and asked Su Yan to take care of the Heaven and Earth Organization when he met them in the future. The Heaven and Earth Organization. I didn't expect Uncle Jio to be the ancestor of the Heaven and Earth Organization. Su Yan couldn't help but shake his head and laugh when he learned about Uncle Jio's memories. He really didn't expect Uncle Jio to be the ancestor of the Heaven and Earth Organization. Thinking about how the Heaven and Earth Organization was even stronger than the Monster Palace. Su Yan found it funny that Uncle Jio would entrust him to take care of the Heaven and Earth Organization. After all, his current strength was too weak. Su Yan finished combing through the memories of the two. The first ray of morning light slowly rose from the horizon, making the night after the heavy rain a little warmer. Su Yan looked at the morning light and thought about the experience of this night. He was still a little shocked. In particular, the memories left behind by the Medicine King and Uncle Jio made Su Yan sigh. Who is imprisoning such powerful people here? This was what confused Su Yan the most. Unfortunately, there was no information about this in the memories of the two. They didn't even explain why they and the Black Devil were imprisoned here. Not to mention the person who imprisoned them here. Thinking about the strength of the three, and the fact that someone could imprison them here for thousands of years, Su Yan's heart couldn't help but tremble. To be able to imprison such powerful people here, the strength of that person, Su Yan didn't dare think about it. Forget it, forget it. Anyway, I can't come into contact with people of this level now. The most important thing now is to leave this place. After dawn, there will definitely be a lot of people coming here. Su Yan knew that from today onwards, there would not be any more spirit stones in this spirit mine. But Su Yan knew that didn't mean that others knew, so when dawn came, there would be a lot of people coming up the mountain to look for spirit stones. Su Yan didn't want to be seen as a monster, and he didn't want to expose his whereabouts last night. If that was the case, then wouldn't the haunting incident be over? Then, there would definitely be a lot of people looking for him to understand the truth of the matter. Su Yan didn't want to suddenly become the target of everyone's pursuit. Su Yan prepared to leave, but when he saw the fire Qilin's huge body, Su Yan couldn't help but frown. This guy's body is so big. How am I going to take it away? If I go with it, I'll definitely become the target of everyone's pursuit. Su Yan knew very well that if the fire Qilin went out, no matter where he went, he would become the focus of attention. He might even be hunted down by a lot of powerhouses. After all, the fire Qilin was a holy beast, and it was still in its infancy. There would be a lot of people who wanted to take it as a pet beast. Looking at the fire Qilin's huge body, Su Yan had a headache, especially when he saw the fire Qilin still licking its lips with a lazy look. Obviously, it was still not satisfied after absorbing so many spirit stones yesterday. Su Yan gritted his teeth. He wanted to take it as his pet beast. That way, it could coexist with his body and save him the trouble. Of course, that was only Su Yan's thought. Ignoring the fact that he didn't have the strength to take in the fire Qilin as his pet beast, even if he had the strength, he wouldn't do it. If he wanted to, he would have taken it in as his pet beast the moment he met it. He wouldn't wait until he didn't have the strength to take it in as his pet beast before thinking about it. However, looking at the fire Qilin, Su Yan was secretly impressed by the huge fellow's ability to absorb spirit stones. In just a short while, it had absorbed the entire spirit mine. While admiring its speed of absorbing spirit qi, Su Yan was also secretly amazed at the fellow's cultivation speed. When Su Yan encountered the fire Qilin, it was probably only at the life soul realm. But now, it was at least at the spirit sea realm. Its cultivation speed was something that even Su Yan felt ashamed of. Of course, the stronger the fire Qilin was, the happier Su Yan was. However, looking at its huge body, Su Yan frowned. After thinking for a while, Su Yan still couldn't think of a way. With such a huge body, he couldn't hide it anywhere. Sigh, you little guy. Oh. No, you should be a big guy now. Sigh, but I still like you when you're small. Su Yan sighed helplessly, but he didn't dwell on it. He waved and said, "Little guy, let's go. Follow me down the mountain." Just as Su Yan said this, the fire Qilin's body shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few breaths of time, the fire Qilin suddenly became the size of a mouse. This. Su Yan was dumbfounded. He didn't expect the fire Qilin to be able to shrink. He thought that since the fire Qilin had swallowed so many spirit stones last night, it was impossible for it to shrink. When the fire Qilin saw Su Yan's dumbfounded look, it smiled smugly and proudly extended its claws to grab its whiskers. However, because it had shrunk, it no longer had the majestic domineering aura it had when it was big. Its arrogance also became extremely cute. Su Yan, who had been silent all night, couldn't help but laugh heartily when he saw this. "Ha, little guy. Let's go down the mountain." When the fire Qilin heard Su Yan's words, it jumped into Su Yan's arms. Not bad. Su Yan nodded in satisfaction. Just as he was about to descend the mountain, thud thud. At this moment, the sound of footsteps could be heard. Su Yan turned around and saw a few figures walking towards him. He frowned. Why are these people here so early? Su Yan looked around and saw an ancient tree beside him. It was so big that it would take more than 10 people to wrap their arms around it. It was perfect for hiding. After a glance, Su Yan didn't hesitate and directly hid behind the ancient tree. There were a total of 4 people, all wearing the same uniform. They were obviously from the same sect. "Senior brother, do you think we'll find the spirit mine today?" "Who knows? This spirit stone mountain is a little strange. Even if a spirit mine appears, it's still running around. It's hard to predict." When Su Yan heard this, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but smile. He naturally knew that the spirit mine that appeared in the spirit stone mountain caused people to run around was because of the Medicine King and the other two. The Medicine King and the other two just wanted to use the spirit mine to attract more people to come up the mountain and then break their gambling array. But they never thought that their actions would cause the entire spirit stone mountain to be haunted. If he hadn't foolishly come up, they might not have been able to break their gambling array even after thousands of years. Thinking about it, Su Yan felt a little regretful. After all, if he hadn't gone up the mountain last night, the three of them wouldn't have really fallen because of this. Sigh. Su Yan sighed helplessly and was about to leave. All of a sudden, Su Yan's attention was attracted by a few words that were exchanged between them. I don't think there will be many people coming today. Everyone is rushing to the Guyu sect to watch the show. And we can take advantage of this opportunity to search. If we can find a spirit mine, then we'll be rich this time. Maybe we can use this spirit mine to surpass the Guyu sect. Yes, I hope the Guyu sect is destroyed by that kid. Chapter 3:15. Guyu sect. If these people were talking about other sects, Su Yan wouldn't care. However, they happened to mention the Guyu sect, which attracted Su Yan's attention. After all, Su Yan had once vowed that one day, he would definitely flatten the Guyu sect and wash away his shame. He didn't expect that before he even set foot in the Guyu sect, someone would walk ahead of him. Although it had been a long time, Su Yan had never forgotten the shame that the Guyu sect had brought to him. Not only did the Guyu sect offer a bounty, but they also issued a warrant to hunt him down, putting him in danger many times. Su Yan had always engraved this hatred and enmity in his heart and had always been looking for an opportunity. Now, Su Yan didn't expect that someone would walk ahead of him. Of course, Su Yan wasn't surprised by this. After all, with the shameless conduct of the Guyu sect, it was normal for them to provoke some enemies. However, when he heard that this person dared to challenge the Guyu sect alone, Su Yan also appreciated his courage and was a little more interested in his identity. Hearing that these people were still talking, Su Yan wasn't in a hurry to leave. Sigh, you don't say. That brat really does have some skills. In the past, he was just a trash existence in this hidden devil region. Now, he has actually risen to the celestial phenomenon stage and even dared to challenge the Guyu sect alone. This boldness is truly admirable. A slightly younger brat said. However, as soon as he said this, he was immediately scolded by a person next to him. Courage my ass. A mere heaven phase stage cultivator dares to challenge the Guyu sect. This is simply arrogant. He deserves to live at the bottom for his whole life. Otherwise, with his strength, he can enter any sect and get a good position. When Su Yan heard this, he couldn't help but frown. For some reason, a figure suddenly appeared in his mind. But face. When Su Yan thought of this, his whole body suddenly froze. He didn't care about hiding himself and jumped out from behind the ancient tree, blocking in front of them, and asked, "Who is the person you just mentioned who challenged the Guyu sect alone?" Ah, the four of them were shocked by the sudden appearance of Su Yan. When they saw Su Yan clearly, they calmed down. However, when they saw Su Yan's impolite behavior, the slightly older of the four said unhappily, "Who are you? Why do I have to tell you this? Hurry up and tell me, who is that person?" Because of his impatience, Su Yan did not have the time to be polite with these people. His face darkened as he activated the cultivation technique in his body. The strength of the peak of the 9 stars celestial phenomenon suddenly surged out, directly pressing towards the four of them. The strongest of these four was only at the 3-star celestial phenomenon realm. Under the pressure of Su Yan's strength at the peak of the 9 stars celestial phenomenon realm, the four of them couldn't help but be stunned. Especially the slightly older young man. His entire body trembled as he said, "Senior, please spare my life." I'll speak. When Su Yan heard what this brat wanted to say, he slowly retracted his pressure. The young man was obviously still in a state of shock. He said in a trembling voice, that kid is called Buttface. He is our, swish, Before he could finish speaking, Su Yan suddenly turned into a ray of white light and disappeared, leaving behind the few people who were still in a state of shock. When they came back to their senses, they saw that they had already jumped hundreds of meters away. The four of them were even more astonished. What a fast speed. The few of them were frightened by Su Yan, but they did not expect Su Yan to appear here so early. They stood there in a daze, and only after a while did they regain their senses and continue their search for the spirit mine. However, this time, the few of them became much quieter, and did not dare to say any more nonsense. Moreover, he would occasionally pay attention to the side, afraid that another person would suddenly appear. It really is this brat. If Su Yan had no other choice, he wouldn't bully the weak. When he heard what these people said just now, he couldn't help but think of Butt-Face. In his anxiety, he didn't care so much. At that time, Su Yan was still secretly praying in his heart that this reckless person was not Butt-Face. However, he did not expect this person to be Butt-Face. Su Yan thought of Butt-Face and could not help but feel a burst of anger in his heart. Just now, he had some admiration for this person's courage, but now it all turned into curses. He cursed Butt-Face's recklessness, and overestimation of his own abilities. Of course, Su Yan was even more furious as he cursed. He stepped on the sword dragon and flew towards the Guyu sect. At the same time, he clenched his fists and muttered to himself, Guyu sect, if you dare to harm a single hair on my brother's head, I will definitely bury all the disciples of your Guyu sect with him. The Guyu sect was not a powerful sect in the 5 counties. However, because the Guyu sect was in the vicinity of the demon-subduing sect, they took advantage of the terrain to earn spirit stones. Although it could not be compared to the 3 major forces, the Heaven and Earth Organization, the Monster Palace, and the Black Demon Cave, it was still considered a top sect in the 5 counties. At least, it was stronger than the Hidden Sword Tomb. However, such a sect was now littered with corpses, and the light of blood filled the sky. The initiator of all this was the thin young man standing on the Guyu sect's martial arts field. The young man was the same as many years ago. The clothes on his body were still shabby, but there was no trace of the compassion from back then on his face. That pair of red eyes emitted a murderous intent. Looking at the corpses all over the ground, there was no sympathy. Because he knew very well that these people were the ones who killed his seniors. It was these people who ruined his only friend in this world. Butt-Face, I didn't expect you to become so strong in just half a year. As the young man swung his sword to kill, a loud voice surged from the horizon. That's right, this person was Butt-Face, who had seen Su Yan being forced to jump off the cliff by the Guyu sect. At this moment, he was no longer the Butt-Face of the past. Instead, he was a 6-star celestial phase expert. In the entire demon-subduing sect, he was considered a top powerhouse. Hearing this voice, Butt-Face's expression did not change in the slightest. Instead, it became gloomier, and the murderous intent in his eyes became more and more intense. This was because he could tell that the owner of this voice was Elder Gujian, who had forced Su Yan to jump off the cliff. As the voice fell, Elder Gujian, who was dressed in a black robe, had already arrived in front of Butt-Face. Looking at the corpses all over the ground, Elder Gujian's face suddenly surged with anger. What a good-for-nothing. I haven't seen you for half a year, and you've actually cultivated to such a level. You have some skills, but do you think that the Guyu sect is something you can bully at will? Elder Gujian looked at Butt-Face and shouted angrily. That 8-handed man's beard twitched because of his agitation. Butt-Face did not move in the slightest in the face of his words. His eyes turned, and he gripped the long sword in his hand. Suddenly, a burst of sword cries shook the air, emitting bursts of bright light. This sword was the thrilling sword that Su Yan had given him that day. It was forged by a master craftsman of the generation, Ugly Uncle. Although it was not a divine weapon, it was still a treasured sword. When Elder Gujian saw Butt-Face's actions, he suppressed the anger in his heart and said, Butt-Face, seeing your qualifications, if you surrender now, ha ha ha. Butt-Face did not wait for Elder Gujian to finish his words and burst out laughing. He pointed at Elder Gujian and shouted, "Gujian, you forced my senior, and now you want me to surrender. Go to hell." Buttface shouted, and his eyes suddenly shrank. His body was like a bolt of lightning as he quickly attacked. Wherever the long sword went, a powerful force surged, and the surrounding disciples of the Guyu sect could not help but take a few steps back. "Arrogant brat, I originally wanted to pull you into the Guyu sect because of your qualifications, but I didn't expect you to be so unappreciative. Don't blame me for being impolite." As Elder Gujian spoke, his eyebrows suddenly raised, and a powerful aura was emitted. Ever since he suffered at the hands of Su Yan, Elder Gujian had exhausted all his efforts to cultivate in seclusion. At this moment, he was no longer the same as before. He was at the 8-star celestial stage, and at the moment his body surged, a powerful energy suddenly burst out. "Unappreciative brat, do you really think that a mere 6-star celestial stage cultivator can break into my Guyu sect?" Elder Gujian shouted angrily and looked at Buttface's attack. With a bang, he turned into a white light and rushed towards Buttface. Elder Gujian was not a swordsman, but he was holding a treasure called the Spirit Summoning Banner in his hand. When he waved it, bursts of black fog burst out, condensing and turning into a black dragon with amazing power. 8-star celestial stage. Buttface did not expect Elder Gujian's strength to be so strong in such a short time. Looking at the black fog, he frowned slightly, but did not avoid it. Because before Buttface came, he had already thought it through. If he did not succeed today, he would die trying. Spirit shaking the world. Buttface shouted angrily, and suddenly, a burst of bright light burst out from the shocking celestial sword, as if countless sharp swords were flying up. Bang! Suddenly, it collided with Elder Gujian's black dragon, and the powerful aftershock of the energy spread out. All the surrounding disciples took a few steps back, including some other elders of the Guyu sect. Die! Elder Gujian did not retreat in the slightest. He waved the Spirit Summoning Banner, and in an instant, another black fog spread out. Although it was not much different from before, at this moment, it was much more powerful and faster than before. With a bang, it was already in front of Buttface. Not good. Buttface was shocked and hurriedly retreated, but unfortunately, he was still a step too slow. His body was hit by the black fog. Poochie! He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his whole body suddenly retreated a few steps away. Elder Gujian followed up, holding the Spirit Summoning Banner in his hand and slapping it on Buttface's head. There was an evil smile in his eyes. "Buttface, you asked for it." Just as the Spirit Summoning Banner was about to hit Buttface's head. Chapter 316. What? Elder Gujian was taken aback by Buttface's swift counterattack. However, it was too late for him to dodge Buttface's attack. The shocking celestial sword swept out horizontally. It shone brightly, and with a swoosh, a gash was cut open in Elder Gujian's abdomen. Blood spurted out like brilliant fireworks. Buttface! Elder Gujian roared in pain. He never thought that he, an 8-star celestial stage cultivator, would be injured by a mere 6-star celestial stage cultivator. Although it was only a difference of 2 stages, the difference in strength between the two was indeed hundreds of meters. A 6-star celestial stage cultivator couldn't be compared to an 8-star celestial stage cultivator. But he was injured by a 6-star celestial stage cultivator just like that. "Buttface, you must die." Elder Gujian's voice burst out from the roots of his teeth in anger. At the same time, he activated his cultivation method, and a powerful force surged out with a bang. The soul summoning banner in his hand kept surging with a black fog. The black fog condensed into a huge ghost head. Howl! A mournful ghost howl was heard. Elder Gujian waved the soul summoning banner in his hand, and a trace of ruthlessness appeared at the corner of his mouth. Soul summoning vengeful ghost, die! Bang! With this shout, a loud bang suddenly exploded in the sky. The huge ghost head directly attacked Buttface. Buttface saw this and couldn't help but be startled. Clenching the awakening celestial sword in his hand, he gritted his teeth and charged forward instead of retreating. He waved the awakening celestial sword in his hand and rushed toward the huge ghost head. Bang! When the two collided, there was a loud explosion. Unfortunately, Buttface's strength was ultimately weaker than Elder Gujian's. Under this powerful attack, Buttface's clothes became more and more tattered, and blood gushed out of the corner of his mouth at this moment. Although Buttface was still holding on, more and more wounds appeared on his body. The soul-summoning vengeful ghost and the black fog were like little ghosts that bit people, leaving wounds on Buttface's body. "I'd like to see how long you can hold on." Elder Gujian snorted when he saw Buttface's stubbornness. He waved the soul-summoning banner in his hand, and suddenly, another surge of power surged out. Bang! Buttface, who was already unable to withstand the attack, was sent flying by the force of the collision. Boom! With a loud bang, Buttface fell to the ground, followed by Elder Gujian. He pointed the soul-summoning banner at Buttface's throat and shouted, "Buttface, let's see if you can still be so arrogant." Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Buttface didn't care about what Elder Gujian said. Instead, he laughed loudly. "Elder Gujian, you're over 100 years old, but you're only at the 8-star celestial stage. What's there to be happy about defeating me today?" Anger flashed in Elder Gujian's eyes when he heard Buttface's words. He nodded, all right. Buttface, I wanted to pull you into my Guyu sect, but it seems that you don't know how to repent. I'll fulfill your wish today." As he spoke, Elder Gujian suddenly raised the soul-summoning banner in his hand and smashed it at Buttface's head. Buttface looked at the descending soul-summoning banner and slowly closed his eyes. He shouted, "Senior, I'm here. Buttface, I won't allow you to die." At this moment, a domineering voice suddenly came from the horizon, followed by a whoosh. A white light flashed in midair. Bang! Just as Elder Gujian's soul-summoning banner was about to land on Buttface's head, there was a loud explosion, and his soul-summoning banner couldn't hit it anymore. What? Elder Gujian couldn't help but be stunned. Not only him, but Buttface was also stunned. Looking at the flying sword in front of him, there was a look of confusion in his eyes. The people who came to the Guyu sect to watch the show were also stunned. However, they weren't directly involved, so they quickly reacted. In their astonishment, they all looked in the direction of the white light. They saw a young man in a white robe, with a flying sword on his feet, slowly descending from the sky. Su Yan, it's Su Yan. Soon, someone recognized Su Yan. After all, at that time, Su Yan was considered a celebrity in the Hidden Demon region. Not only did the Guyu sect offer a reward of 1 million spirit stones for Su Yan's capture, they also issued a red wanted notice, causing a craze to surge in the entire Hidden Demon region to catch Su Yan. However, the Guyu sect later announced that Su Yan was dead. As time went by, this craze slowly disappeared. Now, seeing this white figure with that handsome face, Su Yan's face once again appeared in their minds. Su Yan. Senior. When Elder Gujian and Buttface heard the shouts of the people next to them, both of them were stunned at the same time. Impossible. Elder Gujian shook his head and muttered to himself, that kid is already dead, how could he appear? Senior. Buttface came back to his senses, and his eyes flashed with excitement. He wanted to find Su Yan's figure again. Su Yan had already appeared in front of him. Buttface. Su Yan was quite happy to reunite with an old friend, and he looked at Buttface with a smile. Senior, is it really you? You're not dead. Buttface looked at Su Yan's figure in front of him, and there was still some disbelief in his eyes. After all, he saw Su Yan fall off the cliff that day with his own eyes. In the end, he tried to check the cliff at one point. However, at that time, he couldn't get down the cliff at all with his strength. After a while, he suddenly found that the cliff had disappeared into thin air, which made Buttface even more certain that Su Yan was dead. Now, although Su Yan was standing in front of him, he still couldn't believe it. He was afraid that if he believed it, all of this would turn into bubbles. He was afraid that all of this would be a dream again. Su Yan looked at Buttface's excited expression and smiled, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "Buttface, it's me. It's really you, it's really you." Buttface only dared to believe it when he heard Su Yan's words, and he jumped up excitedly. Unfortunately, his injuries were too serious, and this excited jump immediately affected his wounds, and he couldn't help but groan in pain. When Su Yan heard Buttface's voice, he immediately recovered from the joy of reuniting with an old friend. Looking at the injuries on Buttface's body, his face darkened, and a burst of murderous intent emerged in his eyes. The moment he turned around to look at Elder Gujian, a ray of red light suddenly rushed towards him. Su Yan, you're not dead." When Elder Gujian saw Su Yan's red eyes, he didn't know why but his heart couldn't help but tremble, and he staggered a few steps back. He looked at Su Yan with a face full of surprise, and he simply couldn't accept the news that Su Yan was not dead. Die. When Su Yan heard Elder Gujian's words, the corners of his mouth rose into a cold smile. "Gujian, Su Yan, haven't destroyed your Guyue sect. How can I die like this?" When Elder Gujian heard Elder Su Yan's words, the muscles on his face twitched, and he pointed at Su Yan and shouted, "Su Yan, don't be arrogant, you're just a mere Saint Vane Realm cultivator. Even after half a year, how strong can you be?" Although Elder Gujian said so, he didn't know why. When he saw the red light surging in Su Yan's eyes, he felt that he didn't have much confidence. When he looked at Su Yan, there was even some fear. "Is that so?" When Su Yan heard Elder Gujian's words, he sneered and slowly pulled out the ghost howl sword that he had shot down to save Buttface. He looked at Elder Gujian with a gloomy expression, thinking of the humiliation that Elder Gujian had brought to him that day. He thought of how the Guyue sect had forced him to jump off the cliff. He thought of how he had almost lost his life. The murderous intent in Su Yan's eyes grew stronger and stronger. He looked at Elder Gujian and said word by word, "A Saint Vane Realm cultivator is enough to destroy your Guyue sect. What an arrogant kid." Just as Su Yan finished speaking, several people jumped out from the surroundings. These were also elders of the Guyue sect, but their strength was not as high as Elder Gujian's. In fact, when they saw Buttface just now, they wanted to make a move. But when they saw Elder Gujian make a move himself, they knew Elder Gujian's strength, so they didn't help. But now, when they heard that Su Yan was just a mere Saint Vane Realm cultivator, they couldn't stand it and surrounded him. "Senior." Buttface saw those people surrounding him and looked at Su Yan with worry in his eyes. He took a step forward to help Su Yan. Su Yan saw Buttface's action and felt touched. He took out a healing pill from his storage bag and handed it to Buttface, saying, "I don't care about these people. You just heal by the side." Buttface wanted to say something, but when he looked at Su Yan's determined eyes, he didn't know why, but there was a numbing trust in his heart. He nodded and retreated to the side. Su Yan's actions showed that he didn't care about the elders of the Guyue sect at all. The elders were furious, and each of them took out their own weapons and shouted, "Arrogant brat, if we don't kill you today, how can we show the Guyue sect's might?" It wasn't just them. Even those who came to watch the show today had a look of doubt on their faces. "Hey, you said that when Su Yan disappeared, he was only a Saint Vane Realm cultivator. Even if half a year has passed, he's at most a Saint Vane Realm cultivator. What strength does he have to be so arrogant?" That's right, even a monster like Buttface wasn't a match for Elder Gujian, let alone him. Although they knew about Su Yan, they weren't familiar with Su Yan at all. Instead, they were familiar with Buttface, who had grown up in the Hidden Demon region, and Buttface's monstrous cultivation speed. All of them were amazed. They wouldn't have thought that Su Yan's cultivation speed was even more monstrous than Buttface. In half a year's time, they thought that he would at most go from a Saint Vane Realm cultivator to a Saint Vane Realm cultivator to a Saint Vane Realm cultivator. If his cultivation speed was faster, he would only be able to reach the Saint Vane Realm. Chapter 317. Arrogant brat, I'll let you experience the power of our Guyue sect today. An elder of the Guyu sect looked at the disdain in Su Yan's eyes and flew into a rage. With a cold shout, he circulated the cultivation method in his body, causing a burst of bright light to erupt. The strength of a 4-star heaven stage cultivator surged all of a sudden. A 4-star heaven stage cultivator was more than enough to deal with a Saint Vane stage cultivator. When the other elders saw him take action, they couldn't help but look at Su Yan with a mocking smile, as if to say, "Humph, stinking brat, a mere Saint Vane stage cultivator dares to break into our Guyu sect, courting death." Su Yan saw their expressions, but his expression remained the same. Especially when he saw their mocking smiles, the disdain in his eyes grew even stronger. "Everyone, attack together." At this moment, Elder Gu Jian suddenly shouted. He raised his chi and waved the spirit-beckoning banner in his hand to attack Su Yan. When the other elders heard Gu Jian's words, they couldn't help but be startled. After all, in their hearts, Su Yan was just a Saint Vane stage cultivator, while the elders of their Guyu sect were all above the celestial stage. They were more than enough to deal with Su Yan. The elders of the Guyu sect who didn't take action looked at Gu Jian with puzzled expressions. However, because Elder Gu Jian was currently the strongest in the Guyu sect, they didn't dare to disobey him. They all took out their weapons and surrounded Su Yan. However, although they moved, they were absent-minded. Even those who didn't get along with Gu Jian in the Guyu sect sneered, "Gu Jian, do you need all the elders of our Guyu sect to deal with a Saint Vane stage cultivator? Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed by the world?" Just as Elder Gu Jian was about to answer, he heard the surrounding cultivators sigh, "Ha, what a great Guyu sect." To deal with a mere Saint Vane stage cultivator, they actually dispatched so many celestial stage experts. How ridiculous. That's right. I wonder if Gu Jian was scared by Su Yan's attacks. The noise below grew louder and louder. Hearing these words, Elder Gu Jian couldn't help but blush. He didn't know why he was afraid of a mere Saint Bloodline Realm cultivator. That's right. In his eyes, Su Yan was only a Saint Bloodline expert. Although he knew that Su Yan's cultivation speed was very fast, according to his estimation, no matter how fast Su Yan's cultivation speed was, he would at most stop at the peak of the Saint Bloodline Realm. But even so, the peak of the Saint Bloodline was only the Saint Bloodline Realm. It was not on the same level as the Celestial Phenomenon Realm. A Saint Bloodline Realm cultivator was definitely not a match for a Celestial Phenomenon Realm cultivator. But for some reason, when Elder Gu Jian looked at Su Yan's cold face, he felt a sense of panic in his heart. Especially when he looked at the faint smile on Su Yan's face, Elder Gu Jian's heart trembled even more. "Alright, stop talking nonsense. Let's deal with this brat first." Hearing the other elders still talking, Elder Gu Jian gritted his teeth and shouted coldly. Immediately, his subordinates waved the spirit summoning banner and attacked Su Yan. Although the other elders were unwilling, they didn't dare to disobey Elder Gu Jian's strength. They casually waved the weapons in their hands and flew towards Su Yan. "Die, brat." The first elder to attack was the first to arrive in front of Su Yan. He waved the weapon in his hand and directly chopped towards Su Yan's head. Seeing that Su Yan didn't dodge, the corners of his mouth immediately curled up into a cold smile. "Arrogant brat, you still dare to be so arrogant when you're about to die." The crowd couldn't help but be secretly shocked by the sharp attack of the elder. Seeing that Su Yan was unmoved, mocking laughter sounded from the crowd. "Hey, look at that brat. He's just a Saint Bloodline Realm cultivator, but he's still so calm when facing a Celestial Phenomenon Realm cultivator. He's simply courting death." "He's not courting death, he's dead meat." "That's right. Look at the speed of that elder's attack. Even if Su Yan is a Celestial Emperor, it's too late to dodge now." Not only them, but even Buttface was nervous when he saw Su Yan's unmoving body. Although he believed in Su Yan and trusted Su Yan, seeing that the weapon was about to hit Su Yan's head, Buttface finally couldn't hold it in and shouted, "Senior, be careful." As he spoke, Buttface was about to attack, but just as he was about to attack, bang, there was a loud explosion. "Senior, Buttface's heart suddenly sank and he growled. The people around heard the loud noise and sneered. Let's go, there's nothing to see. Su Yen is dead, and Buttface is so seriously injured. He's dead for sure. Indeed. After all, the Guyu sect is also a powerful sect. How can a celestial emperor and a holy bloodline cause trouble? Let's go, let's go. Everyone was talking in twos and threes as they prepared to leave. However, at this moment, a surprised voice suddenly came from the crowd. No, the person who fell is not Su Yen. What? Everyone heard this shout and was stunned. They hurriedly looked in the direction where Su Yen had been. When they saw the scene in front of them, everyone's eyes widened, and their mouths opened so wide that a duck egg could be stuffed in. How is this possible? How did he do it? Yeah, just now that elder clearly hit him, everyone was stunned. Even Buttface was dumbfounded when he saw the scene in front of him. He couldn't believe the scene in front of him. They all saw that Su Yen had been hit, but now Su Yen was unscathed. On the other hand, the elder spat out blood and stopped in midair. He looked at Su Yen in surprise. You, before he finished speaking, his whole body had fallen from the void. Junior brother. After a while, the elders of the Guyu sect suddenly came to their senses and looked at Su Yen in surprise. Although they still couldn't see through Su Yen's strength, they were not as calm as before. One by one, they roared angrily. Su Yen, I'm going to kill you. Su Yen, I'm going to break you into pieces. At this time, they didn't care about bullying, let alone being ridiculed. They all waved their weapons and attacked Su Yen. Elder Gujian directly used his strongest move. More than a dozen elders of the Guyu sect in the celestial phase stage attacked Su Yen separately. The momentum was vast, the spiritual energy vibrated, and the light flickered. The condensed energy exploded into a powerful hurricane, like the stormy waves of the East Sea, and directly attacked Su Yen. The martial artists who were watching by the side saw such a powerful attack and took a few steps back. At the same time, they looked at Su Yen with a little more worry in their eyes. Seeing this, Buttface couldn't help but growl, "Don't forget, there's still me, Buttface." However, just as Buttface took a step forward, he was stopped by Su Yen. Senior. Buttface was about to explain something. Su Yen smiled, and then a ray of light flashed in his eyes. Looking at the power that was constantly surging, the corners of his mouth curled into an evil smile. Guyu sect, half a year ago, you forced me to the edge of the world and humiliated me. Now, it's time for you to pay back. As Su Yen spoke, the cultivation method in his body suddenly began to operate. Bang! Suddenly, there was a loud explosion, and a powerful force soared into the sky. At the same time, countless rays of light burst out from his body. The light was so bright that it seemed to cover up the sunlight. What? When everyone saw this scene, they couldn't help but be shocked. Soon, someone reacted and shouted in horror, No, this Su Yen is not in the Holy Bloodline realm, he's in the Celestial Phase realm. Yes, he's in the Celestial Phase realm, and he's in the 9 stars Celestial Phase realm. How is this possible? Everyone looked at the spiritual power that was surging in Su Yan's body and couldn't help but feel a little crazy. When Elder Gujian and the other elders of the Guyu sect saw this scene, there was a look of horror in their eyes. In particular, Elder Gujian's pupils suddenly shrank, revealing a deep fear. When he saw the red light emitted from Su Yan's eyes, he hurriedly shouted, "Everyone, retreat, retreat, this kid is not in the Holy Bloodline realm, retreat, retreat." When Su Yan heard Elder Gujian's words, he smiled coldly. Suddenly, he waved the ghost howl sword in his hand and jumped up. With a whoosh, followed by a scream, an elder of the Guyu sect died. That speed was always beyond the imagination of humans. Many people didn't even see when Su Yan made his move. They only saw a bloody mist explode in the void, which made them suddenly realize that someone had died. Su Yan had killed someone. Each and every one of them looked at the scene in front of them in shock. They couldn't believe that everything in front of them was real. Many people thought that they were dreaming and kept rubbing their eyes, wanting to tell themselves that this was a dream. However, every time they rubbed their eyes, they would still see this shocking scene when they opened their eyes. This made them even more astonished and shocked. Not only that, in their shock, they saw flashes of light constantly in the void, and bursts of bloody mist filled the air. More than a dozen elders of the Guyu sect, died just like that. How is this possible, this speed? Everyone was almost going crazy. Although they were shocked by Su Yan's 9-star celestial phase realm strength, even so, even if they accepted that Su Yan was at the 9-star celestial phase realm, it was impossible for a 9-star celestial phase realm cultivator to have such abnormal speed. Under the encirclement of so many experts, it was as if he had entered an uninhabited land. When Elder Gujian saw the corpses of his fellow disciples falling down, his eyes were filled with shock. It wasn't until Su Yan's body descended in front of him that he suddenly woke up. In the past, Su Yan was just an ant-like existence in the eyes of Elder Gujian. Chapter 318. Su Yan looked down from above, his majestic aura directly suppressing Elder Gujian. In terms of aura, he had already surpassed him forever. At this moment, Elder Gujian finally understood that Su Yan was no longer the person he could casually need in the past. The surrounding spectators looked at Su Yan, their hearts also filled with shock. This was especially true for those who had wanted to capture Su Yan for the sake of 1,000,000 spirit stones. At this moment, they finally understood that Su Yan was not someone they could compare to. Their eyes were filled with astonishment as they looked at Su Yan. Of course, other than astonishment, there was even more shock. They could not imagine that in just half a year, Su Yan was actually able to step into the stage 9 from the Saint Vein realm. That cultivation speed, using this word was probably unable to estimate Su Yan's cultivation speed, because it was so fast that they did not dare to believe it. Gujian, that day when you forced me to jump off the cliff, did you ever think that such a day would come? Su Yan looked at Elder Gujian and shouted angrily. There was not the slightest bit of emotion in his eyes, only a cold killing intent surging out. For the humiliation that day, the hatred that day. Su Yan had never forgotten it, not to mention that today, Gujian had even injured his only friend in this hidden devil region. This Gujian had already committed a capital crime. However, Su Yan was not in a hurry to kill Gujian, because he wanted to let the entire hidden devil region know that he, Su Yan, was a king, a divine dragon, and was not something that ants like them could compare to. No. No, senior, please be magnanimous and spare me. Elder Gujian no longer had the slightest bit of his usual arrogance. Looking at Su Yan, his entire body was trembling. He was afraid. Afraid of death. He didn't even care about his reputation and knelt in front of Su Yan, calling him Senior Su Yan. I'll spare you. Perhaps if it were someone else begging for mercy, Su Yan would not be willing to bicker with them. However, Gujian was different. This was because Gujian had almost caused him to fall into a desperate situation, causing him to lose his life many times. Therefore, it was impossible for Su Yan to forgive him. Not only would he not forgive him, but Su Yan would not forgive the entire Guyu sect. Although half a year had passed, Su Yan still clearly remembered the scene of the Guyu sect forcing him to jump off the cliff. Gujian, die! Su Yan coldly shouted and slowly raised the ghost howl sword in his hand. Senior, spare me, spare me. Elder Gujian knelt in front of Su Yan and begged for mercy. Su Yan didn't pay any attention to him. If Gujian had fought him like a man, Su Yan might have respected him a little. But now, looking at Elder Gujian's begging appearance, Su Yan couldn't help but sigh. Su Yan's eyes were filled with disdain. *Shio, the sword quickly slid past. Suddenly, a low cry came from Gujian's throat as a blood mist drifted away. Elder Gujian had fallen. The speed of the sword was as fast as lightning as it slid past Gujian's throat. The sword was still trembling in the void, causing a series of explosions. The dazzling light was also trembling unceasingly. When the surrounding people saw this, they kept quiet out of fear. Even when they looked at Su Yan, a feeling of worship rose in their hearts. Su Yan ignored the gazes of these people. Instead, he looked at the gate of the Guyu sect and shouted, "That day, the Guyu sect forced me to jump off the cliff. I swore that I would massacre the Guyu sect one day. If you don't want to die, leave quickly." Su Yan's words were directed at the other disciples of the Guyu sect. When the disciples heard Su Yan's words, their bodies trembled. Looking at the ghost howl sword in Su Yan's hand, they all roared and took off their Guyu sect uniform and ran to the foot of the mountain. A bunch of scoundrels. Su Yan looked at them running away and snorted disdainfully. He turned to look at Buttface and asked, "Buttface, how are your injuries recovering?" "Although I've recovered to my peak, I can still fight." Buttface looked at Su Yan and said firmly. His eyes also emitted a ray of unswerving determination. He seemed to know what Su Yan was going to do next, and the blood in his body started to boil. Su Yan nodded heavily and pointed his sword at the gate of the Guyu sect. "Well then, Buttface, today you and I will fight side by side and flatten the Guyu sect." "Flatten the Guyu sect." Buttface growled, and the two of them rushed forward at the same time. The elders of the Guyu sect had been killed by Su Yan. The disciples who had not run away were just so and weak. They could not resist Buttface and Su Yan at all. The two of them entered a no-man's land and killed their way into the Guyu sect's inner palace. Su Yan knew very well that the inner palace was where the Guyu sect's palace master was in seclusion. He wanted to kill this person today to take revenge for that day and flatten the Guyu sect. "Su Yan, you are so ruthless." Just as Su Yan and Buttface were in the middle of their massacre, a loud and clear voice suddenly exploded in the sky. When Su Yan heard this voice, he licked his lips slightly and revealed an evil smile. "Guyu sect master, Gu He, you are finally willing to show yourself." A black shadow leaped out from the inner palace of the Guyu sect. It was as fast as lightning, and in a flash, it was in front of everyone. This person was none other than the Guyu sect master, Gu He. Back then, he was also involved in forcing Su Yan to jump off the cliff. Gu He looked at the corpses of his Guyu sect disciples all over the ground. There were also several elders of his Guyu sect lying on the ground. His old face suddenly twitched and a burst of anger surged. "Su Yan, you actually dared to destroy my Guyu sect." Gu He looked at Su Yan and shouted angrily. Su Yan smiled coldly. "Gu He, you asked for this. If it weren't for my luck, I'm afraid I would have died at the bottom of that cliff. How could I be standing here?" "So, you asked for all of this. You asked for it, huh?" Gu He snorted and shouted, "Su Yan, do you really think that there is no one in my Guyu sect? You alone can flatten my Guyu sect. Is there anyone here?" A trace of coldness flashed across Su Yan's face. Looking at the corpses around him, a mocking gaze surged in his eyes. Gu He was already angry. Seeing Su Yan's contemptuous look, he became even more furious. "Su Yan, if I don't kill you today, I won't be the Guyu sect master in vain." Bang, as Gu He spoke, his body trembled and a powerful force suddenly surged. Spirit Sea Realm. It's the Spirit Sea Realm. This Gu He has actually reached the Spirit Sea Realm. When everyone saw the power surging from Gu He's body, a look of astonishment appeared on everyone's face. A Spirit Sea Realm cultivator could definitely be considered a top expert here. How could they not be surprised? However, to Su Yan, the Spirit Sea Realm was just an ordinary existence. After all, there were too many Spirit Sea Realm experts in the Monster Palace. "Su Yan, I have to admit that your cultivation speed is fast. However, a mere Celestial Realm cultivator dares to barge into my Guyu sect. You're courting death." Gu He was really angered by Su Yan. With a cold shout, he no longer spoke nonsense with Su Yan. He patted his storage bag and immediately took out a long sword and attacked Su Yan. "Senior, be careful. When Buttface saw Gu-hee's sharp attack, his heart suddenly trembled. He wanted to block for Su Yan. However, he heard Su Yan shout coldly, "Buttface, back off." When Buttface heard Su Yan's words, he hesitated for a moment. However, in the end, he still chose to believe in Su Yan and retreated to the side. "Humph, arrogant person. A mere celestial realm cultivator wants to fight me alone?" Gu-hee originally thought that Su Yan and Buttface would attack together. He didn't expect that Su Yan would actually ask Buttface to back off. There was a hint of mockery in his eyes. At the same time, he held the long sword in his hand and attacked. It was obvious that Gu-hee's long sword was not an ordinary item. The moment he raised the sword, a burst of bright light suddenly burst out. At the same time, waves of sword cries shook the air. His body was like a bolt of lightning as he attacked Su Yan with his sword. The speed was as fast as an arrow leaving the bowstring. As the long sword was waved, Gu-hee's strength of a level 2 Spirit Sea Realm cultivator suddenly erupted. When the sword came down, the momentum was even more grand. It was like a cheetah pouncing straight up. Wherever the sword passed, there were countless explosions. The sword light flickered like stormy waves. When the people at the side saw this, they were all dumbfounded. This Gu-hee is indeed worthy of being the sect leader of the Guyu sect. This sword can actually erupt with such a powerful attack. That's right. Looks like this Su Yan is most likely doomed. When everyone saw Gu-hee make his move, they all secretly broke out in a cold sweat for Su Yan. When Su Yan saw Gu-hee's powerful move, he no longer had the calm expression from before. After all, Gu-hee was at the Spirit Sea Realm. The power and speed that he erupted with were not something that those Sky Realm cultivators could compare to. Under the pressure of Gu-hee's powerful aura, Su Yan even felt his entire body trembling slightly. However, Su Yan was not afraid at all. Instead, waves of bright light flowed out from his eyes. Level 2 Spirit Sea Realm. I wonder if I can withstand it now. Su Yan licked his lips. His eyes turned and a bright red light immediately appeared. At the same time, his body also burst out with a burst of light. Die! Gu-hee shouted angrily as his sword slashed down towards Su Yan's mind. His eyes revealed a ruthless expression. However, when the sword slashed down, Gu-hee saw that Su Yan had already dodged it. Gu-hee could not help but be shocked. Looking at Su Yan, who had retreated a few meters, he said with a face full of surprise, "You? How can your speed be so fast? How could it be so fast?" Su Yan laughed coldly. Naturally, he would not tell Gu-hee that he had always been proud of his speed. When Gu-hee saw Su Yan's expression, the surprise on his face quickly turned into anger. Chapter 319. Will I die without a doubt? I'd like to see what kind of ability the sect leader of the Guyu sect has. Su Yan coldly said. His plain and simple words slowly drifted across the huge square, causing the atmosphere that filled the square to become slightly turbulent and chaotic. In the square, the onlookers all looked at Shi Yan with different emotions. They weren't unfamiliar with this young man called Xiao Yan. After all, they had wanted to capture him for the Guyu sect, causing Su Yan to set off a wave of excitement in the demon-subduing sect. Of course, at that time, when this name was mentioned, most people would feel a little disdain and ridicule. When Guyu Zong said that Su Yan had already been killed, they felt that it was a reasonable thing to do. After all, Su Yan was still too weak at that time. Offending the Guyu sect and being chased was a matter of course. However, when everyone looked at Su Yan's white-robed body, their gazes were extremely complicated. Even when they heard Su Yan's words, no one felt that there was anything wrong. Although it was impossible for Su Yan, who was only at the Sky Phase stage, to deal with someone at the Spiritual Sea stage, they didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. As the unreachable sect leader of the Guyu sect, no one had ever dared to be so rude to him. Now that a mere Sky Phase stage cultivator dared to speak to him in such a manner, the anger on Gu-hee's face became even more intense. Su Yan didn't pay any attention to Gu-hee. His hand slowly gripped the hilt of his sword and suddenly pulled it out. The ghost howl sword brought about an oppressive wind as it slanted towards the ground. The wind from the sword blew up the dust on the ground. Faint spiritual chi lingered on the surface of his body. Su Yan waved his sword and pointed it at Gu He. Gu He, you forced me to jump off a cliff in the past. Today, it's time to repay this hatred. Bang! As he spoke, Su Yan's body suddenly leapt up. He waved the ghost howl sword and attacked Gu He. In front of everyone's eyes, that robust body was like an angry demonic beast. The ghost howl sword slashed down, and a series of ghost howls burst out. At the same time, there were traces of black fog lingering above it. A mere celestial phenomenon stage cultivator actually dares to make the first move. Gu He calmly looked at Su Yan, who was charging straight at him, and a cold smile appeared on his face. Gu He calmly watched for a long time. When he saw that Su Yan had arrived in front of him, Gu He finally made a move. The tip of his foot gently tapped the ground. His body was like a fallen leaf in a wild wind, drifting and flickering. In an instant, he crossed paths with Su Yan. In the instant they crossed paths, the long sword in Gu He's hand slashed horizontally in an extremely natural manner. With the help of his body movement technique, a few tiny wind blades burst forth, slicing towards Su Yan's neck. Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank. His rapidly charging figure came to a halt. He slightly raised the ghost howl sword in his hand. With a loud bang, it directly collided with Gu He's long sword, causing a burst of resplendent fireworks. The speed of the two was so fast that it surprised all the onlookers. When the two swords collided, Su Yan suddenly felt a sense of oppression coming from the sword. He slightly raised his eyes to look at Gu He, licked his lips and said, "The second step of the spiritual sea, you really do have some skills." As he spoke, Su Yan suddenly waved the ghost howl sword in his hand and leaped forward. The ghost howl sword released a ferocious spiritual energy and smashed towards Gu He's abdomen. The spiritual energy was so strong that it instantly created a strong wind that blew up Gu He's clothes. Feeling the oppressive spiritual energy behind him, Gu He frowned slightly. "I never thought that this brat, who is only at the 9-star celestial phenomenon stage, would actually have such a fast speed. But so what if he has speed alone?" As Gu He spoke, the long sword in his hand suddenly thrust it out. The light green long sword left behind a green arc in the air. The sharp sword tip seemed to have pierced through the air. Following a crisp, ding, sound, the tip of the sword pointed straight at Su Yan's ghost howl sword that was smashing towards him. When the two came into contact, the strong spiritual energy contained on top of it caused the slender long sword to be pressed into an extremely hair-raising arc, die. At this moment, Gu He suddenly let out a furious roar. A powerful spiritual energy burst out from his long sword. With a loud bang, the powerful energy directly spread out from the ghost howl sword. Not good. Su Yan was shocked. He immediately felt his palm shake, and the ghost howl sword in his hand almost fell out of his hand. However, in the end, it was still suppressed by Su Yan. At the same time, his body suddenly retreated a few steps. Su Yan was very clear about the difference in strength between him and Gu He. If he wanted to defeat Gu He, he had to rely on his own speed. As Su Yan retreated, he suddenly slapped his storage pouch. A few flying swords instantly burst out and attacked Gu He. The speed of the flying swords had always exceeded Gu He's imagination. Furthermore, Gu He did not expect that Su Yan would be able to suddenly burst out with so many long swords. Due to a moment of carelessness, a flying sword directly pierced through Gu He's clothes. "Good brat, you actually have such a skill." Gu He was shocked. At the same time, a burst of anger erupted in his heart. It seems that if I don't show you some colors, you will really think that I, Gu He, am someone that you can compare to." Just as Gu He's voice fell, he suddenly let out a roar and waved the long sword in his hand. In an instant, the air around him seemed to tremble. A burst of whistling sound burst out. Simultaneously, a powerful energy surged and directly contracted into Gu He's long sword. What a powerful energy! Yeah, I'm afraid that Su Yan is doomed this time. Seeing the powerful energy erupting from Gu He's long sword, the spectators below whispered to each other. Go to hell. Gu He let out a roar and waved his long sword. The huge energy that had contracted suddenly rushed towards Su Yan like a powerful wave. Seeing such a powerful attack from Gu He, Su Yan frowned and wanted to retreat. Unfortunately, the energy that Gu He released was too powerful. In an instant, it had already arrived in front of Su Yan. There was no way for him to avoid it. At the same time, Su Yan could feel the power of this energy. This was because when the power surged, Su Yan's body started to tremble slightly. Not only that, Gu He did not stop because of this. Instead, he sneered and instantly raised the long sword in his hand. With a leap, he charged towards Su Yan. Go to hell, Su Yan. Gu He smiled coldly. There was a hint of coldness in his eyes. He believed that Su Yan would not be able to withstand his double attack. Su Yan would die without a doubt. When the spectators below saw this scene, their bodies shrunk together. They did not dare to blink. They stared at this scene and saw that Su Yan was still standing there motionlessly. Everyone was sweating profusely. But Face, who was standing at the side, also gasped when he saw this scene. He wanted to help, but he realized that he was too late. He could only look at Gu He with anger in his eyes. Bang! A loud explosion rang out. Elder Gu Jian's powerful attack directly rushed towards Su Yan's body. Bursts of bright light burst out and enveloped Su Yan's entire body. Is he dead? Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. A sneer appeared on Gu He's face as he snorted, "You overestimate yourself. A mere celestial stage cultivator actually dares to threaten to flatten my Guyu sect. Is that so?" Right at that moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded from the resplendent light. At the same time, the light slowly faded, and Su Yan's body once again appeared in front of everyone. When everyone saw this scene, their eyes could not help but shrink as they looked at Su Yan in surprise. Especially when they stared at the frosty light outside Su Yan's body. Everyone was even more surprised. Look, what is that? Yeah, that light circle seems to be able to absorb Gu He's power. Gu He looked at Su Yan in surprise. He did not believe that Su Yan, who was merely in the celestial stage, could actually withstand such a powerful attack from him. Looking at the playful expression on Su Yan's face, Gu He was even more furious. Su Yan, I will definitely kill you. Gu He roared as his body rushed towards Su Yan. However, the movement of the long sword in his hand did not stop because of this. His feet lightly stomped on the air as waves of powerful spiritual energy erupted from the longsword. In an instant, a large number of sharp wind blades were formed as they ruthlessly cut towards Su Yan's body. Feeling the power coming from the sword, Su Yan did not slow down in the slightest. He raised the ghost howl sword in his hand and welcomed Gu He. The moment the sword was unsheathed, a black mist suddenly surged out. Compared to Gu He's power, it was slightly weaker. However, when the two collided, Gu He was actually unable to do anything to Su Yan for a moment. This made Gu He even angrier. He suddenly waved the long sword in his hand and slashed down. A huge energy sword cut through the air, as if it was tearing through space. The resplendent arc of light split from the tip of the sword, and the 5 sword shapes connected head to tail, like a meteor falling from the sky. Seeing this, Su Yan could not help but frown. He did not dare to panic in the slightest. He hurriedly raised his sword and charged forward, directly colliding with Gu He's powerful attack. Bang! With a loud sound, Su Yan's body suddenly staggered backwards. Following that, Gu He pressed forward again, the corner of his mouth revealing a cold smile. Su Yan, do you think you can stop me? As he spoke, Gu He waved the long sword in his hand and directly slashed down towards Su Yan's head. Su Yan was suddenly shocked. He did not dare to meet the attack head-on. At the same time, his body quickly retreated. Unfortunately, just as Su Yan retreated, Gu He pressed forward again. Gu He's speed was comparable to Su Yan's. In particular, the powerful energy contained in the longsword made Su Yan frown. If this continues, I will definitely die in Guhi's hands. Su Yan thought to himself. Looking at Guhi's body that was constantly surging towards him, the blood dragon pupil suddenly shrank. One sword to decide the universe. Su Yan shouted angrily. He did not dodge, but directly attacked Guhi. Guhi did not expect that Su Yan would burst out with such a sharp sword. His pupils shrank, and his body pulled back a few steps. At the same time, he did not dodge. Instead, he waved the long sword in his hand and blocked Su Yan's attack. Do you think this is it? When Su Yan saw Guhi's indifferent face, the corners of his mouth curled into a faint sneer. With a shout, Su Yan's body suddenly burst out with a bright brilliance. That brilliance surged up. Suddenly, a low roar was heard. It turned into 9 huge dragons and directly attacked Guhi. 9 dragons soul-snatching. Su Yan shouted angrily. His left hand directly attacked Guhi's body. Guhi did not expect that Su Yan would attack from 2 sides. For a moment, he could not dodge. Bang! After being hit by Su Yan, Guhi suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His body staggered a few steps back before he could stabilize himself. What a good Su Yan! He actually managed to injure me. Guhi looked at Su Yan in astonishment. His eyes were filled with anger. You are fine. Su Yan completely ignored Guhi's words. Seeing that Guhi was safe and sound, he could not help but frown. Chapter 320. Brat, do you really think that the spiritual sea realm is something that you, a mere celestial phenomenon realm cultivator, can compare to? Guhi blocked Su Yan's strongest attack, and a powerful aura suddenly emitted from between his brows. At the same time, a sharp light flowed out from his eyes. When this sharp light surged over, Su Yan actually felt his body and mind tremble when he saw it. What's going on? Su Yan turned around and looked at Guhi. He had a strange feeling. Guhi's aura seemed to have surpassed the aura of a spiritual sea realm cultivator. This aura seemed to be the aura of a perimeter realm cultivator. Su Yan took a closer look. Guhi was indeed only a spiritual sea realm cultivator. Su Yan couldn't help but frown. Could it be that I'm mistaken? Go to hell. While Su Yan was still in a daze, Guhi's body suddenly rushed forward. The long sword in his hand chopped down horizontally, erupting with a powerful chi that was like a hurricane sweeping over. Su Yan was shocked in his heart. What a powerful attack! While Su Yan was shocked, his blood dragon pupil suddenly shrank, and his figure quickly retreated. But just as Su Yan's figure retreated, Guhi's eyes turned, and his left hand suddenly struck out again. A powerful attack burst out, and a powerful light suddenly emerged from the majestic spirit energy. Su Yan couldn't dodge in time. Bang! With a loud sound, Su Yan was directly hit by this move. Suddenly, he felt a huge pain in his body. His body flew back dozens of meters, and with a loud bang, he fell to the ground. Poochie! At the same time, Su Yan spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, Guhi's body floated over and looked down at Su Yan, who was on the ground, with a trace of disdain in his eyes. Arrogant brat, do you really think that my Guyu sect is something that you, a mere celestial phenomenon realm cultivator, can break through? As Guhi spoke, he waved his hands, and a majestic spirit energy suddenly surged out. At the same time, a powerful force surged out. Seeing this, Su Yan couldn't help but frown. At the same time, the cultivation method in his body also began to secretly surge. Die! As Guhi spoke, he instantly waved the long sword in his hand and directly slashed down on Su Yan. A huge force burst out, like a stormy sea, directly pounced towards Su Yan. Its speed was as fast as lightning. When the onlookers saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. They were shocked by the sudden change in the situation. Su Yan looked at the aura emitted from Guhi's body and frowned. Especially when he saw Guhi's move, Su Yan could feel the strength of this force. There was no chance to dodge it. Looks like I can only fight. Su Yan clenched his teeth and the cultivation technique in his body started to circulate rapidly. Looking at the powerful force that was surging towards him, Su Yan suddenly opened his hands and shouted angrily, "Mysterious Cold Shield, second layer, Mysterious Ice Divine Shield, activate." Bang! Under this loud sound, Su Yan's frosty halo suddenly emitted a bright light. Boom! Facing Gu He's powerful attack, the entire square was covered by the resplendent light. The surrounding people couldn't help but take a few steps back. What? Gu He also didn't expect Su Yan to be able to block his attack. He was stunned for a moment, and then looked at Su Yan with a sharp gaze. At this moment, Su Yan's body suddenly turned into a white light. The ghost howl sword in his hand swept out, emitting a black fog, which directly flew towards Gu He's body. That fog seemed soft, but it was incomparably sharp. As it cut through the air, it burst out with a crisp sound. Gu He was stunned, and his figure hurriedly retreated. Unfortunately, because Su Yan's reaction speed was extremely fast, Gu He couldn't react in time and was hit on the shoulder by the black fog. At the same time, blood flew out. Gu He frowned in pain. Looking at the blood on his shoulder, his face immediately became gloomy. He pointed at Su Yan and shouted, "Su Yan, you can actually injure me." Huff! Huff! Su Yan continuously released a few powerful attacks. He was already panting and didn't have time to answer Gu He's words. He only looked at Gu He, and his eyes revealed traces of coldness. Seeing Su Yan's situation, Gu He laughed coldly and said, "Good, good. Su Yan, I want to see how long you can last." While Gu He was speaking, bang, suddenly, a powerful energy burst out from his body. With a wave of his hand, it directly exploded on Su Yan's body. "Senior, be careful." Seeing this attack, But Face was shocked and hurriedly shouted to Gu He. Seeing Gu He's attack, Su Yan's face also darkened. He thought to himself, a stage 2 spirit sea realm cultivator is indeed much stronger than me. If this continues, I will definitely lose. I have to think of a way. As Su Yan spoke, his eyes suddenly shrank. He stepped on the sword dragon and dodged Gu He's attack. However, Gu He's attack came again. After dodging a few times, Su Yan felt that the spiritual qi in his body was about to dry up. "Su Yan, I want to see how long you can last." Gu He laughed coldly. Holding the long sword in his hand, he suddenly slashed towards Su Yan. However, this time, Su Yan didn't dodge at all. He looked at Gu He and laughed coldly. Seeing Su Yan like this, Gu He couldn't help but frown. However, the speed of his hand didn't slow down at all. His sword slashed towards Su Yan's body. Although this sword didn't look fancy in the slightest. However, its speed was extremely fast. As the sword slid past, there were countless loud sounds. Not only that, but at the same time, the powerful spiritual qi rotated in the air, emitting waves of powerful light. The onlookers at the side were already stunned. Sky Realm, Spirit Sea Realm, in their hearts, it was impossible for a Sky Realm cultivator to be a match for a Spirit Sea Realm cultivator. However, Su Yan only relied on the strength of a Sky Realm cultivator to hold on for such a long time in Gu He's hands. This was already a miracle to them. At this moment, looking at Su Yan's body, they couldn't help but feel respect. Now that they saw Su Yan gasping for breath and saw that Su Yan was about to be cut in half by Gu He's sword, they even felt some pity in their hearts. They didn't know why, but their emotions also became somewhat gloomy. This was because they felt that Su Yan wouldn't be able to dodge this time. Su Yan would definitely die. They felt pity for Su Yan. That's not right. Just as Gu He's sword was about to slide past Su Yan's body, a shout suddenly burst out from the crowd, "That's not right. Look, Su Yan's body is changing." What? Hearing this voice, everyone's eyes widened. Whoa! At this moment, a dragon's roar burst out. With a wave of the huge dragon's body, Gu He's long sword was sent flying. What the hell is going on? This. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. There were also some people who saw through the trick and shouted excitedly, "Illusion technique, this is illusion technique." What? Illusion technique? Wasn't it lost a long time ago? That's right, how could Su Yan do it? Everyone was stunned, but when they thought about how Su Yan didn't die, the gloominess in their hearts started to become active again. Looking at the huge dragon's body that Su Yan had transformed into, all of them were filled with anticipation. Illusion technique, Su Yan, I didn't expect you to have mastered the illusion technique. He looked at the huge dragon's body in front of him and couldn't help but frown. His eyes were filled with astonishment. "Oh!" Su Yan let out a low roar and activated the dragon's body, directly charging towards He. The speed of the dragon's body that was transformed was hundreds of times faster than before. He couldn't help but be shocked and his body hurriedly retreated. However, just as he took a step back, Su Yan's body caught up with him. The huge dragon's body swung its claws towards He's body. Originally, it was a situation where Su Yan had been avoiding. Now, it had reversed and appeared in front of He. He's sword was sent flying by Su Yan's attack just now. At this moment, he was also dodging in a sorry state. Good. Su Yan, I really didn't expect you to have such a move. While He was dodging continuously, a cold smile suddenly appeared on his face. His eyes suddenly shrank and his hands began to move. Rumble, the moment he moved his hands, there was a sudden explosion. At the same time, a powerful force surged. Not only that, but the entire ground was trembling slightly. When the surrounding crowd felt this powerful force, they couldn't help but be shocked. Especially when they felt the trembling of the ground, they couldn't help but retreat. Seeing this, Su Yan's dragon head also raised and let out a low roar. Su Yan, I can't help but admire you. You're very strong. If it was another rank 2 spiritual sea realm, perhaps they wouldn't be able to defeat you today. Unfortunately. He sneered. He waved his hands and suddenly slammed them on the ground. Bang! A loud explosion resounded through the heavens and the earth. The entire ground suddenly surged. That's right, the entire ground surged. 10,000 elephant divine skill, this is the 10,000 elephant divine skill. When everyone saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. Each and every one of them was tongue-tied. 10,000 elephant divine skill. Seeing this, Su Yan slightly frowned. He was very clear that after entering the spiritual sea realm, one could use the power of heaven and earth to cultivate the 10,000 elephant divine skill. Of course, the cultivation of the 10,000 elephant divine skill was also divided into ranks. From rank 1 to rank 9, and now, looking at He's 10,000 elephant divine skill, it was probably cultivated to rank 5 and above. Rank 5, as Su Yan thought about it, his eyes suddenly shrank. Landslide and Earth Rends. Chapter 321. The entire ground surged up, and the powerful rocks shot out like countless flying swords. Not only that, the entire ground was like a huge mountain pressing down on Su Yan raised his dragon head, wanting to dodge. Unfortunately, he did not have the chance to do so. Let's go all out. Su Yan roared in his heart. His body no longer retreated. He turned his dragon body and pounced towards He's huge attack. Uproar, the dragon body collided with the ground. Suddenly, countless rays of light burst out, and the rumbling sound resonated through the heavens and earth. The moment Su Yan's dragon body was put on, the entire huge upright ground suddenly exploded. Countless mud and stones, like a heavenly maiden scattering flowers, exploded and shot out. The surrounding buildings were all smashed and destroyed one by one. Not only that, some of the spectators were too weak to dodge in time. They were directly hit and died. Everyone closed their eyes under this resplendent light screen. This phenomenon lasted for a few breaths of time before it returned to normal. The spectators slowly opened their eyes. Looking at the mess in front of them, they were all confused. Is he dead? Everyone saw this and did not dare to go near. They could only stare blankly at the scene. Looking at the huge dragon figure disappearing from the horizon, they felt a little sad. I did not expect this illusion technique to be so strong. At this moment, a black-robed figure slowly stood up from the ground. Everyone's eyes suddenly shrank. However, when they saw this person clearly, they were a little disappointed. Because this person was Guhi. Guhi looked at the mess in front of him and could not help but smile bitterly. This Su Yan is indeed a genius. If he is given a few more days, I wonder how strong he will be. Cough cough cough, as Guhi spoke, he kept coughing. It was obvious that he was not lightly injured in this attack. Is he dead? Everyone looked at the calm ground. There was no more movement, and their hearts sank. Cough cough cough, at this moment, a cough was heard. A white figure slowly crawled out from the deep hole in the ground. Everyone held their breaths as they watched. When they saw the white figure's face clearly, the white figure was stunned. Everyone immediately shouted excitedly. Su Yan, it's Su Yan. Ha, that's great. That's right, it's Su Yan. He didn't die. He's not dead, everyone couldn't help but cheer. They didn't know why they were so excited when they saw that Su Yan wasn't dead, but they were just excited. Only Guhi looked at Su Yan, who was in front of him, and frowned. Immediately after, anger rose in his eyes as he shouted, Su Yan, I didn't expect you to still be alive. Puchi, Su Yan had already returned to his human form. His current situation was obviously not much better. He coughed dryly and spat out a mouthful of blood. But even so, Su Yan's eyes were still glowing. Second stage spiritual sea realm is indeed powerful. Su Yan frowned slightly. Looking at Guhi's figure, he raised the ghost howl sword with difficulty. When Guhi saw Su Yan, anger surged in his eyes. Su Yan, I didn't expect you, a mere 9-star celestial phenomenon realm, to be able to force me to such an extent. Good, good. If I don't kill you today, I'm not worthy to be the sect master of Guyu sect. Guhi roared and rushed towards Su Yan. Humph, Guhi, you forced my Tianya that day. Today, I'll settle this with you. Su Yan endured the intense pain in his body and stood up. His eyes emitted a bright light. He might know that he couldn't defeat Guhi today. But even so, Su Yan couldn't back down. This was the pride of a man. Good, good, good. When Guhi heard Su Yan's words, he also said good 3 times. The corner of his mouth curled up into a playful smile. Su Yan, since that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish today. After saying that, the two of them brandished their swords and attacked each other at the same time. At this moment, the spiritual energy in their bodies had been exhausted. It was a competition of physical strength. The swords came and went, faintly emitting waves of sharp light. Everyone watching was dumbfounded. Die! Guhi roared and slapped Su Yan's shoulder with his palm. Su Yan's entire body was sent flying by the impact. Su Yan, you won't be my match. Guhi approached Su Yan and sneered. Puchi, Su Yan spat out another mouthful of blood. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he sneered at Guhi, is that so? As he spoke, Su Yan's body suddenly rushed out and pounced towards Su Yan. Humph! Seeing this, Guhi immediately shouted angrily and waved his palm to attack Su Yan. Bang! The palm hit Su Yan's body, but this time Su Yan didn't retreat at all. Instead, he gritted his teeth and hugged Guhi again. Guhi didn't expect Su Yan to use such a hooligan move. He couldn't dodge in time and was directly hugged by Su Yan. Let go of me. Guhi was hugged tightly by Su Yan. He was furious and kept slapping at Su Yan. Unfortunately, Su Yan hugged him tightly and didn't move an inch. Bang! 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 Facing Su Yan's hooligan attack, Guhi flew into a rage and continuously slapped at Su Yan. Each of his palm strikes contained a powerful energy, causing a series of loud sounds to erupt. The surrounding people were shocked when they saw this. Puchi, under this huge attack, Su Yan kept spitting out blood from the corner of his mouth. Die. Gu He didn't expect Su Yan to be able to hold on for so long. With a furious roar, he raised his palm and smashed it at Su Yan with all his might. Ah, no one dared to look anymore. With a cry of surprise, they closed their eyes. However, the corner of Su Yan's mouth revealed a sinister smile. His blood-stained lips split open, making him look exceptionally sinister. He spat out a weak word, die, just as Su Yan finished speaking. Swish, suddenly, a few white lights flashed in the sky. Bang, a few flying swords swept past Gu He's throat. Ugh, this. Gu He's body suddenly shrunk. He never thought that Su Yan would actually have such a trick up his sleeve. At this moment, Su Yan finally let go of Gu He. Looking at Gu He's body that was slowly going limp, Su Yan's mouth revealed a cold smile. Impossible, impossible, how could I be defeated by a mere celestial phenomenon stage? Impossible, impossible. Gu He growled in a low voice with a face full of astonishment. Then, with a flash, his entire body turned into a ray of white light and disappeared. When Su Yan saw this scene, he couldn't help but be stunned, and then fainted. Senior. Seeing that Su Yan had fainted, Butt-Face suddenly came to his senses. He hurriedly ran over and checked Su Yan's breathing. Seeing that he was only unconscious, he felt relieved. A fierce battle ended just like that, although Su Yan had also fallen unconscious. However, everyone knew that Su Yan, a 9-star celestial phenomenon stage cultivator, had defeated a cultivator of the 2nd stage of the spiritual sea realm. Everyone was dumbstruck when they saw this. They just stood there, unable to recover from their shock for a long time. They were unable to accept this fact. Of course, they also noticed that at the moment Gu He fell, he did not leave behind a body. Instead, he turned into white light and disappeared. This made them feel shocked, but no one thought about what had happened. All of their gazes were focused on Su Yan. Su Yan nodded his head. Su Yan, where did you go? He couldn't have gone to the Spirit Stone Mountain alone, right? On the second day, Dong Qinghao, Makaryu Ice, and Ratley discovered that Su Yan was not in the room at all. The three of them were anxious, and finally thought that Su Yan might have gone to the Spirit Stone Mountain. However, when they rushed to the Spirit Stone Mountain, they did not find Su Yan at all. This made them even more anxious. After all, they were very clear about Murong Fu's methods. What they were most worried about now was that Murong Fu would take action against Su Yan. After all, among the four of them, Su Yan was still the weakest. Of course, they did not know that Su Yan had stepped into the 9-star celestial phenomenon stage. Senior Brother Mu, what should we do now? After coming down from the Spirit Stone Mountain and not finding Su Yan's figure, Dong Qinghao asked Makaryu Ice worriedly. Because Su Yan was not here, among the three of them. Makaryu Ice was the strongest and still became the backbone of the three of them. I don't know either. Makaryu Ice also frowned. At this moment, they heard a voice coming from the side. Have you heard? Su Yan flattened the Guyu sect by himself. I've heard of it. That battle was really exciting. When the three of them heard these people around them, they looked at each other and then flew in the direction of the Guyu sect without hesitation. When they arrived, they happened to see the last scene. Looking at Su Yan's thin body, they felt a burst of emotion in their hearts. Take Su Yan back to heal. When Makaryu Ice saw Su Yan's injured condition, he picked up Su Yan's body without hesitation and walked down the mountain. Who are you? When Butt-Face saw this, he hurriedly stepped forward to stop Makaryu Ice and the other two. We are Su Yan's senior brothers. Makaryu Ice opened his mouth. He had seen Butt-Face's sad expression just now and knew that Butt-Face and Su Yan must have some kind of friendship, so he did not stop him. When Butt-Face heard this, he still did not believe them. When Dong Qinghao saw that Butt-Face did not believe them, he said, you can just come with us. Su Yan's injuries are too serious, we can't waste too much time. Okay. When Buttface heard this, he nodded and followed the few of them. Soon, the 5 of them returned to the inn where they were staying. Makaryu Ice checked Su Yan's injuries and frowned. Su Yan's injuries are too serious this time, and his meridians are all destroyed. I'm afraid it won't be easy for him to recover. Then what should we do? Dong Qinghao asked anxiously. Makaryu Ice pondered for a moment, then looked at Ratli and asked, Junior brother Rat, how long before the auction starts? 3 days. Ratli counted without thinking. Chapter 322. The Heaven and Earth Organization. When everyone heard Makaryu Ice's words, they couldn't help but be startled. Everyone knew very well that the Heaven and Earth Organization's power was not weaker than the Monster Palace's. Moreover, the Monster Palace had never been in contact with the Heaven and Earth Organization. It was obviously inappropriate to go down and look for the Heaven and Earth Organization. Of course, Makaryu Ice was also aware of this. Looking at the unconscious Su Yan lying on the bed with a helpless expression, he said, Su Yan's tendons and veins are all broken. It's a miracle that he's still alive. If we want to wake him up, we have to find the Heaven and Earth Organization's help. After saying that, Makaryu Ice paused and continued, the Heaven and Earth Organization's Wanxiang divine skill, Cloud Mist technique, has a miraculous healing effect. Therefore, I'm afraid that the only person who can save Su Yan now is the Heaven and Earth Organization's sect master. In fact, everyone knew that Su Yan's injuries were very serious. However, when they thought of the Heaven and Earth Organization, they still felt a little helpless. After all, the Heaven and Earth Organization was not comparable to the Guyu sect at all. In addition, the Monster Palace had never had any friendship with the Heaven and Earth Organization. It was definitely impossible to ask the people of the Heaven and Earth Organization to help Su Yan. Senior Brother Mu, is there really no other way besides this? Ratli asked Makaryu Ice. Makaryu Ice shook his head, other than this, I really can't think of any other way. But can the Heaven and Earth Organization really help? Ratli said gloomily. As soon as he finished speaking, Dong Qinghao waved his hand and shouted, no matter what, we can't just stand by and watch Su Yan like this. Even if the Heaven and Earth Organization has to go through a mountain of knives and a sea of fire, I still have to go. Yes. As soon as Dong Qinghao finished speaking, Buttface said resolutely, I, Buttface, don't know anything. I just know that I have to save Senior. Yes. Makaryu Ice nodded. In that case, we should set off as soon as possible. The longer Su Yan's injury is delayed, the more disadvantageous it will be for him. Yes. The 4 of them looked at each other, their eyes filled with determination. At the same time, the 4 of them no longer cared about anything else and directly brought Su Yan to the Heaven and Earth Organization. As for Murong Fu's matter, it had been pushed to the back by the 3 of them. Of course, even though they had pushed the matter to the back, it didn't mean that Murong Fu had forgotten about their existence. On the contrary, when the 4 of them left the Monster Palace on the first day, Murong Fu had already sent people to keep a close eye on the 4 of them. The news that the 4 of them were going to the Heaven and Earth Organization quickly spread to Murong Fu's ears in the Monster Palace. Faction Master, Su Yan challenged the Guyu sect alone. Although he defeated the Guyu sect's sect master, he was also seriously injured. Now, Makaryu Ice and the others are taking him to the Heaven and Earth Organization, hoping to borrow the Heaven and Earth Organization's 10,000 elephant divine skill, the Cloud Spell, to treat Su Yan. Lei Gao looked at Murong Fu, who was sitting on the palace master's seat, and respectfully reported to him. Lei Gao used to be the strongest person in the West Palace. Unfortunately, ever since the incident at the ancient demon pagoda, he had completely followed Murong Fu and was willing to submit to Murong Fu. When Murong Fu heard Lei Gao's words, his face sank. I didn't expect that in just a few days, Su Yan had reached the 9-star celestial phase realm. This monstrous cultivation speed really can't be left alive. Furthermore, he was able to destroy the Guyu sect with just the 9-star celestial phase realm. After hearing what happened outside with Su Yan, Murong Fu's killing intent towards Su Yan grew stronger and stronger. He never expected that not only did Su Yan break through to the 9-star celestial phase realm, but he was also able to kill Gu He, who was at the second stage of the spirit sea realm. This made him feel a sense of threat once again. The killing intent in his heart towards Su Yan also grew stronger and stronger. If it weren't for the position of the palace master of the monster palace, Murong Fu would have already personally made a move against Su Yan. Lei Gao looked at Murong Fu's gloomy expression and asked carefully, "Palace master, what should we do now? Should we send someone to kill Su Yan?" Murong Fu hesitated for a moment, then waved his hand and said, "No, after all, my current power is not comparable to the heavenly pig demon king and Luo Yaofeng. The two of them do not know about the death of Princess Chu." However, this did not mean that the two of them were not thinking about the position of palace master. If the monster palace made too big of a move, it was hard to guarantee that the two of them would find out. If the two of them found out, then things would be much more troublesome than Su Yan and the others. "Oh." Lei Gao nodded, glanced at Murong Fu, and continued to ask, "Palace master, what should we do now? What should we do?" When Murong Fu heard Lei Gao's words, he frowned and hesitated for a long time. Suddenly, a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Aren't they going to the Heaven and Earth Organization?" The Heaven and Earth Organization was located in Nanjiang. It would take a day to travel from the hidden demon region, even if they used the teleportation array. This round trip would take 2 days. 2 days. Lei Gao obviously did not understand Murong Fu's meaning and looked at him with a puzzled expression. When Murong Fu saw Lei Gao's puzzlement, he did not keep him in suspense. After all, in the entire monster palace, Lei Gao was the only person he could use. Although Murong Fu was ruthless, he was still good to the people who followed him. He looked at Lei Gao and said with a meaningful smile, "Lei Gao, oh Lei Gao, even if the Heavenly Cloud sect is willing to help, they won't be able to make it back to the auction in time, right?" "Yes." Lei Gao nodded. He felt that Murong Fu's words made sense, but he still did not understand what Murong Fu was planning and was still puzzled. When Murong Fu saw his expression, he shook his head and scolded with a smile, "Lei Gao, why don't you use your brain? If they can't rush back to the auction, it will be equivalent to disobeying orders. When the time comes, I will find a reason to pursue them. Not only that, if they can't rush back, I will accuse them of betraying the sect. At that time, I am afraid that we won't even have to do anything. Betraying the sect is a big crime in the entire 5 counties. At that time, as long as we announce that the 4 of them have betrayed the sect, they will become rats crossing the street and be killed by everyone." Ha ha ha. As Murong Fu spoke, he suddenly burst into laughter. He was truly impressed by his own intelligence. When Lei Gao heard Murong Fu's laughter, he could not help but have goosebumps. He had a better understanding of Murong Fu's ruthlessness. Murong Fu laughed for a while, then waved his hand and said to Lei Gao, "Lei Gao, listen to my orders. From today onwards, you will bring the palace master's verbal order. If the 4 of them can't rush back to the auction, announce that they have betrayed the sect, and add the monster palace's reward." "Yes." Lei Gao nodded without hesitation. After all, he was by Murong Fu's side. He also knew how big of a threat Su Yan was. After all, everyone saw Su Yan's abnormal cultivation speed. Lei Gao also wanted to get rid of Su Yan and the others as soon as possible so that he could be the monster palace's elder. He did not want to hide behind the scenes and not do anything. As he watched Lei Gao leave, the sneer on Murong Fu's face became more and more obvious. His eyes emitted a cold light. "Su Yan, you want to go against me? Do you think you have the ability? So what if your cultivation speed is fast? This time, I will definitely make sure that you don't return to the monster palace." "Ha, Su Yan, aren't you very powerful? This time, let's see how powerful you are." Murong Fu laughed as he spoke. His eyes emitted a wave of hatred, especially when he thought of Su Yan's cultivation speed. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth. He could not wait to kill Su Yan immediately. Of course, Su Yan and the others were not aware of this matter yet. Makaryu Ice and the others were worried about Su Yan's injuries. It could be said that they did not stop for a moment. After a day of rushing, they finally arrived at the Heaven and Earth Organization. Speaking of which, it was the first time that they had come to the Heaven and Earth Organization. Usually, they had only heard of the existence of the Heaven and Earth Organization. They had never been here before. After all, the Monster Palace and the Heaven and Earth Organization had never interacted. At this moment, the four of them looked at the magnificent mountain gate of the Heaven and Earth Organization. Their eyebrows were tightly knitted together. This was because the more powerful the Heaven and Earth Organization was, the more difficult it would be for them to ask them to save Su Yan. They even hoped that the Heaven and Earth Organization would be as powerful as the Guyu sect. If that was the case, the four of them could use their power to force the Heaven and Earth Organization to help. Unfortunately, the Heaven and Earth Organization was the most powerful sect in the 5 counties. Even the Monster Palace was far inferior to it. Even the Black Ghost Cave could not compare to the Heaven and Earth Organization. What should we do now? The few of them looked at the heavily guarded mountain gate of the Heaven and Earth Organization. They could not help but look at Makaryu Ice. Since Su Yan was unconscious, Makaryu Ice had become the backbone of the group. After all, Makaryu Ice was the strongest among them. Not only that, but he also had more experience than the others. Without Su Yan, he naturally became the backbone of the group. Makaryu Ice looked at the magnificent mountain gate of the Heaven and Earth Organization and frowned. Although he had heard that the Heaven and Earth Organization was the most powerful sect in the 5 counties, it was only a rumor. At this moment, Mu Lubing saw the Qian Yun sect occupying the lofty mountain. That heavily guarded gate gave off a faint oppressive feeling. Only then did Mu Lubing truly realize the strength of the Qian Yun sect. Regardless of whether it was its aura or boldness, it was much stronger than the Supreme Demon Palace. Along the way, he originally wanted to use force. However, when he saw the Qian Yun sect, he immediately dispelled the thought in his heart. After looking at the Heaven and Earth Organization for a long time, he hesitated for a long time. Then, he gritted his teeth and said, "No matter what, we have no way out. Since we are here today, if the Heaven and Earth Organization really does not help, then we will force our way in." Yes. When Dong Qinghao and the other two heard Makaryu Ice's words, they all nodded seriously. Looking at the unconscious Su Yan, they could not help but clench their fists. Their eyes emitted a sense of determination. Their feelings told them that they absolutely could not watch Su Yan die like this. Yes. Makaryu Ice looked at the 3 of them and nodded. Then today, I will use peaceful means before using force. If it really does not work, then today we will force our way into the Heaven and Earth Organization. Okay. Chapter 323. The Heaven and Earth Organization was the #1 sect in the 5 counties. Naturally, the sect's territory was also the best in the 5 counties. It was located at the top of a giant mountain in the southern border. At a glance, one could even see wisps of clouds lingering around it. It gave people a feeling of paradise on earth. Not only that, but the strictly guarded mountain gate and the huge stone tablet with the words, Heaven and Earth Organization, emitted a magnificent aura. The 4 of them were just observing from afar, so they didn't feel much. Now that they were closer, they could feel the strength of the Heaven and Earth Organization. But even so, it still couldn't stop them from moving forward. Because they knew very well that no matter what, they had to save Su Yan today. Who are you? How dare you break into the Heaven and Earth Organization? Before they got close, the guards of the Heaven and Earth Organization soon noticed them. They stepped forward and shouted sternly. There was a faint surge of spiritual power. It was the aura of a Sky Phase Emperor. This made them more aware of the strength of the Heaven and Earth Organization. Even these ordinary guards had the strength of a Sky Phase Realm Cultivator. Makaryu Ice was shocked, but he wasn't afraid. After all, he was a level 4 Spirit Sea Realm Cultivator. He wouldn't be scared by a sky phase realm cultivator. Of course, he wasn't afraid. Makaryu Ice still politely cupped his hands and said, I am Makaryu Ice, an elder of the Monster Palace. I have something to ask of your sect. I hope you can inform them. Makaryu Ice was polite because of his respect for the Heaven and Earth organization. However, the guards didn't pay attention to Makaryu Ice's politeness. When they heard Makaryu Ice mention the Monster Palace, they looked at each other and looked at Su Yen lying behind them. They quickly understood what was going on. They didn't give face at all and shouted, the Heaven and Earth organization has never had anything to do with the Monster Palace. Get lost. Although Dong Qinghao usually had a frivolous smile on his face, he was more agitated than anyone else when it came to Su Yen. When he heard the guard's words, he was about to fly into a rage, but he was stopped by Makaryu Ice. Brothers, although my Monster Palace has never had any dealings with your esteemed sect, I have always respected your esteemed sect, so I hope that you can inform them. Makaryu Ice said politely. There's nothing to report. Just get lost. The guards didn't give them any face and didn't put Mu Lubing and the others in their eyes. Makaryu Ice, Ratli, and Dong Qinghao were all geniuses of Monster Palace. They had never been treated like this before. But Face only cared about Su Yan's safety. When he heard the guard's words, he couldn't take it anymore. A mere celestial stage guard dares to be so arrogant. Look at me. But Face shouted angrily and was about to attack, but he was stopped by Makaryu Ice. The guards were really afraid that they would attack. After all, they could see that the strength of these people was stronger than theirs. Although they had the support of the Heaven and Earth organization, no matter what, if these people attacked them now, they would be the ones to suffer in the end. At that time, if they were to be beaten to death, even if the Heavenly Clouds sect stood up for them, it would be of no use. However, when they saw Makaryu Ice's actions, they immediately regained their confidence. This was because they could see that Makaryu Ice was afraid of the Heaven and Earth organization. Since this was the case, they were sure that these people wouldn't dare to attack. They smiled coldly and said, the Heaven and Earth organization is not something you can associate with. Hurry up and get lost. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. You, Dong Qinghao, Ratli, and Buttface looked at these arrogant guards and were full of anger. They wanted to attack, but they were stopped by Makaryu Ice. This made them very unhappy. They looked at Makaryu Ice and said, Senior Brother Mu, it's useless to beg these people today. Let's attack. Makaryu Ice didn't say anything and still stood in front of them. When the guards saw Makaryu Ice's reaction, they thought that Makaryu Ice had admitted defeat. They were even more proud. They waved their hands and shouted, hurry up and get lost. The Heaven and Earth organization is not something you can casually barge into. That's right. You even brought a corpse with you. Do you want the Heaven and Earth organization to save your life? No way. The guards were sure that Makaryu Ice wouldn't dare to attack. The more proud they were, the more disdainful they were. They looked at Makaryu Ice and the others with more and more disdain. However, they didn't notice that Makaryu Ice's smiling face was becoming more and more gloomy. Senior Brother Mu, bang, just when Dong Qinghao and the others were about to persuade Makaryu Ice to attack, a loud bang suddenly rang out. Makaryu Ice's body had turned into a white light and flashed by. The guard who was the most arrogant just now immediately showed a terrified expression. He stared at Makaryu Ice in front of him and said, You, bang. Before he could finish his words, he had already fallen to the ground with a loud bang. Only then did the guards beside him come to their senses. They looked at Makaryu Ice in astonishment. You actually dare to attack us? Why wouldn't I dare? Makaryu Ice laughed coldly. He suddenly waved his hand and attacked them. He even shouted coldly, a mere sky phase stage cultivator dares to be so arrogant. You're courting death. Makaryu Ice was at the fourth step of the Spirit Sea realm. Dealing with these sky phase stage cultivators was as easy as flipping his hand. these guards didn't have the slightest ability to resist in front of Makaryu Ice. In an instant, several guards were killed by Makaryu Ice. Brothers, let's go. Today, we will charge into the Heaven and Earth Organization. Makaryu Ice's expression was cold. He didn't even look at the guards. He shouted and immediately flew up the mountain. Dong Qinghao and the others were just complaining about Makaryu Ice's cowardice in their hearts. They didn't expect Makaryu Ice's actions to be so unexpected. Hearing Makaryu Ice's words, the few of them finally reacted. Looking at Makaryu Ice's departing figure, the corners of their eyes surged with excitement as they shouted, "Brothers, charge!" With a wave of shouts, the few of them rushed towards the Heaven and Earth Organization at the same time. Very quickly, the news that someone had charged into the Heaven and Earth Organization immediately spread throughout the Heaven and Earth Organization. Many disciples of the Heaven and Earth Organization came to surround the four of them. Although the Heaven and Earth Organization was the strongest force in the 5 counties. However, this didn't mean that the disciples of the Heaven and Earth Organization were all powerful. Makaryu Ice, Dong Qinghao, Ratli, and Buttface were all masters of their generation. With the four of them together, even if they charged into the Heaven and Earth Organization, they were still unstoppable. They continued to rush up the mountain. However, very quickly, the resistance that the four of them encountered became stronger and stronger. The disciples of the Heaven and Earth Organization were becoming stronger and stronger. The moment the few of them arrived at the outer hall of the Heaven and Earth Organization, they finally couldn't continue forward. A few black figures flashed out. The fluctuations of spiritual energy were all from the spiritual sea realm. The four of them couldn't help but frown. How dare you charge into the Heaven and Earth Organization? You're courting death. One of the disciples shouted angrily. He immediately waved his weapon and attacked Makaryu Ice. Following that, the other spiritual sea realm masters also moved their bodies and attacked Dong Qinghao, Ratli, and Buttface. Although Makaryu Ice and the others were all masters of their generation, these Heaven and Earth Organization disciples were obviously the best of the best among the Heaven and Earth Organization disciples. Their strength surpassed the four of them. In just a few breaths of time, the few of them were subdued by the spiritual sea realm masters of the Heaven and Earth Organization. Humph, how dare you charge into the Heaven and Earth Organization with just a few people? You're courting death. The few of them looked at Makaryu Ice and the others who were subdued and shouted angrily. However, they weren't in a hurry to kill them. Instead, they pushed them into the inner hall. When Makaryu Ice and the others saw these people, they felt a little despair in their hearts. Now that they saw that these people didn't kill them, they immediately felt a surge of hope in their hearts. Senior Brother Mu, why do you think these people didn't kill us directly? Ratli opened his mouth and asked. I don't know either. Makaryu Ice shook his head. At this moment, Buttface suddenly thought of something and said excitedly, could it be that they're afraid of us, so, bullshit. Before Buttface could finish his words, they heard an angry shout. The spiritual sea realm master who grabbed Buttface slapped him directly. A cold smile appeared on his face as he said, we're afraid of you, mere ants. After offending our Heaven and Earth Organization, you dare to say that our Heaven and Earth Organization is afraid of you? Let me tell you, you injured so many of our Heaven and Earth Organization's disciples. Wouldn't killing you be letting you off too easily? Just wait for our Heaven and Earth Organization's judgment. As that person spoke, his face suddenly turned cold. The few of them who were now prisoners couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts when they saw this person's expression. Soon, the four of them, along with Su Yan, were brought into the inner hall. Young Palace Master, these people are the traitors who broke into our Heaven and Earth Organization. When they arrived at the inner hall, the guard who was holding down Dong Qinghao and the other three looked at a young girl who was sitting in the middle of the hall and spoke slowly, Young Palace Master. When Dong Qinghao, Makaryu Ice, Ratli, and Buttface heard his words, they couldn't help but raise their heads and look toward the center. However, before they could raise their heads, the spiritual sea realm disciples shouted angrily and pressed their heads down. How dare you raise your heads after offending our heaven and earth organization? Although Makaryu Ice and the others were somewhat unwilling, they had fallen into the hands of others and could only submit. Then they heard a gentle and beautiful voice. Why did you break into our heaven and earth organization? This voice was extremely gentle and beautiful, and the four of them couldn't help but feel intoxicated when they heard it. However, they were also very clear about their purpose in coming here, and they quickly came to their senses. Makaryu Ice opened his mouth and said, "Young Palace Master, we didn't mean to break into your sect. It's just that one of our friends was seriously injured and wanted to ask your sect for help. However, we were stopped by the guards at the foot of the mountain. We were worried about our friend's safety, so we rashly broke into your sect." Worried about your friend's safety? The young palace master obviously didn't buy Makaryu Ice's words at all. She smiled coldly and said, "But even so, you have offended our heaven and earth organization, so you must be punished." Chapter 324. The Heaven and Earth Organization was the #1 sect in the 5 counties. This was an indisputable fact. However, when Makaryu Ice, Dong Qinghao, Ratli, and Buttface went up the mountain, they more or less held some hope that they would be able to turn the tide. However, at this moment, they really knew that they were wrong. The strength of the Heaven and Earth Organization was beyond all of their imagination. Even though they were all outstanding talents of their generation, they were just clowns in front of the Heaven and Earth Organization. This time, they were really like fish on the chopping block. In front of the powerful forces of the Heaven and Earth Organization, they were simply like weak children. They didn't even wait to see the so-called young palace master's true identity before they were already imprisoned in the Heaven and Earth Organization's prison. No matter how they shouted, it was a pity that they were ignored. Their hearts were filled with hatred, but there was nothing they could do. Of course, the one they were most worried about was Su Yan. This was because Su Yan was not locked up in this prison like them. If he was locked up in the prison, it would be better. After all, Su Yan was severely injured at this moment. It could be said that he did not have the strength to truss a chicken. Any warrior could take his life. Young Palace Master, those troublemakers have been imprisoned in the Black Prison. Now, how should we deal with this kid? The disciples of the Heaven and Earth Organization who had imprisoned Dong Qinghao and the others returned to the main hall. When they saw Su Yan, who was still placed on the top of the hall, they opened their mouth and asked a young girl sitting in the middle of the hall. This young girl was wearing a white veil, making it impossible for others to see her face. However, just from that pair of enchanting eyes, she gave off a mesmerizing feeling. However, within that gaze, there was also a sense of deterrence. That enchanting body lazily sat on the throne in the middle of the hall. No one could guess what she was thinking. Yun Wanqing was most irritated by the sect's affairs. Her bright eyebrows slightly furrowed. She glanced at the person lying in the middle of the hall and casually said, "This person is seriously injured. I don't think he will survive. Just throw him into the beast garden and feed him." "Yes, young palace master." The disciple didn't dare to disobey. He immediately lifted Su Yan's body and walked out. However, just as that person lifted Su Yan's body, a voice rang out. Yun Wanqing looked at the aura faintly leaking from Su Yan's body and couldn't help but be startled. She hurriedly shouted, "Wait!" Under Yun Wanqing's command, the disciple hurriedly stopped in his tracks. With a leap, Yun Wanqing had already arrived in front of Su Yan. She stretched out her fair arm and placed it on Su Yan's meridians. Her expression immediately darkened. What the hell is going on? Why does this kid have the aura of our Heaven and Earth Organization? Yun Wanqing's face was filled with surprise, but because she was wearing a veil, the other disciples couldn't see her expression. They didn't know what she was thinking and could only wait quietly by the side. Yun Wanqing checked Su Yan's meridians again. The shock on her face became more and more intense. Not only did she feel the aura of the Heaven and Earth Organization on Su Yan's body, but it was also the purest aura of the Yun family bloodline. At this moment, a shout came from outside. Then, a young man in white clothes came into the hall. Yun Wanqing looked at that person. Although her face was covered by a veil, one could still see the slight displeasure in her big eyes. Qing, I heard that someone dared to break into our heaven and earth organization. Did you do anything? The young man said with a grin and an indignant expression. His originally uneven face looked even more ugly. The bridge of his nose was uneven, and there were countless lumps on his face, which would make anyone who saw him feel fear in their heart. Yun Wanqing only took a glance at him before hurriedly turning her head around. She didn't dare to look at him again. She suppressed the nausea in her heart and coldly said, they were just some little brats from the monster palace. They were already subdued, so what could I do? Oh, Qing, it's good that you're fine. While speaking, Yunmu noticed that a few disciples were carrying Su Yan. When he saw Su Yan's unconscious appearance, anger suddenly welled up in his heart. He shouted, is this the youngster who broke into our heaven and earth organization? Someone come, send him to the beast garden to feed the demonic beasts. He dared to break into our heaven and earth organization. Yes. Although Yunmu's appearance was ugly, it was clear that he had a lot of influence in the heaven and earth organization. Once he gave the order, the other disciples hurriedly complied and carried Su Yan out with alarmed expressions. Clearly, they were more afraid of Yunmu than Yun Wanqing. Wait. Just as those people were about to carry Su Yan out, Yun Wanqing's complexion sank, and she stopped them. When Yunmu heard Yun Wanqing's words, his complexion sank. He looked at Yun Wanqing in confusion and asked, Qing, what do you mean? Nothing, I still have some use for this youngster. Yun Wanqing coldly said, then waved her hand at the disciples. Carry this youngster into the inner hall. I will act freely, so no one can act blindly without thinking. After Yun Wanqing finished speaking, she took the lead and entered the inner hall, not giving Yunmu the slightest bit of face. This caused Yunmu's complexion to become even more unsightly. He looked at Su Yan's handsome face, and for some unknown reason, hatred appeared in his heart. The Heaven and Earth Organization was the #1 sect in the 5 provinces. Regardless of whether it was the disciples, elders, or strength, they were much more formidable than other sections. Without mentioning the tens of thousands of disciples of the Heaven and Earth Organization, there were more than 10 elders. Their strength was all above the spiritual ocean realm, and there were even some who were in the perimeter realm. At this moment, they were all gathered in the inner hall and looking at Su Yan with extremely unsightly expressions. Naturally, Yunmu and Yun Wanqing were among them. Everyone looked for a long time before one of the people sitting on the seat of the Great Elder, Cloud King, slowly opened his mouth. If my guess is correct, this person is Su Yan, who single-handedly flattened the Guyu sect. When Yun Wanqing heard the words of the Great Elder, Cloud King, she nodded slightly and said, Great Elder, I have already sent people to investigate this person. This person was previously a disciple of the Su family in Twin Heaven City, then entered the Concealed Sword sect. After being expelled from the Concealed Sword tomb, he joined the Monster Palace. And the day before yesterday, he had indeed exterminated the Guyu sect. This is also the reason why he was injured. After Yun Wanqing finished speaking, she glanced at Su Yan and said, however, the crux of the matter is that when I was investigating this person just now, I discovered that he surprisingly has the presence of our Heaven and Earth Organization. The few elders had clearly also sensed the presence of the Heaven and Earth Organization on Su Yan's body, which was also the reason why they were at a loss. The Great Elder, Cloud King, glanced at Su Yan, then turned to Yun Wanqing and said, Little niece Wanqing, your father is in seclusion. Since you are the young palace master, you should be in charge of this matter. Tell us what you think. Yun Wanqing nodded and didn't stand on ceremony. She directly said, the disciples of the Monster Palace brought him up the mountain because they wanted to use our Heaven and Earth Organization's cloud technique to help Su Yan repair his meridians. Originally, our Heaven and Earth Organization wouldn't do such a thing, but for some reason, this Su Yan's body has the presence of the Heaven and Earth Organization. Now that he is unconscious, I want to use the cloud technique to wake him up. Only then can we find out why his body has the presence of our Heaven and Earth Organization. Although Yun Wanqing was still young, she had the prestige of a young sect master and immediately voiced her thoughts. No. But just as she finished speaking, before any of the elders could react, Yunmu, who was sitting next to her, opened his mouth. Junior sister Qing, these people have trespassed into our heaven and earth organization. How can we still save him? Save? Yun Wanqing smiled faintly. Senior brother Yunmu, you clearly misunderstood my intentions. I don't want to save him. I only want to use him to wake him up and understand why his body has the presence of the heaven and earth organization. Isn't that simple? Just use the soul-searching technique and search his memories. Why do you need to make things so difficult? Yunmu said disdainfully. Soul-searching. When Yun Wanqing heard Yunmu's words, her complexion instantly sank, and she looked at Yunmu with disdain. Senior brother Yunmu, do you think that our heaven and earth organization can be compared to those sects of Black Devil Cave? If this matter were to spread, wouldn't we end up with the same reputation as those people of Black Devil Cave? So what? Yunmu coldly smiled. Clearly, he didn't care about his reputation at all. He snorted disdainfully. This youngster offended my Heavenly Cloud sect, which is a capital offense. Us using the soul-searching technique is already being merciful to him. Benevolent. Yun Wanqing sneered. She loathed Yunmu even more, but she didn't feel like quibbling with him. Instead, she nodded slightly. All right, senior brother Yunmu, we will use the soul-searching technique according to your suggestion. But if we find out that this youngster is related to our ancestor, what will you do? When Yunmu heard her words, he was instantly startled and didn't know how to reply. When the elders present heard that, the great elder Cloud King finally opened his mouth. All right, you two nephews shouldn't quarrel. Let's do as little nephew Wanqing said and use the cloudy mist technique to wake this youngster up. Let's see why his body has the presence of our heaven and earth organization. It won't be too late to make a decision after that. Since the great elder had spoken, how could the others dare to object? They all nodded their heads in agreement. When Cloud King saw that everyone had agreed, he no longer hesitated. He personally leaped forward and used the cloudy mist technique to treat Su Yan. With the great elder of the Heaven and Earth organization personally taking action, Su Yan's injuries slowly healed in less than an hour. After a while, Su Yan slowly opened his eyes. However, before he could open his eyes, a voice rang out. A voice echoed in his mind. Youngster, don't wake up so quickly. When Su Yan heard the voice, he couldn't help but be startled. Immediately, excitement flashed across his face. Master, is that you? Chapter 325. Kid, don't get too excited. Open your eyes after I'm done, Sword Sage said in Su Yan's mind. Oh. When Su Yan heard Sword Sage's tone, he also realized the importance of this matter. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and asked, Master, what's going on? Sword Sage bitterly smiled and said, Actually, I'm not too sure what's going on either, but I felt the aura of the Heaven and Earth organization. The Heaven and Earth organization. Su Yan immediately frowned. Heaven and Earth organization? How did he end up in the Heaven and Earth organization? Su Yan, although I'm not sure what's going on, just now, I felt the aura of the Heaven and Earth organization's Wanxiang divine skill, the fog technique. Since the fog technique has been cultivated to the pinnacle, it's obvious that it's an important figure in the Heaven and Earth organization. Sword Sage explained to Su Yan. Not only that, but I also faintly heard them talking about the Heaven and Earth organization's aura on you. Obviously, the reason why the Heaven and Earth organization used the fog technique to save you was to investigate the Heaven and Earth organization's aura on you. The Heaven and Earth organization's aura on me? Su Yan was startled. When he saw Sword Sage nod, he suddenly understood and told Sword Sage about his encounter with Uncle Jiu, the Medicine King, and the others at Spirit Stone Mountain. Su Yan had absolute trust in the hidden Sword Sage. Furthermore, the hidden Sword Sage was much more experienced than the others. Therefore, Su Yan didn't hide anything about what had happened in the spiritual stone mountain. No wonder, no wonder. When Sword Sage heard Su Yan's words, the worry on his face immediately disappeared. He smiled and said, Su Yan, then you can wake up now. Oh. Su Yan was clearly frightened by Sword Sage's words. Although he nodded, he still didn't dare to open his eyes. Instead, he carefully asked, Master, am I going to wake up just like that? It's fine, Sword Sage smiled. Su Yan, just wake up, I'll tell you what to do, oh. Su Yan nodded and opened his eyes in relief. As soon as he opened his eyes, Su Yan saw the various elders in the inner hall. He could faintly feel the powerful aura emitted from their bodies. His heart couldn't help but be startled. He hurriedly jumped up from the ground. Su Yan, hurry up and thank the great elder for saving your life, someone said to Su Yan the moment he stood up. Su Yan didn't doubt why this person knew him. Instead, he looked at the most senior person present and cupped his hands. Thank you, First Elder, for saving my life. Forget it. The Cloud King waved his hand and said, Su Yan, the reason why I saved you is because you have the aura of the Heaven and Earth organization on you. You better tell us the truth. Otherwise, just the fact that you trespassed into the Heaven and Earth organization is already a capital offense. Capital offense. Su Yan was startled. He didn't understand what the Cloud King meant. After all, he was unconscious at that time. He didn't know that Makaryu Ice, Dong Qinghao, and the others took him and trespassed into the Heaven and Earth organization. However, before Su Yan had time to wonder, Sword Sage's voice sounded in his mind, Su Yan, tell him that you are Ninth Uncle's disciple. Remember to act well. Act well. When Su Yan heard Sword Sage's words, his brows creased, but he soon understood. Looking at the people present, Su Yan quickly determined that they were probably the elders of the Heaven and Earth organization. Thud, he knelt down and said, Disciple Su Yan kowtows in salute to the elders. Everyone was startled by Su Yan's sudden action. Only Yunmu, who had been prejudiced against Su Yan from the start, saw that Su Yan wanted to recognize him, immediately shouted, Who dares to pretend to be a disciple of the Heaven and Earth organization? When Su Yan heard this voice, his brows creased, and he raised his head to look at Yunmu. Aya, why are you so ugly? Su Yan was instantly frightened by Yunmu's ugliness. What? Yunmu hated people calling him ugly the most, so when Su Yan said it in front of so many people, he flew into a rage and shouted in a stern voice, Su Yan, you are courting death. While speaking, Yunmu suddenly waved his hand and sent a palm strike towards Su Yan. 7th Layer Spirit Ocean Realm. When Su Yan saw Yunmu attack, his pupils shrank, and he hurriedly retreated. Unfortunately, he was a step too slow and could only stare blankly at Yunmu's attack. Bang! At this moment, a beautiful figure appeared in front of Su Yan. When Su Yan saw the alluring figure, he couldn't help but be startled, but he quickly recovered. Qing, you. When Yunmu saw that it was surprisingly Yun Wanqing who had stopped him, he became even more furious. Yun Wanqing didn't pay any attention to Yunmu's furious expression. She only cast a glance at Su Yan and coldly said, Senior brother Yunmu, this matter hasn't been clarified yet, so why are you in such a hurry to attack? After saying that, Yun Wanqing didn't look at Su Yan again and coldly said, Su Yan, explain clearly to me why you have offended a disciple of my Heaven and Earth organization. Although Su Yan had been saved by Yun Wanqing, Yunmu was still furious. When he saw Yunmu's arrogant appearance, Su Yan became somewhat angry and coldly snorted. Offended? Why should I offend a disciple of the Heaven and Earth organization? I am the disciple of the founder of the Heaven and Earth organization, Ninth Uncle Yun. Could it be that I am not a disciple of the Heaven and Earth organization? What, Ninth Uncle Yun? Upon hearing Su Yan's words, everyone stood up and angrily looked at Su Yan. Youngster, what nonsense are you spouting? My Heaven and Earth organization's ancestor has already passed away, so how could you dare to pretend to be his disciple? The surging auras of all the elders were like raging waves as they pounced towards Su Yan. Su Yan couldn't help but crease his brows, but his eyes still flickered with unswerving determination. He smiled faintly and said, "Why should I pretend to be his disciple? What proof do you have?" When the benevolent-looking first elder heard Su Yan mention Uncle Yunjiu, a trace of viciousness involuntarily flashed across his eyes. Proof? This question stumped Su Yan. After all, on that day, ninth Uncle Yun only left Su Yan with a few memories, and the most important thing was that ninth Uncle Yun wanted him to take care of the Heaven and Earth organization in the future, so how could he have any proof? However, just as Su Yan was hesitating, Sword Sage's voice sounded in his mind. "Su Yan, tell them that there is fog in the clouds, and there are clouds in the fog, transform into formlessness, spread throughout the world, save all living beings." Su Yan was stunned. He didn't understand the meaning of these words. "Youngster, you can't take out any proof, right? Then don't blame us for being impolite." At this time, several elders shouted at Su Yan with angry faces. "There is fog in the clouds, and there are clouds in the fog, transform into formlessness, spread throughout the world, save all living beings." Seeing their expressions, Su Yan directly told them what Sword Sage said to him, then looked at everyone with a cautious expression. After all, Su Yan couldn't understand the meaning of these words. However, just as Su Yan finished speaking, the angry expressions of those who were looking at Su Yan suddenly changed, replaced by joy. "Ha ha ha!" Especially the great elder, he burst into laughter. "Sure enough, you are the old ancestor's disciple. Sure enough." The other elders also looked at Su Yan with excited expressions. "Haha, I hadn't expected that the old ancestor would have left behind a direct disciple. We didn't know about it, we are ashamed, we are ashamed." Su Yan looked at the sudden change in their expressions and was puzzled. He wasn't the only one who was puzzled. Even Yun Wanqing and Yunmu were puzzled. They looked at the great elder and asked, "Great elder, what exactly is going on?" "Ha." The great elder was clearly delighted. Looking at the puzzled Yun Wanqing and Yunmu, he said with a smile, "Since there is no one else here, I will tell you. What Su Yan said just now was the true essence of the cloudy mist technique created by the old ancestor of our Heaven and Earth organization. Because no one has been able to cultivate the cloudy mist technique to that level, even many disciples of our Heaven and Earth organization don't know about its true essence. Not only that, even us old fellows can't understand it. We only know about it from the records." Since Su Yan was able to speak about the true essence of the cloudy mist technique, then his claim that he is our old ancestor's disciple is definitely correct. After saying that, Cloud King didn't care whether they understood or not. He turned to look at Su Yan and asked, "Little nephew Su, why don't you tell us how you became our old ancestor's disciple?" "Oh, it's like this." When Su Yan heard Cloud King's question, he didn't hold back and casually made up a story. He said that he came from the clouds and left the mist in a very realistic manner. Everyone present believed him without a doubt. But in the end, Su Yan mentioned that ninth Uncle Yun had already perished. This made everyone present a little sad. In the end, everyone firmly believed in Su Yan's identity. "Su Yan, since you are old ancestor Yun's disciple, then you should be one generation older than us." Then, the great elder looked at Su Yan with some shame. After all, he was already over 100 years old, while Su Yan was only in his early 20s. If they were to call Su Yan martial uncle now, how would they be able to do so? After hearing Cloud King's words, the elders who were still happy also realized this problem. They all looked at Su Yan with worried expressions. Although Su Yan had never been to the Heaven and Earth organization, he had heard about the Heaven and Earth organization. He knew that the Heaven and Earth organization cared about seniority the most. In the Heaven and Earth organization, seniority was not determined by strength but by seniority. Now that he was the disciple of the Heaven and Earth organization's founding ancestor, his seniority was naturally higher than everyone present. However, he was the weakest, and he was also the youngest. If they were to call him martial uncle, even he would find it difficult to do so, let alone them. "Elders, you don't need to call me that. Just call me Su Yan," said Su Yan. knowing that they were in a difficult position. That won't do. Before the others said anything, the Great Elder said with a serious face, the Heaven and Earth Organization values seniority the most. How can it be messed up? Although Cloud King said so, he couldn't really call Su Yen martial uncle. After hesitating for a long time, he said, how about this? Nephew Su is too young. If his seniority is higher than ours, there will definitely be people who won't accept it. Chapter 326. What? Just as Cloud King's voice fell, Yunmu jumped up and looked at Cloud King with astonishment. Great Elder, this youngster is only impudent. Before Yunmu could finish his words, he was interrupted by Cloud King's shout. Although Cloud King appeared to be slightly old, the imposing aura emanating from between his brows caused everyone present to tremble. Yunmu was so frightened that he couldn't help but take a step back. Cloud King didn't pay any attention to him and coldly looked at Yunmu. Yunmu, Su Yen is the disciple of the old ancestor, so his seniority is higher than mine. He has already been wronged by my generation, yet you still don't understand the difference between us. Yunmu wanted to say something, but when he was glared at by Cloud King, his entire body trembled. He didn't dare to say anything and obediently retreated to the back. However, the instant he retreated, he glanced at Su Yen from the corner of his eyes. A clear killing intent flashed through his eyes, but it was gone in a flash. Even though it was only a fleeting moment, it was still seen by Su Yen. This made Su Yen feel melancholy in his heart. I just came to the Heaven and Earth Organization, and I've already provoked someone, alas. Naturally, Su Yen wasn't someone who was afraid of trouble. He just felt that it was troublesome. When Cloud King asked Su Yen whether he was willing to take up the position of an elder of the Heaven and Earth Organization, Su Yen agreed. In the end, Su Yen agreed. In fact, Su Yen wasn't willing to agree. He didn't have much interest in joining the Heaven and Earth Organization, but he had no other choice. After all, Su Yen wasn't familiar with the Heaven and Earth Organization. If he didn't agree, who knew what kind of trouble he would cause? Because Cloud King was overseeing things, no one dared to say anything. After a simple ceremony, Su Yen officially became the 10th elder of the Heaven and Earth Organization. This news instantly spread throughout the entire Heavenly Cloud sect. When everyone heard this news, there wasn't a single person who didn't have an astonished expression. In an instant, Su Yen became famous in the Heaven and Earth Organization. In fact, Su Yen was quite annoyed by these things. Not to mention that Su Yen didn't want to stay in the Heaven and Earth Organization. Even if he wanted to stay in the Heaven and Earth Organization, Su Yen didn't like this feeling. But now that things had come to this, Su Yen was also helpless. After all, he was Ancestor Yun's disciple. Who asked him to be the youngest elder of the Heaven and Earth Organization? Who asked him to only have the strength of a 9-star celestial phenomenon realm cultivator? What's more, the news of him challenging the Guyu sect alone had spread throughout the entire Heaven and Earth Organization. Some people admired him, while others disdained him. Of course, there were more disdainful voices than admiration. After all, Su Yan's strength was only at the 9-star celestial phenomenon realm. In this talented Heaven and Earth Organization, it was really nothing. However, Su Yan was still quite satisfied with his identity as an elder of the Heaven and Earth Organization. After all, with this identity, the rights he enjoyed in the Heaven and Earth Organization were much higher than ordinary disciples. For example, Su Yan directly released Makaryu Ice and the others with an order. Junior brother Su, how did you do it? How did you suddenly become an elder of the Heaven and Earth Organization? Dong Qinghao looked at Su Yan, who was wearing an elder's robe. His face was filled with a cynical smile as he said cheerfully. The other people also had excited smiles on their faces. When they were sent to the Black Prison, they all felt that they were going to die. Who would have thought that there would be such a situation? Su Yan just smiled at their questions and didn't say anything. It wasn't that Su Yan didn't believe them, but that Su Yan knew that even if he said it, they wouldn't believe him. Dong Qinghao, Makaryu Ice and the others suddenly went from hell to heaven. They didn't care about whether Su Yan answered this question or not. They raised their cups and drank happily. In the end, except for a few people who were drunk, only Su Yan was still able to stay sober. In fact, Su Yan also drank a lot that night, but Su Yan didn't know why he couldn't get drunk today. However, even if he wasn't drunk, Su Yan still felt quite comfortable when he saw the few people gathered together happily. Of course, although he felt comfortable, Su Yan didn't forget his current situation and the burden on his body. It could be said that the heaven and earth organization's matter this time came too suddenly. It was so sudden that Su Yan didn't know how to face it. Heaven and Earth Organization, Monster Palace, Buddha Sword Sect, Hidden Sword Tomb. Su Yan thought it was a bit funny that he joined so many sections. Kid, you don't have to worry about this at all. Just as Su Yan didn't know how to choose, Sword Sage's words suddenly sounded in his mind. Master. When Su Yan heard Sword Sage's words, a burst of light suddenly surged in his eyes. He looked at Sword Sage's weak figure in his mind and asked excitedly, Master, I've been busy with the Heaven and Earth Organization's matter and forgot to ask you. How did you wake up this time? Brat, why don't you want me to wake up? Sword Sage was obviously in a good mood and even joked with Su Yan. Master, you've misunderstood me. How could I? Although Su Yan could tell that Sword Sage was joking, he still said with a serious face. This was the respect for an elder. Sword Sage smiled and didn't say anything. Instead, he looked up at the sky and explained, Actually, the reason why I woke up this time is because of your injury. I'm injured. Su Yan looked at Sword Sage and was even more puzzled. Yes. Sword Sage nodded and continued, because you were injured, when Cloud King used the fog technique to save you, he also saved me. So that's how it is. Su Yan suddenly understood and nodded. Then, he thought of Sword Sage's words and his eyes suddenly lit up. Fog technique, Master, this fog technique actually has such a miraculous effect. Of course. Sword Sage smiled and said, Kid, don't forget, this fog technique is the Heaven and Earth Organization's 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill. The reason why the Heaven and Earth Organization could become the #1 sect in the 5 counties was because of this fog technique. Is it because of the fog technique? Su Yan's pupils suddenly contracted and a ray of light surged in his eyes. He was full of expectations for the fog technique. The 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill was originally a great secret technique. After entering the Celestial Phase realm and controlling the power of the Celestial Phase, every martial artist could cultivate the 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill. However, the 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill was extremely precious. Some martial artists couldn't even obtain a single 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill in their entire life. Of course, the 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill could also be divided into 4 ranks, Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow. The Yellow rank was the weakest, while the Heaven rank was the strongest. Alright, kid, don't think too much about this. You're now an elder of the Heaven and Earth Organization, are you still afraid of not obtaining the fog technique? Although Su Yan didn't say it out loud, Sword Sage could see Su Yan's desire for the fog technique. When Su Yan heard Sword Sage's words, he couldn't help but be startled. Then, he looked at Sword Sage and couldn't help but laugh. That's right, I'm now an elder of the Heaven and Earth Organization, why would I worry about not obtaining the fog technique? Speaking of this, Su Yan suddenly remembered that when he entered the Celestial Phase realm, he didn't seem to have cultivated the 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill. Thinking of this, Su Yan immediately thought of the 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill that Dong Qinghao had given him. Torrential Storm of Rose Blossoms. Su Yan immediately recalled the memories of the 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill that Dong Qinghao had given him. Looking at the records in his memories, his eyes suddenly turned. At the same time, the cultivation method in his body also began to revolve. Strands of spiritual energy were transmitted from his meridians. Torrential Storm of Rose Blossoms. All of a sudden, Su Yan let out a roar as his palm suddenly surged forward. Unfortunately, when he pushed out his palm, other than the fluctuation of spiritual energy, it was completely calm. Su Yan couldn't help but frown. What's going on? There's no power at all. When Su Yan said this, Sword Sage couldn't help but laugh. Stinking brat, do you really think that the 10,000 elephant divine skill is so easy to cultivate? Some people spend dozens of years and still might not be able to cultivate a single 10,000 elephant divine skill. You think you can succeed just like that? When Su Yan heard Sword Sage's words, he felt a little ashamed. However, when he thought of how powerful the 10,000 elephant divine skill was in his memories, Su Yan was still unwilling to give up. He once again settled down and began to cultivate according to the method recorded in his memories. Brat, cultivate well. You're already at the 9-star phase realm, but you still haven't cultivated the 10,000 elephant divine skill. You can be considered a weirdo. When Sword Sage saw that Su Yan was cultivating the 10,000 elephant divine skill, he didn't disturb him. He smiled faintly and was about to hide inside Su Yan's body. Asterisk bang, asterisk suddenly, a loud explosion rang out. Sword Sage was stunned. Looking at the powerful force that erupted in front of Su Yan, his entire body trembled. How is this possible? Su Yan looked at the countless energy blades that erupted in front of him, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but rise to a smile. Looking at Sword Sage's astonished expression, he couldn't help but smile. Master, how is it? Stinking brat, I didn't expect you to be able to learn a profound grade 10,000 elephant divine skill so quickly. Sword Sage looked at Su Yan and laughed. Seeing Nisa's expression, he couldn't help but laugh and scold. However, a gratified smile appeared on his face. Sword Sage had followed Su Yan all the way here. He was all too familiar with Su Yan's potential. Otherwise, Sword Sage wouldn't have followed Su Yan out. Torrential storm of pear blossoms, torrential storm of pear blossoms. Su Yan didn't notice the change in Sword Sage's expression. Instead, he was wholeheartedly immersed in practicing the 10,000 elephant divine skill. During this night, Su Yan was immersed in practicing the 10,000 elephant divine skill. Bang, however, in the middle of the night, a loud explosion suddenly rang out. Su Yan couldn't help but be startled. He subconsciously jumped up, and a red light surged in his eyes as he cautiously looked around. Catch it for me. Catch it. Before Su Yan could react, he heard a commotion outside. Su Yan couldn't help but frown when he heard the commotion. He didn't intend to go out and care about these things. After all, Su Yan still didn't understand the heaven and earth organization situation. He shook his head and wanted to continue his cultivation. The commotion outside was getting closer and closer. Catch it. I didn't expect a Qilin cub to run into the heaven and earth organization. The heavens are really helping me. Yes, if you catch this Qilin, senior brother Yunchen, your strength will definitely increase greatly. Su Yan was originally continuing his cultivation, but when he heard this, he was shocked. Qilin, Su Yan thought and hurriedly touched his chest, but the little guy was nowhere to be found. Chapter 327. Su Yan had just stepped out of the entrance of the palace bestowed by the Heaven and Earth Organization when he saw the figure of the Fire Qilin running in front of him, followed by a few people. Woo! As soon as Su Yan came out, the Fire Qilin immediately let out a low roar and directly pounced on Su Yan. It intimately nestled in Su Yan's arms, its little head constantly rubbing against Su Yan's chest. Little guy. Seeing the cute appearance of the Fire Qilin, Su Yan couldn't help but smile and pat its little head. Who are you? Following that, the few figures chasing the Fire Qilin had already arrived in front of Su Yan. The few of them looked ferocious, and when they saw Su Yan, they angrily shouted. When Su Yan heard their words, his face sank and his eyes emitted a cold intent. Kid, in front of them was a young man in purple clothes. He was obviously the leader of the group. This person had been waiting for Su Yan to snatch the Fire Qilin from Su Yan's hands. However, he was pulled back by the person next to him. Senior brother Yunchen, this person is Su Yan. Su Yan. The one called Yunchen was startled, then a disdainful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I was wondering who this person was. Turns out it's our Heaven and Earth organization's newly promoted elder. Sorry for offending you. Although Yunchin said so, his eyes were filled with contempt. However, his eyes were emitting waves of ridicule. Clearly, he did not put Su Yan in his eyes at all. Su Yan glanced at him, and a cold smile involuntarily appeared on the corner of his mouth. First stage spiritual sea realm. Then Su Yan turned around and walked towards his palace. He didn't put Yunchen in his eyes at all. When Yunchen saw that Su Yan ignored him, he immediately became furious and shouted, "Su Yan, you brat, stop right there." However, Su Yan didn't pay attention to him at all. "Su Yan, you dare to be unreasonable in front of me?" Yunchen angrily shouted and suddenly stretched out his hand to grab Su Yan's shoulder. His speed was extremely fast, but unfortunately, he didn't manage to touch Su Yan's body. Su Yan's body moved slightly to the side, and he still dodged his attack. Yunchen's hand failed to grab anything. He was enraged and shouted, "Su Yan, I want to challenge you." "Challenge?" Su Yan frowned and looked at Yunchen meaningfully. When Yunchen saw that Su Yan had stopped in his tracks, a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He turned around and said to a disciple beside him, "This elder Su has just arrived at my Heavenly Cloud sect today. He definitely does not know about the matters of my Heavenly Cloud sect." "You explained to him about the challenge?" "Yes." The disciple nodded and began to explain the matter of the challenge to Su Yan. In fact, every sect had its own rules. The Heaven and Earth organization was the #1 sect in the 5 counties. Naturally, it was no exception. In the Heaven and Earth organization, disciples were not allowed to fight with each other. Of course, these fights were only on the surface. No one knew what was going on behind the scenes. It was precisely because of this rule that the Heaven and Earth organization also had challenges. If a person didn't like a disciple, they could challenge that person. As long as the other party accepted the challenge, the elders of the sect would appraise them and they could compete on the battle stage. Su Yan listened to the disciple's explanation and nodded slightly. However, he wasn't in a hurry to accept Yunchen's challenge. When Yunchen saw Su Yan's expression, he sneered and said, "Elder Su Yan, why don't you dare to accept my challenge?" Yunchen deliberately raised Su Yan's status in order to make Su Yan accept his challenge. As long as Su Yan accepted his challenge, Yunchen had already planned it out. Yunchen had already decided to let Su Yan use the fire qilin as a wager. When he saw the fire qilin in Su Yan's arms, Yunchen knew that the fire qilin was definitely related to Su Yan in some way. He couldn't help but feel a little jealous of Su Yan's good luck. When Yunchen finished speaking, a few of Yunchen's followers, who were standing at the side, shouted at Su Yan at the same time, "Elder Su Yan, why don't you dare accept senior brother Yunchen's challenge?" "That's right. You are an elder of the Heaven and Earth organization. Why don't you dare accept a disciple's challenge?" How could Su Yan not know that they were using reverse psychology to force him to accept their challenge? Looking at the arrogant expressions of Yunchen and the others, Su Yan sneered and said, "Yunchen, do you think you are qualified to challenge me?" "What?" Yunchen was startled. He didn't understand the meaning of Su Yan's words. Su Yan didn't pay attention to Yunchen's expression. He smiled slightly and said, "Yunchen, as far as I know, in the Heaven and Earth organization, if a disciple wants to challenge an elder, he must have the qualifications to become an elder. Do you, Yunchen, have the qualifications to become an elder?" You know the rules of the Heaven and Earth organization." Yunchen looked at Su Yan in surprise. He originally thought that since Su Yan had just joined the Heaven and Earth organization, he definitely wouldn't know about the Heaven and Earth organization. As an elder of the Heaven and Earth organization, how can I not know the rules of the Heaven and Earth organization? Su Yan said coldly. In fact, when Su Yan had just been appointed as an elder of the Heaven and Earth organization, Great Elder Yun Wang had already explained some simple rules of the Heaven and Earth organization to Su Yan. In particular, Yun Wang had said the most about the matter of challenges. Yun Wang was probably afraid that Su Yan's strength was relatively weak and that too many people would challenge Su Yan, which would make Su Yan lose face. He wanted Su Yan to know the rules so that no one could challenge Su Yan. After all, in the Heaven and Earth organization, no one had the qualifications to become an elder. In other words, no one in the Heaven and Earth organization who wanted to challenge Su Yan had appeared. Yunqin didn't expect that Su Yan would actually know the rules of the Heaven and Earth organization. Just now, he wanted to use Su Yan's ignorance of the Heaven and Earth organization's rules to challenge Su Yan. Now that he heard Su Yan's words, he was speechless for a moment. Especially when those disciples thought that he had explained so much to Su Yan. They couldn't help but look at Su Yan with some grievance and said, "Elder Su Yan, you clearly knew the rules just now. Why do you still want me to explain it to you?" "Because I'm an elder." As Su Yan spoke, the cultivation method in his body suddenly revolved, and a majestic spiritual power flowed out, directly suppressing the few of them. Su Yan's strength was not as strong as Yunqian's. However, on his cold face, there was a trace of red light in his eyes. It was not angry, but it made people's hearts tremble. Even Yunqin couldn't help but take a step back. Yunqin looked at Su Yan's aura, and a burst of anger surged on his face again. He shouted, "Su Yan, I think you don't dare to accept my challenge. You're using your status as an elder to suppress me. Presumptuous." Su Yan suddenly shouted. His figure flashed, and he directly slapped Yunqian's face. His speed was as fast as lightning. Yunqin didn't even have time to react. He felt his face heat up as Su Yan slapped him. "Yunqin, as a disciple, you actually dare to be disrespectful to an elder. Today, I'll give you a little punishment. If you dare to do it again, don't blame me for being impolite," Su Yan said coldly. You. Yunqin touched his face and looked at Su Yan with anger. He shouted, "Su Yan, you're just relying on your status as an elder. What's so great about you? If you have the ability, fight with me." Yunqin roared angrily. However, even so, he was still quite afraid of Su Yan's status as an elder. After all, the hierarchy in the Heaven and Earth organization could be said to be very strict. If someone offended an elder, the punishment would be very serious. Su Yan smiled coldly. Originally, he didn't want to pay attention to Yunqin. However, the fire qilin in his arms was constantly restless. It seemed to want Su Yan to accept Yunqian's challenge. Looking at the cute appearance of the fire qilin, Su Yan couldn't help but smile and said, "Little guy, you want me to accept his challenge?" The fire qilin nodded spiritually. Su Yan laughed and said, "Ha, good, little guy. Since you said so, I'll accept his challenge." When Yunqin heard Su Yan's words, a burst of excitement suddenly surged on his face. At the same time, a trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Just now, he didn't dare to do anything because of Su Yan's status as an elder. However, if Su Yan accepted his challenge, then, it would be a different story. As long as Su Yan accepted his challenge, Yunqin could find a reason to kill Su Yan. After all, Yunqin was at the first stage of the Spirit Sea Realm, and Su Yan was only at the 9th star of the Spirit Sea Realm. He didn't believe that Su Yan would be his opponent. However, Yunqin had forgotten who had destroyed the Guyu sect, and how Su Yan had slapped him just now. He was immersed in his own excitement. When Su Yan saw him like this, he couldn't help but smile and said, "Yunqin, if you want me to accept your challenge, I can. However, since it's a competition, there needs to be a prize." "A prize?" Yunqin was startled when he heard this. Then, he laughed happily and said, "Elder Su Yan, as an elder, you can decide the prize." "I can decide." Su Yan smiled and didn't stand on ceremony. He looked at the storage bag on Yunqin's waist and said, "Yunqin, my request is very simple. As long as I win, you will give me everything in your storage bag." Originally, Su Yan only wanted to ask for spirit stones. However, he thought that it would be a waste not to take something that belonged to someone like Yunqin. "Okay. Yunchen never thought that he would lose, so he didn't even think about it and agreed. His eyes flashed and he looked at the fire qilin in Su Yan's arms and said, Elder Su Yan, since you asked for a prize, as an elder, you naturally have to give something. Of course. Su Yan smiled. Okay, then I won't stand on ceremony. If I win, you will give me the fire qilin. Yunchen said and looked at the fire qilin with greed in his eyes. Of course. Su Yan smiled and stroked the fire qilin in his arms. Yunchen was really afraid that Su Yan wouldn't agree. When he heard Su Yan agree so readily, he immediately sneered and waved his hand. Elder Su Yan, if that's the case, then you and I will go to the martial arts field together. Okay. Chapter 328. A sect disciple challenging a sect elder was definitely a big deal. The news that Su Yan had just accepted Yunchen's challenge had already spread throughout the Heaven and Earth organization. Before Su Yan and Yunchen arrived at the martial arts field, the entire field was already filled with people. Among them were several great elders of the Heaven and Earth organization, as well as many disciples. The martial arts field, which was usually relatively quiet, was now bustling with noise and excitement. When the great elder, the Cloud King, heard about this, he was very shocked. He rushed to the martial arts field and happened to meet Su Yan. He stepped forward and scolded, Su Yan, why did you accept Yunchen's challenge? Didn't I already tell you that disciples in the sect are not qualified to challenge you? As the Cloud King spoke, an unconcealable anger appeared on his face. After all, in his eyes, there was no need for Su Yan to accept Yunchen's challenge. If Su Yan won, he wouldn't get any benefits. If he lost, he would lose face. Su Yan looked at the Cloud King's angry face and felt grateful. He smiled slightly and said, Great Elder, don't worry. Although Yunchen is only at the first stage of the Spirit Sea realm, I am confident that I can defeat him. Nonsense. Before Su Yan could finish his words, the Cloud King shouted angrily, Su Yan, do you think Yunchen is only at the first stage of the Spirit Sea realm? He is the Moon Minister, the Emperor of Sky Minister. He controls the power of 7 realms. You. Before the Cloud Monarch could finish speaking, the bell signaling the start of the competition started ringing on the martial practice platform. As the great elder of the Heaven and Earth organization, the Cloud King was very clear about the rules of the Heaven and Earth organization. Now that Su Yan had accepted Yunchen's challenge, the bell rang. Even if he was an elder of the Heaven and Earth organization, he couldn't stop it. Alas. The Cloud King looked at Su Yan and shook his head helplessly. He patted Su Yan's shoulder and said, Since it has come to this, I have nothing more to say. You have to be careful. Remember, if you can't win, you have to surrender. Don't try to be brave, okay? Yes. Su Yan nodded and did not say much. He knew that the Cloud King was doing this for his own good. Ha ha ha, is this the new elder of our Heaven and Earth organization? How laughable. He's only at the 9-star celestial phenomenon stage, yet he's actually able to become an elder of our sect. That's right. How dare he challenge senior brother Yunchen? He really doesn't know what the word death means. Just as Su Yan stepped onto the training platform, countless disdainful voices came from below. Although Su Yan was an elder, he was only at the 9-star celestial phenomenon realm, so no one was afraid of him. Moreover, the law did not punish the majority. With so many people standing together, they did not have the slightest fear of Su Yan. The mocking voices continued to ring out. Of course, among these mocking voices, it was inevitable that the other disciples would flatter Yunchen. Elder Su Yan, if you admit defeat now, do you still have a chance? Yunchen enjoyed these flattering voices. He looked at Su Yan with a trace of disdain in his eyes. To him, Su Yan was just lucky to be favored by the great elder. That was why he was able to sit on the elder's seat. Otherwise, Su Yan would be nothing. After all, which elder of the Heaven and Earth organization had not reached the peak of the Spirit Sea realm? The great elder had even stepped into the legendary Square realm. Su Yan's 9-star celestial phenomenon realm strength was not enough to reach the apex. Su Yan did not pay attention to Yun Chen's words. Instead, he carefully looked at him and carefully thought about the moon phase that the Cloud King had mentioned. The celestial phenomenon realm was divided into the sun, the moon, and the stars. The sun phase was a legendary existence. No one had seen it for thousands of years. The moon phase was the highest existence. It was also extremely difficult to find. Among tens of thousands of people, there might not be one person who could successfully condense the moon phase. A celestial phenomenon realm martialist who had condensed the moon phase was much stronger than an ordinary celestial phenomenon realm martialist. This was especially true when they had condensed the spirit sea realm. The power of heaven and earth contained within the body lock was much stronger than other martialists of the same level. Su Yan thought about it and truly understood the meaning of the Cloud King's words, as well as the meaning of his anger. Moon phase? When Su Yan looked at Yun Chen, his eyes became a little more serious. Before this, Su Yan had not taken Yun Chen seriously at all. After all, after the battle with Gu Yuezong and Gu He, Su Yan could be said to be full of confidence. Now that he knew that Yun Chen was actually at the moon phase realm, he could not help but be more careful. Da-da-da, at that moment, the competition bell on the training platform beside them rang again. When the bell rang, it meant that the competition was about to begin. Elder Su Yan, are you really not willing to surrender? Yun Chen asked sarcastically again. He was at the Spirit Sea realm, condensed from the Moon Phase realm. In the same level, Spirit Sea realm martialists were no match for him. Moreover, Su Yan was merely at the 9-star celestial phenomenon realm. It could be said that he did not take him seriously at all. Cut the crap. Su Yan was originally uninterested in Yun Chen's challenge. The reason why he had agreed to Yun Chen's challenge was because he had agreed to the Fire Qilin. In addition, Su Yan had taken a fancy to the storage bag on Yun Chen's waist. Of course, with Su Yan's current status, he naturally did not take a fancy to Yun Chen's storage bag. Instead, he took a fancy to the things inside the storage bag. Spirit stones. Su Yan had always been chasing after spirit stones. Unfortunately, every time he obtained a huge amount of wealth, he would be beaten into a pauper once again. Now that Su Yan knew the importance of spirit stones, he had become a money grubber. He would not let go of any opportunity to obtain spirit stones. Clearly, the challenge with Yun Chen this time was a very good opportunity to earn spirit stones. But now, when Su Yan found out that Yun Chen was at the spiritual sea realm through the condensation of the moon phase, his thoughts changed at this moment. He looked at Yun Chen with a feverish gaze. When Yun Chen saw Su Yan's fearless expression, anger surged on his face as he shouted, "Elder Su Yan, since you are not surrendering, I have no choice but to offend you." As he spoke, Yun Chen's body suddenly leaped. His body was like a flying swallow as he flew over. At the same time, he quickly sent a palm strike towards Su Yan. That palm strike burst out and slid through the air, causing a loud explosion. Its speed was extremely fast, causing waves of whistling sounds. When the palm strike was sent out, the crowd immediately burst into an uproar. As expected of senior brother Yun Chen. Just this palm strike alone is not something that can be compared to those of the same level. Yeah, this Su Yan is only at the 9-star celestial phase realm. I want to see how he can block it. That's right. What elder? I think he can't even withstand a single palm strike from senior brother Yun Chen. It wasn't just the disciples. When the great elder Yun Wang saw Yun Chen's palm strike, his expression also sank. He snorted coldly and said, "This Yun Chen is really ruthless. He used a killing move right from the start. Does he want to defeat Su Yan in one move?" At the same time, Yun Wang saw that Su Yan was still not moving. He couldn't help but worry. At the same time, the cultivation technique in his body was slowly circulating, waiting to save Su Yan at any time. Everyone saw that Su Yan was still not moving. Meanwhile, Yunchen had already arrived in front of him, and the corners of their mouths involuntarily curled into a sneer. Humph, has this brat been scared silly? Still not moving? Are you waiting for death? When Yunchen saw that Su Yan was not moving, a disdainful smile appeared on his face. He snorted in his heart, Su Yan, your fire qilin is mine, whoosh. Before he could finish his thought, he saw a flash of white light and his palm suddenly missed. What? What's going on? When everyone saw this scene, they were shocked. They looked at Su Yan, who had already leaped into the air with astonishment. They couldn't believe that this scene was real. They rubbed their eyes with all their might. At this moment, whoosh, another crisp sound rang out, and at the same time, a black light flashed past. Su Yan held the ghost howl sword in his hand and jumped down. He directly slashed at Yunchen's head. The speed of the sword was as fast as lightning. When everyone saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. Even the great elder Yun Wang was surprised. What a fast speed. This speed is probably faster than a stage 2 spiritual sea realm expert. How is this possible? He's only a 9-star celestial phenomenon realm expert. Yunchen looked at this scene and couldn't help but be stunned. Just as he was stunned, the black sword shadow still fell. Yunchen was startled as he shouted, break. At the same time, a long sword appeared in Yunchen's hand. Obviously, Yunchen was also a sword user. He was indeed in the spiritual sea realm. The moment the sword appeared, he swung it. Clang! The two swords collided and a loud sound exploded. A huge wave of energy surged in the air. Because Yunchen had hastily blocked the attack, his body involuntarily retreated a few steps when they came into contact. This caused everyone present to be even more shocked. A 9-star celestial phenomenon realm expert actually forced a stage 1 spiritual sea realm expert to retreat, and it was a blue spirit sea realm expert. This was because the spirit sea realm was formed by various celestial phenomena. The spirit sea realm formed by the sun phase realm was the purple spirit sea realm. The moon phase realm was the blue spirit sea realm. And the astral phase realm was the red spirit sea realm. Now, Su Yan, who was in the celestial phase realm, actually forced a blue spirit sea realm expert to retreat. How could this not be shocking? They were not the only ones. Even Yunchen was astonished. He didn't expect Su Yan to actually force him to retreat. Looking at Su Yan, his eyes were filled with killing intent. Elder Su Yan, to be able to gain the Great Elder's appreciation, you really have some skills. Seeing this, the Great Elder Cloud King was also excited. He smiled and said, to be able to gain the Great Elder's attention, you really can't be that bad. The more the Cloud King looked at Su Yan, the more satisfied he was. At the same time, he saw Yunchen's spirit energy constantly surging on the training ground. He frowned and the cultivation method in his body slowly circulated. When Su Yan saw the spirit energy surging on Yunchen's body, he also frowned. Elder Su Yan, you really do have some skills. Unfortunately, your strength is too weak, so. Yunchen said with a cold smile. His body suddenly jumped up and the long sword in his hand was also quickly pushed out at the same time. As the sword swept out, it suddenly burst out with countless energy lights. Like a huge wave, it surged out and rushed towards Su Yan. Blue Spirit Sea Realm, you really do have some skills. When Su Yan saw this, he secretly said in his heart. At the same time, his body suddenly surged as he shouted, break. His entire body flew up like a top, and the ghost howl sword in his hand also jumped up. Bang! Chapter 329. When the sword collided, countless energies suddenly erupted. These energies were no longer the spiritual energy in his body, but the energy of heaven and earth. Similarly, what Yunchen released was not the spiritual energy in his body, but the energy of heaven and earth condensed in his body by the spirit sea realm. With a sweep of the sword, the advantage of the blue spirit sea realm was suddenly displayed. The entire ground seemed to tremble. Not only that, even the air seemed to be burning, exploding with countless sounds. Although this move seemed simple, the truth was that it wasn't as simple as it seemed on the surface. As the huge wave of energy surged, countless amounts of the energy of heaven and earth erupted at the same time. Su Yan raised his sword and immediately felt a wave of pressure, causing his face to darken. When the crowd saw this, they all heaved a sigh of relief. This was because when they saw Su Yan forcefully receive the attack, they were really worried that Su Yan would really receive this move. If that was the case, they really couldn't describe how abnormal Su Yan was. When the great elder Cloud King saw this, his brows furrowed even tighter. He was ready to save Su Yan at any time. However, just as they were about to do so, with a loud bang, a loud explosion rang out. A wave of energy surged. The power of heaven and earth, it's the power of heaven and earth. The entire underground audience was in an uproar as they looked at Su Yan in astonishment. I didn't expect this brat to be so lucky. He actually controls the energy of the air within the power of heaven and earth, and can borrow the power to block it. When Yunchen saw the sudden burst of energy from Su Yan's sword hilt, he was stunned for a moment before laughing. Ha ha ha, so you can control the energy of the air, but do you think it's enough? As he spoke, Yunchen waved his hand, and the wave that surged out once again burst out, soaring into the sky as light spread out in all directions. Senior brother Yunchen has unleashed all of his power of heaven and earth. Let's see how this brat will block it now. When the people below saw this scene, smiles appeared on their faces. To them, they hoped that Su Yan would lose. After all, Su Yan was only at the 9-star celestial phenomenon stage, but he held the position of an elder. Break! Bang! But before they could rejoice, a voice rang out from behind them. Then, a loud explosion could be heard. Su Yan brandished the ghost howl sword in his hand, constantly erupting with boundless energy. Streams of the power of the heavens and earth flowed out. When everyone saw this scene, their expressions froze as they stared at Su Yan, dumbfounded. This brat is actually also at the moon phase heavenly phase realm. How is this possible? Although the moon phase celestial phase realm was not comparable to the sun phase realm, it was still a once-in-a-century opportunity. How could they have thought that Su Yan would also be in the moon phase celestial phase realm? This made them very surprised. The Cloud King was stunned when he saw this. He stroked his beard and said, Su Yan, you have given me too many surprises. Yunchen was even more stunned when he saw this scene, and his face was filled with astonishment as he said, how is this possible, how is this possible, just as he was astonished. Bang! With a loud bang, Su Yan immediately took a step forward. His sword pierced through the air and arrived in front of Yunchen. Yunchen was shocked and hurriedly retreated. Unfortunately, it was too late. The ghost howl sword in Su Yan's hand directly pierced through Yunchen's shoulder. Ah! Yunchen cried out in pain, and his body involuntarily retreated a few steps. Looking at the blood gushing out of his shoulder, the corners of his mouth curled up into an evil smile. Looking at Su Yan, there was a faint murderous intent in his eyes. Very good, very good. Su Yan, a mere 9 stars realm can actually hurt me. Very good, very good. Yunchen laughed ferociously. Suddenly, the cultivation method in his body was quickly activated, and boundless energy erupted. The purity of the energy was much stronger than the spiritual energy surging in Su Yan's body. This was because this was the true power of the heavens and earth. This power was enough to overturn mountains and seas. Moreover, there was not only one type of energy surging in Yunchen's body, but 7 types of energy, representing 7 different powers of the heavens and earth. Cloudy Mist Technique. Yunchen's energy surged, but he was not in a hurry to attack Su Yan. Instead, he used the Cloudy Mist Technique to heal his own wound. The moment he activated the Cloudy Mist Technique, a curtain of light suddenly fell, and his wound quickly healed. Looking at this miraculous effect, Su Yan could not help but be tongue-tied. He thought to himself, this Cloudy Mist Technique is indeed extraordinary. The desire in his heart for the Cloudy Mist Technique deepened. Of course, this thought only flashed through his mind. That was because Su Yan saw it clearly. The moment Yun Chen's wound healed, a powerful oppressive feeling suddenly attacked him. Su Yan could not help but frown. This Yun Chen is at the spiritual sea realm, and his body has already condensed a Dan sea. All kinds of power of the heavens and earth have condensed in his body, and he can erupt at any time. However, I am only at the celestial realm. Although I can use the power of the heavens and earth, I can't use it at will. It seems like I can only fight. As Su Yan spoke, a ray of red light suddenly surged out from his eyes. His pupils suddenly shrank, and a frosty light immediately surged from his body. Cloudy mist technique, cloud world. At this moment, Yun Chen suddenly shouted, and the energy that had condensed in his body suddenly exploded like countless waves, directly attacking Su Yan. Wherever the energy passed, the air suddenly boiled, and the entire ground trembled. When the surrounding disciples saw this scene, they couldn't help but take a few steps back. Everyone was also stunned. I didn't expect senior brother Yun Chen to have mastered the cloudy mist technique, cloud world. Senior brother Yun Chen is indeed worthy of being the genius of our heaven and earth organization, who is only inferior to senior brother Yun Mu. Everyone looked at this scene with astonishment, and there was a hint of ridicule in their eyes when they looked at Su Yan. Just now, Su Yan had already brought them too many miracles. They did not believe that Su Yan could bring them any more miracles. Great Elder Yun Wang saw this scene and was about to take action, but when he looked at Su Yan, he saw the red light surging in Su Yan's eyes, which made him hesitate for a moment, because he saw a firm belief in that pair of eyes. Asterisk bang, asterisk, and just as he was hesitating, Yun Chen erupted with a huge amount of energy, directly exploding on Su Yan's body. Countless energy rioted, and the entire battle stage was instantly destroyed. Countless smoke and flying stones were flipped over. The energy still did not stop, and like a tornado, it continued to roll down from the sky, revealing a white energy light. Everyone was stunned, including Great Elder Yun Wang. The tornado lasted for a few breaths of time before it finally stopped. Slowly, it revealed the huge crater that was created by the destruction. Yun Chen looked at the huge crater, and a sneer appeared on his face. Then, his body went soft, and he fell to the ground. He bitterly smiled and said, "With my current strength, it seems a little far-fetched to use Cloud World, but to be able to defeat this Su Yan, asterisk cough asterisk asterisk cough asterisk asterisk cough asterisk." Before he could finish his words, he heard a coughing sound coming from the crater. What? Everyone was startled, especially Yun Chen. His eyes suddenly opened wide as he looked at the figure that flew out from the crater. He kept shaking his head and said, This, how is this possible? When Yun Wang saw the figure that appeared, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he couldn't help but laugh. Although there were many disciples watching, he still didn't dare to laugh. "Ha, Su Yan, you stinking brat, I really didn't misjudge you, I really didn't misjudge you." Hearing Yun Wang's laughter, Yun Chen's expression became more and more unsightly. He looked at Su Yan with a face as red as a pig's liver and muttered, "How is this possible? How is this possible? Su Yan, how can you block my Cloud World? Cloud World is really powerful." Su Yan did not pay attention to Yun Chen's words. Instead, he looked at the new wounds on his body and thought to himself. At the same time, Su Yan admired Yun Chen a little more. Because when Su Yan used Cloud World, he knew that it was at least a profound rank 10,000 mammoth divine skill. Yun Chen was only in the first stage of the spiritual sea realm, but he could use the profound rank 10,000 mammoth divine skill to such a powerful extent. Su Yan had to admit that Yun Chen had some strength. Of course, even so, Su Yan didn't want to let him go. Yun Chen was the one who challenged him. As Su Yan thought about it, his pupils suddenly shrank and he waved the ghost howl sword in his hand. Yun Chen was surprised when he saw Su Yan running towards him. Anger surged on his face as he shouted, Good, good. Su Yan, although you didn't die under my Cloud World, you must be seriously injured. Let's see how you're going to be my opponent now. Is that so?" The corner of Su Yan's mouth raised slightly. He had to admit that blocking Cloud World and using the Profound Ice Divine Shield exhausted his spiritual energy. However, Su Yan still had a way to defeat Yun Chen. Everyone saw that the battle had started again and recovered from their shock. This time, they no longer looked at Su Yan with ridicule in their eyes. They asked themselves, if they were to block Cloud World, even if they didn't die, they would be seriously injured. However, Su Yan was still able to fight. How could they still dare to ridicule Su Yan like this? Su Yan, do you really think you can defeat me? Although Yun Chen was extremely weak just now, he erupted and swallowed a pill to recover his spiritual energy. He once again became berserk and his sword was extremely sharp. Su Yan wasn't weak either. Using his blood dragon pupil and his amazing speed, he wasn't at a disadvantage against Yun Chen. However, both of them had exhausted their spiritual energy. Neither of them could use their sword arts or 10,000 elephant divine skills. Now, they were competing with their sword arts and speed. Yun Chen's sword was extremely fast, but Su Yan wasn't slow either. The two of them were in a stalemate. They fought for several hours. Suddenly, Su Yan slowed down. Yun Chen sneered, "Su Yan, let's see how you're going to survive this." "Is that so?" Chapter 330. When everyone saw this scene, their faces were also filled with shock. Because if Yun Chen's sword moved forward, Su Yan's neck would be cut off. Everyone held their breaths as if the entire scene was frozen. Everyone only saw that the sword in Yun Chen's hand was about to slide past Su Yan's neck. When Great Elder Yun Wang saw this scene, his pupils suddenly shrank and he was about to save Yun Chen. Suddenly, a white light flashed. The Great Elder couldn't help but be stunned. Then, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Good boy, you actually still have a trick up your sleeve." Just as he finished speaking, a voice rang out. Everyone thought that Su Yan was about to be killed by Yun Chen. With a crisp sound, the long sword in Yun Chen's hand was struck down by a flying sword. At the same time, there were a few flying swords in front of Yun Chen. They revolved around him, causing him to be unable to move. The entire situation was reversed. The speed of the reversal was so fast that no one was able to react in time. "You've lost." Su Yan looked at the astonished Yun Chen as a faint smile surfaced on his cold face. "I lost, I actually lost." Yun Chen still couldn't accept this fact. However, looking at the flying sword on his body, he couldn't help but believe it. He kept muttering to himself, "I lost, how is this possible, how is this possible?" Su Yan didn't care about his expression. He went forward and pulled the storage bag from Yun Chen's waist. Yun Chen didn't care at all. He was still immersed in the pain of defeat. His eyes were dim and it was obvious that he still couldn't accept the fact that he had lost. Not only him, even all the disciples present couldn't accept this fact. Su Yan, a 9-star celestial phenomenon realm, actually defeated a rank 1 blue spirit sea realm. How was this possible? One had to know that the blue spirit sea realm not only cultivated faster than the red spirit sea realm, but the heaven and earth energy contained in the body was also much stronger than the same level. Yun Chen was a rank 1 blue spirit sea realm cultivator. However, with his strength, even if he was to fight against a rank 2 spirit sea realm cultivator, he might not lose. However, such a person was defeated. He was still defeated by a martial artist who was only at the 9-star celestial phenomenon stage. How could this not be surprising? Dong Qinghao, Macaryu Ice, Rat Li, and Butt Face had rushed over when Su Yan and Yun Chen were fighting. Everyone was surprised by Su Yan's victory. Only the four of them looked at Su Yan with the joy of victory surging in their eyes. "Su Yan, you're really something." Dong Qinghao saw Su Yan coming down and went forward to pat Su Yan. The other three also came up to congratulate Su Yan. Su Yan wasn't too happy about this victory. Right now, he was more concerned about how many spirit stones were in Yun Chen's storage bag. He weighed the storage bag and threw it to Macaryu Ice. "Senior Brother Mu, this Yun Chen is a rank 1 spirit sea realm cultivator. With my strength, I'm afraid I won't be able to erase the seal on him. I'll have to let you do it for me. N. Makaryu Ice nodded and didn't say anything else. He took the storage bag and the five of them planned to return to the palace where Su Yan was at the Heaven and Earth Organization. Great Elder Yun Wang originally wanted to say something to Su Yan, but when he saw that Su Yan and Makaryu Ice were about to leave, he smiled and didn't say anything. He looked at Yun Chen, who was still unconscious on the training platform. He sighed helplessly. What a pity, what a pity. A blue spirit sea realm genius is wasted just like that. Yun Wang sighed, but he didn't say anything else and also prepared to leave. However, before he could leave, an angry shout came from the horizon. Su Yan, stop for me. When Yun Wang heard this, he couldn't help but be startled and also stopped. Su Yan and the others also stopped and turned around to look. When they saw an extremely ugly face, Su Yan couldn't help but frown. In the entire Heaven and Earth Organization, who else could have such an ugly face apart from Yunmu? Yunmu blocked Su Yan's path and revealed a treacherous smile. You, Su Yan, and the rest of you, betrayed the Monster Palace and now want to hide in our Heaven and Earth Organization? Betrayed the Monster Palace. When Su Yan heard Yunmu's words, the others looked at each other. Clearly, they couldn't understand the meaning of Yunmu's words. At that moment, Yun Wang also walked over and looked at Yunmu. Little nephew Yunmu, what do you mean by betraying the Monster Palace? What exactly is going on? Great Elder. When Yunmu saw Yun Wang, he respectfully greeted him and began to explain. Great Elder, these people are disciples of the Monster Palace, but because they betrayed the Monster Palace, they are being hunted down by the Monster Palace. I think that they joined our Heaven and Earth Organization to avoid being hunted down by the Monster Palace. So there is such a thing. Betraying the sect was a great crime in the entire Dry Territory. When Yun Wang heard Yunmu's words, he couldn't help but frown. He looked at Su Yan and asked, Little nephew Su Yan, what exactly is going on? Su Yan actually didn't know much about this matter. But when he heard Yunmu's words, he understood that this was definitely Murong Fu's scheme. He wanted to accuse them of betraying the sect and use people from all sides to hunt them down. This Murong Fu really has good methods. Su Yan sneered in his heart. He looked at Yun Wang's gloomy expression and asked, Great Elder, do you trust me? Yun Wang was startled by Su Yan's sudden question and didn't know how to reply for a while. Yun Wang didn't know much about Su Yan and only admired him. Not to mention that he was the disciple of the founding ancestor of the Heaven and Earth Organization, so Yun Wang was naturally more protective of Su Yan. But after all, this matter was of great importance and Yun Wang didn't know much about Su Yan, so he didn't trust him. Su Yan, don't talk nonsense here. I have already investigated this matter clearly, so what else do you have to quibble about? Yunmu saw that Yun Wang didn't say anything and hurriedly shouted. He was afraid that Yun Wang would show some compassion and protect Su Yan. When Su Yan heard Yunmu's words, he couldn't help but smile. Then his complexion sank, and he shouted at Yunmu, Impudent, Yunmu, no matter what, I am an elder of the Heaven and Earth Organization. You surprisingly dare to be disrespectful to me. Su Yan's eyes went wide, and an imposing aura spread out from between his brows. Yunmu was startled by Yunmu's shout. Then, anger appeared on his face and he shouted, Su Yan, alright, don't quarrel. Yun Wang stopped the two of them and looked at Su Yan. Su Yan, you asked me whether I believed you or not. I can tell you that I believe you, but you have to at least prove yourself, right? When Yunmu heard Yun Wang's words, he smiled in disdain. What else is there to prove? This matter has spread like wildfire in the entire 5 counties. This is the decree of the Monster Palace's palace master, so how could it be false? After saying that, Yunmu looked at Yun Wang and said, Great Elder, you have to think thrice. Offending the Monster Palace for these people isn't worth it. That Monster Palace's Princess of Chu isn't someone to be trifled with. Only a few people in the entire Monster Palace knew about the death of the Princess of Chu. It was even more impossible for them, who were outsiders, to know that the Princess of Chu had actually died long ago. The reason why these people didn't care about the monster palace was because of the presence of the Princess of Chu. After all, an expert of the perimeter layer wasn't someone to be trifled with. When Yun Wang heard Yun Mu's words, his brows creased again. If it had been any other matter, it would have been fine, but betraying the sect was a major crime. Even if he was the great elder of the Heaven and Earth organization, he couldn't cover it up. However, when he thought about how Su Yan was the disciple of the founding ancestor of the Heaven and Earth organization, as well as Su Yan's display of strength, Yun Wang felt awkward. Su Yan looked at Yun Wang's awkward expression and Yun Mu's complacent expression, and a hint of a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. He took off the elder attire of the Heaven and Earth organization and handed it to Yun Wang. Su Yan, you. Yun Wang was still thinking about how to deal with this matter when he suddenly saw Su Yan's actions. He couldn't help but be startled, not understanding the meaning behind Su Yan's actions. Su Yan hesitated for a moment before saying, "Great Elder, if you believe me, then give me 1 year's time. Within 1 year, I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer." Su Yan, you traitor, what qualifications do you have to talk about conditions with our Heaven and Earth organization? Yun Mu shouted before Yun Wang could reply. Su Yan didn't pay any attention to Yun Mu. Instead, he looked at Yun Wang and calmly waited for his decision. Su Yan was gambling that Yun Wang would believe him. If Yun Wang didn't believe him, then everything pointed to disaster. Su Yan was secretly circulating the cultivation method in his body to recover his spirit energy while guarding against Yun Mu. Dong Qinghao, Makaryu Ice, But Face, and Ratli hadn't said a word since the beginning, but they could see the seriousness of the matter. They knew that whether they lived or died today depended on a single thought from Yun Wang. The four of them nervously looked at Yun Wang. Not only them, but even Yun Mu was nervously looking at Yun Wang. He was very clear that if Yun Wang chose to believe Su Yan, then it would be impossible for him to get rid of Su Yan. Yesterday, Su Yan had joined the Heaven and Earth organization. Yun Mu hated Su Yan, and he had been thinking about how to get rid of Su Yan the entire night. Originally, he had been bitterly searching for a way to get rid of Su Yan, but today, he had heard that Su Yan had betrayed the sect. It gave him a reason and an excuse, but he had never expected that Yun Wang would surprisingly protect Su Yan. This made Yun Mu's hatred towards Su Yan become even more intense. While waiting for Yun Wang's decision, Yun Mu fanned the flames from the side. Great Elder, you have to think clearly about the crime of betraying the sect. It is a serious crime, so you have to think about whether you can bear it. Chapter 331. The reason why Yun Mu dared to speak to Cloud King like that wasn't without reason. He was the son-in-law of the Heaven and Earth organization's sect master. In other words, he was Yun Wanqing's fiancé. Not only that, but although Yun Mu was a little ugly, he was also the #1 disciple of the Heaven and Earth organization. His strength had already reached the 9th rank of Spirit Ocean Realm, and he was also at the Blue Spirit Ocean Realm. Therefore, Yun Mu had quite a lot of face in the sect. Even the Cloud King had to give Yun Mu some face. Of course, face was just face. Before Yun Mu officially married Yun Wanqing, his status was only that of a disciple of the Heaven and Earth organization. When Cloud King heard Yun Mu speaking to him in such a tone, his expression sank. He, who was originally hesitating, coldly snorted. Su Yan, I choose to believe you. I will give you 1 year's time. What? When Yun Mu heard Cloud King's words, he couldn't help but be startled. Great Elder, are you crazy? These people have committed the crime of betraying the sect. Are you going to protect them? I am crazy. Cloud King looked at Yun Mu's disrespectful attitude and coldly snorted. Yun Mu, I said that I believe you, so I believe you. Don't forget that I am still the great elder of the Heaven and Earth organization. Even if the sect master comes out, he still has to give me some face. Yun Mu didn't expect that his original plan to provoke Cloud King so that he wouldn't agree to Su Yan's request would actually work. But how could he have expected that his provocation would make Cloud King agree to Su Yan's request? As the saying goes, cleverness leads to the downfall of cleverness. Although Yunmu was somewhat unconvinced, it was just as Cloud King had said. Cloud King was the great elder of Heavenly Cloud's sect. Even if Yunmu was more formidable, he wouldn't dare to rashly challenge Cloud King's dignity. When he saw the smile on Su Yan's face, Yunmu flew into a rage, and his hatred for Su Yan became even more intense. If he wasn't afraid of Cloud King standing in front of him, he would have killed Su Yan already. "Humph, Su Yan, just you wait for me, just you wait," Yunmu said indignantly, then left. Su Yan didn't pay attention to Yunmu. He turned around and cupped his hands toward Cloud King. "Many thanks for great elder's understanding." The Cloud King smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Su Yan, you are the disciple of the elder ancestor. Speaking of seniority, you are above me. This is what I should do. However, I'm afraid that before you understand the situation, staying in the Heaven and Earth organization is," the Cloud King didn't say anything. However, Su Yan could understand the meaning behind his words. Moreover, when Su Yan had taken off the elder robe of the Heaven and Earth organization, he hadn't planned to stay in the Heaven and Earth organization. When he saw the awkward expression on the Cloud King's face, he said with a faint smile, "Great elder, don't worry. After a year, I will definitely give you a pleasant surprise." And the Cloud King nodded and no longer hesitated. He patted Su Yan's shoulder and said, "Su Yan, when you leave the Heaven and Earth organization this time, you must be careful. Do you understand?" And Su Yan nodded heavily, then led Makaryu Ice and the others down the mountain without any hesitation. "I didn't expect that we would leave the Heaven and Earth organization so soon." After leaving the Heaven and Earth organization's gate, Makaryu Ice said with melancholy. Regarding yesterday's incident, they also said that they didn't know what Murong Fu's plot was, and they could use the Heaven and Earth organization to take refuge. Who would have thought that because of Murong Fu's plot, they would be forced to leave the Heaven and Earth organization today? Su Yan looked at the Heaven and Earth organization and smiled bitterly. Although Su Yan didn't have any feelings for the Heaven and Earth organization, Su Yan wanted the Heaven and Earth organization's fog technique very much. Now that he had left the Heaven and Earth organization, it was obvious that it wouldn't be so easy to obtain the fog technique again. Su Yan thought, and his eyes turned, and his hatred for Murong Fu became even stronger. He really didn't expect that Murong Fu would be so ruthless as to label him as a sinner who betrayed the sect. "Senior, where should we go now?" Buttface suddenly asked in the midst of their melancholy. Where should we go? This question stunned everyone. After all, no matter what, Murong Fu currently held the Supreme Monster Palace's Palace Lord seal. Before they took back the Supreme Monster Palace's authority, they had to take back the Palace Lord's seal. They would have to bear the crime of betraying the sect. The crime of betraying the sect was a serious crime, and everyone had the right to punish it. If they were to appear, they would definitely be hunted down by many people. Moreover, with Murong Fu's means, he would definitely spread the news and let everyone in the 5 counties know that they had committed the crime of betraying the sect. Then, all the powerful people in the 5 counties would hunt them down. Murong Fu, this move is really ruthless. Su Yan thought and gritted his teeth hatefully. Dong Qinghao, Makaryu Ice, and Rat Li's faces also showed a burst of anger. Only Buttface was a little better. After all, Buttface didn't understand Murong Fu and the Monster Palace. However, he already knew that betraying the sect was a crime. This was a serious crime. Of course, he still chose to believe that Su Yan and the others wouldn't betray the sect. Looking at the surging hatred on their faces, Buttface suggested in a low voice, "Senior, why don't we go to the place where I used to cultivate?" "The place where you used to cultivate?" Su Yan frowned and looked at Buttface. Because the two of them had met in a hurry, Su Yan didn't ask Buttface what had happened during this period of time. Buttface nodded and began to speak, "Senior, since you were forced off the cliff by those people from the Guyu sect, I swore that I would avenge you. It was also after that I started to cultivate like crazy. At that time, I was afraid that the people from the Guyu sect would find trouble with me, so I found a place to hide. Although it was desolate and uninhabited, the spiritual chi was really rich. It was a good place to take refuge. Desolate and uninhabited. When Su Yan heard Butt-Face's words, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up into a smile. Now that they had been accused of betraying this sect by Murong Fu, there would be a lot of people looking for them. The more desolate the place was, the better. This way, they wouldn't be hunted down. Although the few of them were walking together and their strength was very strong, the continent of the 5 counties was so big. Who knew how many powerhouses there were? Su Yan narrowed his eyes slightly. Without thinking, he said directly, "Butt-Face, you lead the way." "Okay." Butt-Face nodded his head and didn't hesitate. He walked ahead of the rest of the group. Dong Qinghao and the others followed closely behind Su Yan and Butt-Face. Because the 5 of them had been accused of betraying the sect, the 5 of them didn't choose to use the teleportation device to avoid some trouble. Along the way, they relied on their physical strength to fly. After flying for a few days and nights, they arrived at the place that Butt-Face had mentioned. When Su Yan saw this place, he couldn't help but be stunned. This place was actually the boundary of Tian Shuang City. Not only was it the boundary of Tian Shuang City, but it was also the mountain where Su Yan had entered the hidden sword tomb for the test. Indeed, after the hidden sword tomb arranged the test, very few people came here. In addition, this place was on the outskirts of Tian Shuang City and there were no treasures to speak of. Therefore, this place could indeed be considered desolate and uninhabited. "Senior, this is the place. What do you think?" Butt-Face turned around and said to Su Yan. When he saw that Su Yan seemed to be more familiar with this place than he was, he couldn't help but be surprised. He asked, "Senior, why do you seem to be more familiar with this place than I am?" Dong Qinghao and the others didn't notice the change in Su Yan's expression just now. When they heard Butt-Face's words, they came back to their senses and looked at Su Yan with a puzzled expression. Su Yan smiled slightly. He wasn't in a hurry to explain. Instead, he pointed ahead and said, "Butt-Face, is Tian Shuang City dozens of miles from here?" "Yes." When Butt-Face heard Su Yan's words, he suddenly opened his eyes wide and looked at Su Yan in surprise. "Senior, how do you know?" "Because I'm from Tian Shuang City," Su Yan said with a smile. At this time, everyone was suddenly enlightened from their doubts. Especially Butt-Face, who touched his head honestly and said, "Ha, ha, ha, so this is Senior's hometown. I was leading the way for you just now. I'm really ashamed." Su Yan smiled and didn't say anything more. Instead, he led Butt-Face and the others into the depths of the mountain. Previously, Su Yan didn't know where Butt-Face was referring to. Naturally, he didn't understand. Now that he had come to this mountain, Su Yan was naturally familiar with it. It could be said that this mountain was where Su Yan really opened his cultivation path. After all, it was here that Su Yan won first place in the competition of the Hidden Sword Tomb. Then, he entered the Hidden Sword Tomb and really started Su Yan's cultivation path. Things changed with the passage of time, but the mountain was still that mountain. However, everything had changed. Now, Su Yan was no longer the little spirit channeling martial artist. He was at the 9 stars celestial phase, a king of a generation. If Su Yan returned to the Hidden Sword Tomb, it wouldn't be too much to ask him to be an elder. Of course, Su Yan didn't intend to choose to return to the Hidden Sword Tomb. Su Yan now understood that he wasn't expelled from the Hidden Sword Tomb. He was now considered a member of the Hidden Sword Tomb. However, he didn't want to bear the crime of betraying the sect. If he returned to the Hidden Sword Tomb, he wouldn't have the face to see anyone. Moreover, he might implicate the Hidden Sword Tomb for no reason. If that was the case, Su Yan would have committed a great crime. As they slowly walked in, they could feel that the spiritual chi here was getting denser and denser. Su Yan's brows furrowed even tighter. Su Yan couldn't be more familiar with this mountain. He knew very well that when he was here, the spiritual chi wasn't so dense. But Face, how long have you been cultivating here? Su Yan suddenly asked But Face. But Face was stunned by Su Yan's sudden question. He thought for a while and said, since the day you fell off the cliff, I've been cultivating here. I only occasionally go to the Hidden Demons area and Heaven Shuang City to buy some things. Usually, I'm here. When you came here, was the spiritual chi here so dense? Su Yan asked again. But Face was stunned again. He thought carefully and said, it doesn't seem so. When I first came here, the spiritual chi here wasn't abundant. However, as time passed, the spiritual chi became denser and denser. Dong Qinghao and the others didn't know why Su Yan suddenly asked these questions. Now that they heard But Face's words and looked at Su Yan's surprised expression, they seemed to understand. Chapter 332. Bang! Just at this moment, a loud explosion could be heard from the top of the mountain. Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank. The cultivation method in his body quickly revolved, and he quickly rushed forward. He was sure that this was not a simple place. The speed of the other 4 people was not slow either. They followed closely behind Su Yan and swept forward. However, when they arrived at the mountain, everything was calm. There was not even the slightest movement. That's strange. What is going on? Su Yan looked at the mountain in front of him, which was completely still. He could not help but frown. This mountain had nothing special to begin with. It was not tall and the trees were not big. There were only some shrubs and there were no strange stones. There was really nothing special about it. However, this place was filled with rich spiritual chi. If this spiritual chi existed in the first place, it could be attributed to the environment of the mountain. However, this mountain did not have the slightest bit of peculiarity. In just a few short months, it actually produced such rich spiritual chi. If Su Yan did not know about the existence of this mountain, it would be fine. However, Su Yan knew this mountain like the back of his hand. He knew very well that this mountain did not have the slightest bit of peculiarity. If there was anything special about it, it could only be said that this was once a training ground for the disciples of the Hidden Sword Tomb. Although But Face and the others heard what Su Yan said, they also felt that it was strange. However, the few of them did not know the mountain as well as Su Yan, so they did not feel that anything was wrong. Whoosh! Just at this moment, a crisp sound could be heard. At the same time, a white figure flashed in front of them. All of them were stunned at the same time. Could it be? At this moment, Sword Sage's shocked voice could be heard in their minds. Hearing Sword Sage's voice, Su Yan's body trembled. He asked in his mind, Master, did you discover something? I am not sure if it is true or not. Sword Sage shook his head and pondered for a moment. At this moment, whoosh! With another flash, the fire Qilin, who had been sleeping in Su Yan's arms, suddenly jumped out of Su Yan's arms. He directly rushed forward. Su Yan and the others were still in a daze. Sword Sage shouted, Brat, quick, follow the fire Kirin. Yes. When Su Yan heard Sword Sage's words, he nodded. His pupils shrank, and he quickly followed the fire Kirin. Dong Qinghao and the others couldn't hear what Sword Sage was saying to Su Yan. However, they also saw the fire Qilin running out. At the same time, he circulated his chi and dashed towards the fire Qilin. Although the fire Qilin looked petite, its running speed was not slow at all. Using its nimble body, it constantly moved forward in the mountain forest. Fortunately, the strength of Su Yan and the others was not weak. They used all their strength to follow behind the fire Qilin so that they would not lose track of it. In this way, they followed the fire Qilin for about half an hour. The fire Qilin still had no intention of stopping. Instead, it ran faster and faster. After a while, they lost track of the fire Qilin. They stopped at the same time and looked in front of them, but there was no trace of the fire Qilin. What's going on? They looked at each other, puzzled by what happened in front of them. Because they clearly saw the fire Qilin in front of them, but in just a flash, the fire Qilin disappeared. Bang! At this time, there was a sudden explosion, and a flame rushed straight to the sky. A powerful force burst out, and the power fluctuated. The 5 people were shocked, and did not dare to have the slightest neglect, and hurriedly retreated. Unfortunately, even if the 5 of them used all their strength to retreat, it was still a little too late. Bang! All of a sudden, they were hit by this huge energy, and the 5 of them were sent flying hundreds of meters away. Poochie! At the same time, the 5 of them couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Cough cough cough, the 5 of them coughed a few times and slowly stood up from the ground. Looking at the scene in front of them, their faces were filled with horror. Looking at the scene in front of them, they even forgot about their injuries. At the place where the flames had surged into the sky, there was a huge palace. Yes, it was a palace. As soon as the palace appeared, it gave off a majestic aura. 8 huge pillars stood tall in the sky, and there was a faint trace of energy swirling around them, making people feel respectful. Shura Shrine, it's actually the Shura Shrine. At this time, Sword Sage's shocked voice burst out from Su Yan's mind. Shura Shrine. Su Yan couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this, not understanding the meaning behind it. But before he could ask, he heard Sword Sage's nervous voice, quickly retreat. If the Shura Shrine appeared here, then the people from the Shura Shrine must not be far from here, you guys quickly hide. Master, what the hell is going on? Su Yan asked in surprise, because he had never seen Sword Sage so nervous before. Don't ask so much, hide first. Sword Sage said anxiously, obviously worried about something. Hearing Sword Sage's words, Su Yan no longer hesitated and hurriedly shouted to Dong Qinghao and the others, quickly go. The few of them still hadn't recovered from the shock in front of them. Hearing Su Yan's words, they couldn't help but be stunned, but seeing Su Yan's serious expression, they seemed to have understood something and didn't ask anymore, and followed Su Yan and retreated. The few of them retreated a few hundred meters away, until they hid in a cave, and their expressions relaxed slightly. Junior brother Su, what the hell is going on? As soon as they landed, Makaryu Ice asked Su Yan, the other 3 also looked at Su Yan in surprise. Su Yan didn't immediately answer their questions. Because he didn't know what was going on, he asked Sword Sage in his mind, Master, what the hell is going on? Sword Sage still hadn't recovered from the shock of seeing the shrine just now. Carefully looking around, he replied, Su Yan, there are too many things mixed in here, and it's related to the 9 continents. With your current strength, it's useless to know too much. 9 continents. Su Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, obviously not satisfied with Sword Sage's answer. Sword Sage naturally knew that Su Yan wasn't satisfied, so he chuckled and continued, Su Yan, you shouldn't be dissatisfied. I can tell you, this matter is beyond your imagination, and it will only be bad for you to know this now. N. Hearing Sword Sage's words, Su Yan couldn't help but be startled, and immediately realized that he was being disrespectful, so he apologized to Sword Sage, Master, I'm sorry. Sword Sage didn't wait for Su Yan to finish his words, and waved his hand, Su Yan, don't say these words, I can understand your feelings. N. Su Yan wasn't a pretentious person, so after hearing Sword Sage's words, he didn't waste any more words, and instead looked at the place where the flames were soaring to the sky, and asked, Master, the fire Qilin is probably still there, what should I do? Hearing Su Yan's words, Sword Sage frowned slightly, and after thinking for a while, he said, Su Yan, don't be anxious, the appearance of the Shura Shrine will definitely attract the attention of various forces. When the time comes, this place will definitely become a battlefield. What you need to do now is wait for those forces to appear. While speaking, Sword Sage's eyes suddenly turned, and a sharp light surged in them, Su Yan, if possible, this Shura Shrine may be an opportunity for you. Opportunity? Su Yan was puzzled, he clearly felt Sword Sage's panic just now, how could it be an opportunity now? Sword Sage smiled, Su Yan, you are in the Sun realm, you need to condense the power of heaven and earth in 10,000 meridians to break through to the Spirit Sea realm, but to condense the power of heaven and earth in 10,000 meridians is actually that simple. If you cultivate normally, it will take you 100 years to condense it, but the appearance of the cultivation shrine may be an opportunity. Master, what is going on? Su Yan still didn't understand Sword Sage's words. After all, he really couldn't connect the Shura shrine with his condensing of the Spirit Sea realm. Sword Sage looked at Su Yan's anxious expression, and smiled. Su Yan, don't be anxious, observe for a while, and when the time comes, I will naturally explain to you. Oh. Although Su Yan was confused, after hearing Sword Sage's words, he didn't ask anymore, because he knew that Sword Sage wouldn't harm him. Junior brother Su, what is going on? Dong Qinghao saw that Su Yan didn't answer for a long time, so he asked again. Hearing Dong Qinghao's words, Su Yan recovered from his conversation with Sword Sage, narrowed his eyes, and said with a serious face, I'm afraid that this place will become the battleground of the 5 counties. What? When they heard Su Yan's sudden words, they couldn't help but be stunned, and looked at Su Yan with astonishment. They were all people of the 5 counties, and they were also the genius disciples of the Monster Palace. Although they didn't know everything about the 5 counties, they still knew a thing or two. It was like a chaotic battle between the 5 counties. This hadn't happened for thousands of years, which meant that the 5 counties had been peaceful for thousands of years. They couldn't believe that just the appearance of a single palace would cause a chaotic battle between the 5 counties. Speaking of which, Su Yan actually didn't believe it either. However, he believed in Sword Sage's knowledge, and he wouldn't be wrong. A great battle was going to happen here. Shura Shrine, it really is the Shura Shrine. Chapter 333. This aura. Although they could feel that the voice was quite far away, it was still so. His voice was filled with vigorous energy and vigorous aura, causing the bodies of Su Yan and the others to involuntarily tremble. Even though it was so far away, they could still feel the power of this person. I didn't expect the Shrine of Shura to appear here. It seems that this time, the 5 counties will not be peaceful. The voices of several people talking could be heard again. Moreover, it was getting closer and closer. Su Yan and the others couldn't help but hold their breaths. At this time, Dong Qinghao and the others also believed what Su Yan said. Su Yan said that there would be a war in the 5 counties. Although they believed in Su Yan, the 5 counties had been peaceful for too long. They couldn't accept it. Now that they felt this powerful force approaching them, from the bottom of their hearts, they could faintly feel that something was wrong. As the voice walked away, Dong Qinghao tried to lower his voice and asked Su Yan, Junior brother Su, what should we do now? When Su Yan heard Dong Qinghao's words, he recalled Sword Sage's words. His pupils suddenly shrank, and a bright light surged in his eyes. He clenched his fists and said, since this Shura shrine can attract the attention of so many experts, it means that there must be treasures here. If we didn't come here, it would be fine. But since we are here, we naturally can't miss it. As Su Yan spoke, the corners of his mouth curved into a smile. His eyes emitted a determined gaze, and a faint aura of a king faintly emitted from between his brows. Everyone was stunned. Everyone felt that powerful force just now. When they thought of that terrifying aura, they only felt a little worried. At most, they just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. Who would have thought that they would want to get a share of this shrine? Everyone was stunned when they saw the gleam in Su Yan's eyes. The blood in their bodies began to boil slowly. Dong Qinghao took the lead and said, that's right. Since we're already here, there's no reason for us to leave. As Dong Qinghao spoke, a frivolous smile hung on his face. At the same time, a bright light surged in his eyes as he looked at Su Yan. Then, Macario Ice and Rattly followed suit. There was no need to mention Buttface. It could be said that he was the only one who didn't obey Su Yan. Su Yan's decision was equivalent to his decision. Just now, Su Yan was really worried that his brothers would be afraid. After all, Just the aura of their words had caused their bodies to twitch. It was enough to imagine how powerful those people were. It was normal to be afraid. Now, Su Yan didn't think that these people would be as fearless as him. This made Su Yan feel moved in his heart. Of course, being moved was one thing. The friendship between men didn't need to be expressed in words. Su Yan didn't say anything pretentious. He looked outside and then turned to the others and said, "Let's go, let's leave here first. After all, it's not suitable for us to hide here and observe the situation in the Shura Divine Hall." Okay. They nodded at the same time and followed Su Yan to walk toward the Shura Divine Hall again. Just now, they were focused on escaping and didn't observe much. Now that they looked back, they realized how far they had run just now. They approached the Shura Divine Hall cautiously. The closer they got, the more they felt a terrifying aura surging toward them. They couldn't help but hold their breaths. Su Yan also lowered his voice and said, "Everyone, be careful. The appearance of the Shura Divine Hall can set off a war in the 5 continents. Today, the powerful people who came here must be beyond our imagination. We have to be careful." Okay. They nodded at the same time. They put away their calm expressions and became serious. Bang! At this moment, a loud noise suddenly burst out. A powerful force surged from the Shura Divine Hall. This force fluctuated and spread out. They were more than 1,000 meters away, but they could still feel the terror of this force. Perimeter State, it's definitely an expert of the Perimeter State. Makaryu Ice was shocked and whispered. At this moment, Su Yenyu's eyebrows suddenly shrunk together. Radius State. It could be said that this was the strongest existence in the 5 continents. He didn't expect these people to come here at this moment. At this moment, Su Yan finally understood how powerful the Azura Divine Palace was. It was actually able to attract so many experts. It must be known that the higher a warrior's realm, the more precious their time was. This was because the higher the realm, the harder it was for them to break through. Some people would cultivate in seclusion for decades. If there wasn't something that could move them, they wouldn't appear at all. From the aura just now, Su Yan could tell that there was more than one expert of the Perimeter State here. This made Su Yan look forward to the Shura Divine Hall even more. This feeling of anticipation appeared when Su Yan approached the Shura Divine Hall. This inexplicable feeling wasn't the same as when Sword Sage said that Su Yan could use this to break through his realm. It was the kind of trembling that came from the heart, from the blood vessels. It was just like how Su Yan was moved by the sword well of the Hidden Sword Tomb, the Monster Palace, and the 10,000 Demons Ancient Tree. This strange feeling made Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrink. However, Su Yan didn't rush to the Shura Divine Hall. From the terrifying aura just now, Su Yan knew that there was more than one expert of the Perimeter State gathered here. The Perimeter State. Even 100 Su Yan wouldn't be a match for them, not to mention that he didn't know what the other party's goal was. Of course, Su Yan wouldn't be stupid enough to court death at this time. This was also what Su Yan was most worried about at this moment. Because these people were so strong, Su Yan felt an unprecedented pressure. Dong Qinghao looked at the terrifying aura surging and asked, "Junior Su, what should we do now?" Su Yan frowned, not knowing how to answer. At this moment, Sword Sage's voice sounded in Su Yan's mind, "Kid, don't worry. This is just the beginning. There will be more experts gathered here later. With your strength, you won't be able to enter the Shura Divine Hall." "Master, what should I do?" Su Yan asked. "Return to the Hidden Sword Tomb," Sword Sage said simply, but Su Yan was stunned. "What? Return to the Hidden Sword Tomb?" Although Su Yan knew that he was still a member of the Hidden Sword Tomb, Su Yan still needed the help of the Hidden Sword Tomb. Su Yan didn't want to go back to the Hidden Sword Tomb. Sword Sage smiled and said, "Su Yan, I don't want you to go back to the Hidden Sword Tomb to ask for help from the disciples. Don't think that the Hidden Sword Tomb is too strong. The Hidden Sword Tomb is still too weak to participate in the Shura Divine Hall." "Too weak?" Su Yan frowned and asked, Master, why should I go back to the hidden sword tomb? You should know that I'm still carrying the crime of betraying the sect in the monster palace. If I go back, it doesn't matter. Sword Sage waved his hand and said, if you can really open the Shura Divine Hall this time, not to mention the crime of betraying the sect, the entire 5 counties will worship you as a saint. Saint. Su Yan didn't understand the meaning of Sword Sage's words. At the same time, he was looking forward to the mysteries of the Shura Divine Hall. Not only that, but Su Yan also understood that Sword Sage deliberately kept a lot of secrets from him. Of course, Su Yan had absolute trust in Sword Sage. He knew that Sword Sage must have his reasons for not telling him this. Looking at the terrifying energy in front of them, Su Yan was clear that with the strength of the few of them, they would definitely be in trouble if they went forward. He turned his eyes and didn't hesitate. He looked back at Dong Qinghao and the others who were waiting for him to make a decision and said, Come, follow me to the hidden sword tomb. To the hidden sword tomb. When they heard Su Yan's words, they couldn't help but be stunned. They didn't understand why Su Yan suddenly wanted to go to the hidden sword tomb. In their eyes, the hidden sword tomb was just a small sect. This was indeed the case. Compared to the Supreme Demon Palace, the hidden sword tomb was indeed a small sect. Su Yan looked at their puzzled expressions and didn't keep them in suspense. He smiled and said, to be honest, my real identity is actually a disciple of the hidden sword tomb. A disciple of the hidden sword tomb. This made everyone even more stunned. Looking at their stunned expressions, Su Yan didn't explain much. After all, their feelings for each other didn't need to be explained. As for their feelings for the Monster Palace, they didn't need to be explained. Senior brothers, no matter what, let's go to the hidden sword tomb first. Su Yan didn't explain too much. Instead, he said directly. Okay. The trust they had for Su Yan was like that of a friend who had gone through life and death together. They didn't ask too much about the things that Su Yan was hiding because they knew that everyone had their own secrets. What's more, they trusted Su Yan from the bottom of their hearts. Now that they had to make a decision, they really didn't know what to do. At least in their hearts, they believed that following Su Yan was absolutely the right thing to do. They decided and no longer hesitated. They were ready to go to the hidden sword tomb. However, when Su Yan decided to leave, he thought that the fire Qilin was still in the Shura shrine. He couldn't help but worry. Boy, you don't have to worry about the fire Qilin at all. With his wit, he'll be fine. Sword Sage comforted Su Yan in his mind. Okay. Su Yan nodded. Looking at the Shura shrine, his eyes surged with a bright light. He clenched his fist and said secretly, little guy, wait for me to come back. After that, Su Yan no longer hesitated and flew directly to the hidden sword tomb. The closer he got to the hidden sword tomb, the more excited Su Yan was. Chapter 334. PS2, I've finally stopped recently. I don't think I'll take any more leave this month. PS3, there will be a big climax in the plot recently. PS4, those who have been reading can join the group and chat with everyone. 455212786, I'm in it too. Everyone can chat together. Chapter 335. Was she okay? The sword burial mound was the place where Su Yan left the most memories. His feelings for the sword burial mound even surpassed those of the Su family. Because he had been in the Su family for so long, Su Yan did not feel the taste of home. However, in the sword burial mound, this was not only the place where Su Yan opened his path of cultivation, but also gave him a lot of warmth. In his heart, Su Yan had long regarded the sword burial mound as his home. When he was expelled from the sword burial mound, Su Yan was sad for a long time. If it were not for Su Yan's strong mind, he would not have been able to reach where he was today. Soon, under the lead of Su Yan, they had already arrived in front of the mountain gate of the sword burial mound. Stop! As soon as they approached, the guards of the hidden sword tomb immediately stepped forward to stop them. Su Yan originally wanted to go directly to the sword burial mound, but when he saw the guards who stopped him, he could not help but be stunned. At the same time, looking at the unfamiliar guards in front of him, Su Yan remembered that he was no longer a disciple of the sword burial mound. His heart was sour and he suddenly had mixed feelings. Of course, this feeling was just a flash. After all, no matter what, he was expelled from the sword burial mound that day because Sword Sage made a mistake. It was just that Sword Sage wanted him to go down the mountain to experience it. As for the guards of the sword burial mound stopping him, he was not angry. Su Yan regarded the sword burial mound as his home, so these people were his family. Why would Su Yan be angry with them? He withdrew the surging spiritual power in his body and floated down from the air. He was about to go forward and salute. When the guards saw Su Yan, a ray of light suddenly surged in their eyes. They looked at Su Yan in shock and asked uncertainly, You are Senior Su Yan. Ah. Su Yan was stunned when he heard their words. A smile appeared on his face as he said, You know me. You really are Senior Brother Su Yan. You really are Senior Brother Su Yan. When those people saw Su Yan admit his identity, they all looked at each other with excitement blooming on their faces. It was as if they had seen the person they had always admired in their hearts. Su Yan didn't expect that there would still be people who remembered him after he left the hidden sword tomb for so long. He felt very gratified. At the same time, he politely cupped his hands to the excited guards and said, Junior brothers, Su has returned to the hidden sword tomb because of an urgent matter. I hope you can pass on the message. Report. The leader of the guards was stunned when he heard Su Yan's words. He smiled and said, Senior Brother Su Yan, you're a member of the hidden sword tomb. There's no need to report. Please come in, come in. Yes. Su Yan nodded. Although he didn't show anything on his face, he felt very warm in his heart. After all, at that time, Su Yan was expelled from the hidden sword tomb. Everyone heard and saw it. He didn't expect the hidden sword tomb to treat him with such courtesy. The hidden sword tomb couldn't be compared to the super sects like the Monster Palace, Black Ghost Cave, and Heaven and Earth organization in the 5 counties continent. However, the hidden sword tomb was still the #1 sect in Tianchuang City that everyone respected. Moreover, the hidden sword tomb's sect master, Sky Sword Sage, had already stepped into the circle state. Therefore, the hidden sword tomb's strength had increased a lot. Of course, the outside world didn't know about this. After all, every sect had its own secrets. If Su Yan wasn't a disciple of the hidden sword tomb and had witnessed Sky Sword Sage's breakthrough, he wouldn't know about the hidden sword tomb's power. Therefore, in terms of power, the hidden sword tomb was definitely one of the top sects in the 5 counties continent. After all, the Monster Palace only had one person in the circle state. The strength that could make the Monster Palace enter the top 3 in the 5 counties continent. The circle state represented the pinnacle of the 5 counties continent. As long as one stepped into the circle state, no matter who it was, they would have to look up to it. As the saying goes, 1 year of spirit guidance, 3 years of life soul, 10 years of holy bloodline, 100 years of celestial phenomenon, and 1,000 years of spirit sea. From this, one could see how difficult it was to step into the circle state. 1,000 years, how many thousand years did one have in life? The lifespan of every warrior in the dry realm was only a few hundred years. Every time one advanced a level, their lifespan would increase. Of course, all of this was according to the cultivation speed of a normal warrior. Su Yan's monstrous cultivation speed was another matter. After being treated like a family member, Su Yan felt gratified. Because he was worried about the Shura temple, he didn't chat much with the guards. He directly stepped onto the hidden sword tomb. Although he was anxious, Su Yan didn't panic along the way. Su Yan didn't know why Sword Sage wanted him to return to the hidden sword tomb. He hadn't returned to the hidden sword tomb for such a long time. Now that he was at the hidden sword tomb, Su Yan naturally wanted to enjoy the scenery of the hidden sword tomb. However, he didn't see a single person along the way. In the past, he would meet disciples everywhere he went. This caused Su Yan to frown involuntarily. Strange, why is it so quiet today? Bang! At this moment, there was a loud noise on the training field of the hidden sword tomb. Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank. He immediately stepped forward and quickly walked towards the training field. He arrived at the training field. There was a sea of people here. Countless disciples of the hidden sword tomb had gathered. Slowly, Su Yan also saw many familiar voices. He could not help but feel a surge of excitement in his heart. Of course, the one Su Yan wanted to see the most when he returned to the hidden sword tomb was Lin Huatu. Unfortunately, after searching the crowd, he didn't see Lin Huatu. He didn't even see Lu Fei or Fatty Lu. Bang! At this moment, in the center of the crowd, there was a loud noise. A red-clothed figure was hit by a burst of energy, and his entire body was suddenly sent flying backwards. Huatu. Su Yan looked at the red figure. His eyes suddenly turned. He stepped forward and caught her. Lin Huatu was suddenly hugged by the broad shoulders. She instinctively struggled. However, when she saw Su Yan's figure, her eyes suddenly flashed. A trace of charm flashed across her face, and then she fainted. No one had noticed this moment. A man in white stood on the training field. He laughed arrogantly, "Ha ha ha, it seems that the number one disciple of the hidden sword tomb is only so-so. In such a big hidden sword tomb, no one can beat you. You still dare to call yourself the number one sect in Sky Twin City?" When Su Yan heard this, his eyebrows suddenly shrank. There was a surge of anger in his eyes. However, Su Yan now knew that he was still a disciple of the hidden sword tomb. Even if Su Yan wasn't a disciple of the hidden sword tomb, Su Yan would never allow these people to slander the hidden sword tomb. Bang! However, before Su Yan could step forward, there was a loud noise on the stage. A huge body appeared on the training field. This person's body was 3 times the size of Su Yan. His fat arms were even bigger than his thighs. In the hidden sword tomb, who else could have such a body other than Lu Fei and Fatty Lu? You dare to bully my hidden sword tomb? You're courting death. Lu Fei was still hot-tempered. As soon as he got on the stage, he roared and directly swung his arms at the opponent. Needless to say, when Lu Fei punched out, that huge arm could be said to be majestic. When the person fighting saw Lu Fei's punch, he was also shocked. His figure quickly moved back to avoid it. Lu Fei pressed forward, not giving the opponent the slightest chance to fight back. Soon, the two of them were in a stalemate. At the same time, the strength of the two people also burst out. Lu Fei was at the peak of the sky realm, the same as Su Yan. And the person fighting him was at the first stage of the spirit sea realm. Lin Hualu was also at the first stage of the spirit sea realm, but he was no match for him. It was obvious that this spirit sea realm had some tricks up its sleeves. Su Yan watched for a while. Although Lu Fei's attacks were fierce, he knew that he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. His eyebrows suddenly shrank. Coincidentally, he saw an elder watching from the side, the departing sword elder. In the past, in the hidden sword tomb, he was an elder who doted on Su Yan. Su Yan let Dong Qinghao support Lin Hualu, and strode towards him, departing sword elder. At this moment, the departing sword elder was paying attention to the competition on the training platform. When he heard someone suddenly call out to him, a trace of displeasure flashed across his face. However, when he saw Su Yan, his entire body stiffened on the spot. His slightly weathered face was trembling slightly due to excitement. Su Yan. The departing sword elder was so excited that he didn't care about his status. He directly hugged Su Yan and said excitedly, "Su Yan, when did you come back?" Su Yan smiled faintly and briefly told him about some of the things that happened after he came back. When the departing sword elder heard the purpose of Su Yan's return, he frowned. At the same time, he also realized the seriousness of the matter. He muttered to himself, "Shura Shrine, I didn't expect the Shura Shrine to appear in the 5 counties continent. When Su Yan heard the departing sword elder's words, it was obvious that he was familiar with the Shura shrine. Looking at his expression, Su Yan seemed to have guessed the purpose of Sword Sage's return. When the departing sword elder heard Su Yan's words, he immediately stood up and said, "Su Yan, I'll go look for Senior Martial Brother sect leader now." Su Yan didn't expect the departing sword elder to be more anxious than him. He didn't even care about the competition here. Su Yan glanced at the training platform. Seeing that Lu Fei was about to lose, he shook his head and said, "Departing sword elder, there's no need to rush. Let's settle this matter first. Settle this matter first." The departing sword elder glanced at the competition platform and seemed to understand something. However, when he thought about Su Yan's identity, he suddenly frowned. Su Yan could see the worry in the departing sword elder's heart. He smiled and said, "Departing sword elder, don't worry. I, Su Yan, have always been a disciple of the hidden sword tomb. I have always been." Su Yan's words were sonorous and forceful. At the same time, it also represented his perseverance and conviction. When the departing sword elder heard this, he couldn't help but feel moved. He nodded his head heavily. Bang! At this moment, Lu Fei's huge body was sent flying. Su Yan frowned when he saw this. He wanted to save Lu Fei, but when he thought about Lu Fei's huge body, he decisively gave up on that thought.